Book 1. From the Dead. People say things like, "It wasn't supposed to go this way," and "This isn't what I wanted." They're just making noise. There's no such thing as supposed to, and what you want doesn't matter. All that matters is what happened. Georgia Mason.
I honestly have no idea what's going on anymore. I just need to find something I can hit. Shaun Mason.
My name is Georgia Carolyn Mason. I am one of the orphans of the Rising, the class of people who were under 2 years of age when the dead first started to walk. My biological family is presumably listed somewhere on the wall, an anonymous footnote of a dead world. Their world died in the Rising. They didn't live to see the new one. My adoptive parents have raised me to ask questions, understand the realities of my situation, and, in times of necessity, to shoot first. They have equipped me with the tools I need to survive, and I am grateful. Through this blog, I will do my best to share my experiences and opinions as openly and honestly as I can. It is the best way to honor the family that raised me. It is the only way I have to honor the family that lost me. I'm going to tell you the truth, as I understand it. You can take it from there. From Images May Disturb You, the blog of Georgia Mason, June 20th, 2035.
So George says I have to write a mission statement because our contract with Bridge supporters says I will. I am personally opposed to mission statements since they're basically one more way of sucking the fun out of everything. I tried telling George this. She told me that it's her job to suck the fun out of everything. She then threatened physical violence of a type I will not describe in detail, as it might unsettle and upset my theoretical readership. Suffice to say that I am writing a mission statement. Here it is. I, Shaun Philip Mason, being of sound mind and body, do hereby swear to poke dead things with sticks, do stupid shit for your amusement, and put it all on the internet where you can watch it over and over again. Because that's what you want, right? Glad to oblige. From Hail to the King, the blog of Shaun Mason, June 20th, 2035.
Chapter 1. My story ended where so many stories have ended since the Rising. With a man, in this case my adoptive brother and best friend Shaun, holding a gun to the base of my skull as the virus in my blood betrayed me, transforming me from a thinking human being into something better suited to a horror movie. My story ended, but I remember everything. I remember the cold dread as I watched the lights on the blood test unit turn red, one by one, until my infection was confirmed. I remember the look on Shaun's face when he realized this was it. It really was happening, and there wasn't going to be any clever third-act solution that got me out of the van alive. I remember the barrel of the gun against my skin. It was cool, and it was soothing, because it meant Shaun would do what he had to do. No one else would get hurt because of me. No one but Shaun. This was something we'd never planned for. I always knew that one day he'd push his luck too far and I'd lose him. We never dreamed that he would be the one losing me. I wanted to tell him it would be okay. I wanted to lie to him. I remember that. I wanted to lie to him. And I couldn't. There wasn't time, and even then I didn't have it in me. I remember starting to write. I remember thinking, this was it. This was my last chance to say anything I wanted to say to the world. This was the thing I was going to be judged on, now and forever. I remember feeling my mind start to go. I remember the fear. I remember the sound of Shaun pulling the trigger. I shouldn't remember anything after that. That's where my story ended. Curtain down, save file, that's a wrap. Once the bullet hits your spinal cord, you're done. You don't have to worry about this shit anymore. You definitely shouldn't wake up in a windowless, practically barren room that looks suspiciously like a CDC holding facility, with no one to talk to but some unidentified voice on the other side of a one-way mirror. The bed where I'd woken up was bolted to the floor, and so was the matching bedside table. It wouldn't do to have the mysteriously resurrected dead journalist throwing things at the mirror that took up most of the wall. Naturally, the wall with the mirror was the only wall with a door that refused to open. I'd tried waving my hands in front of every place that might hold a motion sensor, and then I'd searched for a test panel in the vain hope that checking out clean would make the locks let go and release me. There were no test panels, or screens, or ocular scanners. There wasn't anything inside that seemed designed to let me out. That was chilling all by itself. I grew up in a post-rising world, one where blood tests and the threat of infection are a part of daily life. I'm sure I'd been sealed in rooms without testing units before. I just couldn't remember any. The room lacked something else. Clocks. There was nothing to let me know how much time had passed since I woke up, much less how much time had passed before I woke up. There'd been a voice from the speaker above the mirror, an unfamiliar voice asking my name and what the last thing I remembered was. I'd answered him. "My name is Georgia Mason. What the fuck is going on here?" And he'd gone away without answering my question. That might have been 10 minutes ago. It might have been 10 hours ago. The lights overhead glared steady and white, not so much as flickering as the seconds went slipping past. That was another thing. The overhead lights were industrial fluorescents, the sort that have been popular in medical facilities since long before the Rising. They should have been burning my eyes like acid, and they weren't. I was diagnosed with retinal callus Amberley when I was a kid, meaning that the same disease that causes the dead to rise had taken up permanent residence in my eyeballs. It didn't turn me into a zombie. Retinal KA is a reservoir condition, one where the live virus is somehow contained inside the body. Retinal KA gave me extreme light sensitivity, excellent night vision, and a tendency to get sickening migraines if I did anything without my sunglasses on. Well, I wasn't wearing sunglasses, and it wasn't like I could dim the lights, but my eyes still didn't hurt. All I felt was thirst, and a vague, gnawing hunger in the pit of my stomach, like lunch might be a good idea sometime soon. There was no headache. I honestly couldn't decide whether or not that was a good sign. Anxiety was making my palms sweat. I scrubbed them against the legs of my unfamiliar white cotton pajamas. Everything in the room was unfamiliar. Even me. I've never been heavy. A life spent running after stories and away from zombies doesn't encourage putting on weight. But the girl in the one-way mirror was thin to the point of being scrawny. She looked like she'd be easy to break. Her hair was as dark as mine. It was also too long, falling past her shoulders. I've never allowed my hair to get that long. Hair like that is a passive form of suicide when you do what I do for a living. And her eyes were brown. That, more than anything else, made it impossible to think of her face as my own. I don't have visible irises. I have pupils that fill all the space not occupied by sclera, giving me a black, almost emotionless stare. Those weren't my eyes. But my eyes didn't hurt, which meant either those were my eyes and my retinal KA had somehow been cured, or Buffy was right when she said the afterlife existed, and this was hell. I shuddered, looking away from my reflection, and resumed what was currently my main activity, pacing back and forth and trying to think. Until I knew whether I was being watched, I had to think quietly, and that made it a hell of a lot harder. I've always thought better when I do it out loud, and this was the first time in my adult life that I'd been anywhere without at least one recorder running. I'm an accredited journalist. When I talk to myself, it's not a sign of insanity. It's just my way of making sure I don't lose important material before I can write it down. None of this was right. Even if there was some sort of experimental treatment to reverse amplification, someone would have been there to explain things to me. Shaun would have been there. And there it was. The reason I couldn't believe any of this was right. I remembered him pulling the trigger. Even assuming it was a false memory, even assuming it never happened, why wasn't he here? Shaun would move heaven and earth to reach me. I briefly entertained the idea that he was somewhere in the building, forcing the voice from the intercom to tell him where I was. Regretfully, I dismissed it. Something would have exploded by now if that were true. God damn it. I scowled at the wall, turned, and started in the other direction. The hunger was getting worse, and it was accompanied by a new, more frustrating sensation. I needed to pee. If someone didn't let me out soon, I was going to have a whole new set of problems to contend with. "Run the timeline, George," I said, taking some comfort in the sound of my voice. Everything else might have changed, but not that. "You were in Sacramento with Rick and Shaun, running for the van. Something hit you in the arm. One of those syringes like they used at the Ryman farm. The test came back positive. Rick left. And then... I faltered, having trouble finding the words, even if there was no one else to hear them. Everyone who grew up after the Rising knows what happens when you come into contact with the live form of Kellis Amberley. You become a zombie, one of the infected, and you do what every zombie exists to do. You bite. You infect. You kill. You feed. You don't wake up in a white room, wearing white pajamas and wondering how your brother was able to shoot you in the neck without even leaving a scar. Scars. I wheeled and stalked back to the mirror, pulling the lid on my right eye open wide. I learned how to look at my own eyes when I was 11. That's when I got my first pair of protective contacts. That's also when I got my first visible retinal scarring, little patches of tissue scorched beyond recovery by the sun. We caught it in time to prevent major vision loss, and I got a lot more careful. The scarring created small blind spots at the center of my vision. Nothing major, nothing that interfered with field work, just little spots. My pupil contracted to almost nothing as the light hit it. The spots weren't there. I could see clearly, without any gaps. Oh, I lowered my hand. I guess that makes sense. I paused, feeling suddenly stupid as that realization led to another. When I first woke up, the voice from the intercom told me all I had to do was speak, and someone would hear me. I looked up at the speaker. "A little help here?" I said. "I need to pee really bad." There was no response. "Hello?" There was still no response. I showed my middle finger to the mirror before turning and walking back to the bed. Once there, I sat and settled into a cross-legged position, closing my eyes. And then I started waiting. If anyone was watching me, and someone had to be watching me, this might be a big enough change in my behavior to get their attention. I wanted their attention. I wanted their attention really, really badly. Almost as badly as I wanted a personal recorder, an internet connection, and a bathroom. The need for a bathroom crept slowly higher on the list, accompanied by the need for a drink of water. I was beginning to consider the possibility that I might need to use a corner of the room as a lavatory when the intercom clicked on. A moment later, a new voice, male like the first one, spoke. "Miss Mason? Are you awake?" "Yes." I opened my eyes. Do I get a name to call you by? He ignored my question like it didn't matter. Maybe it didn't, to him. I apologize for the silence. We'd expected a longer period of disorientation, and I had to be recalled from elsewhere in the building. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, we weren't disappointed, said the voice. He had the faintest trace of a Midwestern accent. I couldn't place the state. I promise. We're thrilled to see you up and coherent so quickly. It's a wonderful indicator for your recovery. A glass of water and a trip to the ladies' room would do more to help my recovery than apologies and evasions. Now the voice sounded faintly abashed. I'm sorry, Miss Mason. We didn't think... Just a moment. The intercom clicked off, leaving me in silence once again. I stayed where I was and kept waiting. The sound of a hydraulic lock unsealing broke the quiet. I turned to see a small panel slide open above the door, revealing a red light. It turned green, and the door slid smoothly open, revealing a skinny, nervous-looking man in a white lab coat, eyes wide behind his glasses. He was clutching his clipboard to his chest like he thought it afforded him some sort of protection. Miss Mason? If you'd like to come with me, I'd be happy to escort you to the restroom. Thank you. I unfolded my legs, ignoring pins and needles in my calves, and walked toward the doorway. The man didn't quite cringe as I approached, but he definitely shied back, looking more uneasy with every step I took. Interesting. We apologize for making you wait, he said. His words had the distinct cadence of something recited by rote, like telephone tech support asking for your ID and computer serial number. There were a few things that had to be taken care of before we could proceed. Let's worry about that after I get to the bathroom, okay? I sidestepped around him out into the hall and found myself looking at 3 hospital orderlies in blue scrubs, each of them pointing a pistol in my direction. I stopped where I was. Okay. I can wait for my escort. That's for the best, Miss Mason, said the nervous man, whose voice I now recognized from the intercom. It just took a moment without the filtering speakers between us. Just a necessary precaution. I'm sure you understand. Yeah. Sure. I fell into step behind him. The orderlies followed us, their aim never wavering. I did my best not to make any sudden moves. Having just returned to the land of the living, I was in no mood to exit it again. Am I ever going to get something I can call you? Ah. His mouth worked soundlessly for a moment before he said, I'm Dr. Thomas. I've been one of your personal physicians since you arrived at this facility. I'm not surprised you don't remember me. You've been sleeping for some time. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? The hall was built on the model I've come to expect from CDC facilities, with nothing breaking the sterile white walls but the occasional door and the associated one-way mirrors looking into patient holding rooms. All the rooms were empty. You're walking well? It's a skill. How's your head? Any disorientation, blurred vision, confusion? Yes. He tensed. I ignored it, continuing. I'm confused about what I'm doing here. I don't know about you, but I get twitchy when I wake up in strange places with no idea how I got there. Will I be getting some answers soon? Soon enough, Miss Mason. He stopped in front of a door with no mirror next to it. That implied that it wasn't a patient room. Better yet, there was a blood test unit to one side. I never thought I'd be so happy for the chance to be jabbed with a needle. We'll give you a few minutes, if you need anything. Using the bathroom? Also a skill. I slapped my palm down on the test panel. Needles promptly bit into the heel of my hand and the tips of my fingers. The light over the door flashed between red and green before settling on the latter. Uninfected. The door swung open. I stepped through, only to stop and scowl at the one-way mirror taking up most of the opposite wall. The door swung shut behind me. "Cute," I muttered. The need to pee was getting bad enough that I didn't protest the situation. I glared at the mirror the entire time I was using the facilities, all but daring someone to watch me. "See? I can pee whether you're spying on me or not, you sick bastards." Other than the mirror, or maybe because of the mirror, the bathroom was as standard issue CDC as the hallway outside, with white walls, a white tile floor, and white porcelain fixtures. Everything was automatic, including the soap dispenser, and there were no towels. Instead, I dried my hands by sticking them into a jet of hot air. It was one big exercise in minimizing contact with any surface. When I turned back to the door, the only things I'd touched were the toilet seat and the floor, and I was willing to bet that they were in the process of self-sterilization by the time I started washing my hands. The blood test required to exit the bathroom was set into the door itself, just above the knob. It didn't unlock until I checked out clean. The 3 orderlies were waiting in the hall, with an unhappy Dr. Thomas between them and me. If I did anything bad enough to make them pull those triggers, the odds were good that he'd be treated as collateral damage. "Wow," I said. "Who did you piss off to get this gig?" He flinched, looking at me guiltily. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean." "Of course not. Thank you for bringing me to the bathroom. Now, could I get that water?" Better yet, a can of Coke. The thought of its acid sweetness was enough to make my mouth water. It's good to know that some things never change. "If you'd come this way?" I gave the orderlies a pointed look. "I don't think I have much of a choice. Do you?"
"No, I suppose you don't," he said. "As I said, a precaution. You understand."
"Not really. No. I'm unarmed. I've just passed 2 blood tests. I don't understand why I need 3 men with guns covering my every move." The CDC has been paranoid for years, but this was taking it to a new extreme. Dr. Thomas's reply didn't help.
"Security."
Why do people always say that when they don't feel like giving a straight answer? I shook my head. "I'm not going to make trouble. Please, just take me to the water."
"Right this way,"
he said, and started back the way we'd come. There was a tray waiting for us on the bolted-down table in the room where I'd woken up. It held a plate with 2 pieces of buttered toast, a tumbler full of water, and wonder of wonders, miracle of miracles, a can of Coke with condensation beading on the sides. I made for the tray without pausing, to consider how the orderlies might react to my moving faster than a stroll. None of them shot me in the back. That was something. The first bite of toast was the best thing I'd ever tasted, at least until I took the second bite, and then the third. Finally, I crammed most of the slice into my mouth, barely chewing. I managed to resist the siren song of the Coke long enough to drink half the water. It tasted as good as the toast. I put down the glass, popped the tab on the can of soda, and took my first post-death sip of Coke. I was smart enough not to gulp it. Even that tiny amount was enough to make my knees weak. That, and the caffeine rush that followed, provided the last missing piece. Slowly, I turned to face Dr. Thomas. He was standing in the doorway making notes on his clipboard. There were probably a few dozen video and audio recorders running, catching every move I made. But any good reporter will tell you that there's nothing like real field experience. I guess the same thing applies to scientists. He lowered his pen when he saw me looking.
"How do you feel?"
he asked.
"Dizzy? Are you full? Did you want something besides toast? It's a bit early for anything complicated, but I might be able to arrange for some soup if you'd prefer that."
Mostly what I'd prefer is having some questions answered. I shifted the Coke from one hand to the other. If I couldn't have my sunglasses, I guess a can of soda would have to do. I think I've been pretty cooperative up to now. I also think that could change. Dr. Thomas looked uncomfortable.
Well, I suppose that will depend on what sort of questions you want to ask.
This one should be pretty easy. I mean, it's definitely within your skill set.
All right. I can't promise to know the answer, but I'm happy to try. We want you to be comfortable.
Good. I looked at him levelly, missing my black-eyed gaze. It always made people so uncomfortable. I got more honest answers out of those eyes. You said you were my personal physician.
That's correct.
So tell me, how long have I been a clone? Dr. Thomas dropped his pen. Still watching him, I raised my Coke, took a sip, and waited for his reply. Subject 139B was bitten on the evening of June 24th, 2041. The exact time of the bite was not recorded, but a period of no less than 20 minutes elapsed between exposure and initial testing. The infected individual responsible for delivering the bite was retrieved from the road. Posthumous analysis confirmed that the individual was heavily contagious and had been so for at least 6 days, as the virus had amplified through all parts of the body. Blood samples were taken from the outside of Subject 139B's hand and sequenced to prove that they belonged to the subject. Analysis of these samples confirmed the infection. For proof of live viral bodies in Subject 139B's blood, see the attached file. Amplification appears to have begun normally and followed the established progression toward full loss of cognitive functionality. Samples taken from Subject 139B's clothing confirm this diagnosis. Subject 139B was given a blood test shortly after arriving at this facility and tested clean of all live viral particles. Subject 139B was given a second test using a more sensitive unit and once again tested clean. After 48 hours of isolation following standard Kellis-Amberley quarantine procedures, it is my professional opinion that the subject is not now infected and does not represent a danger to himself or others. With God as my witness, Joey, I swear to you that Shaun Mason is not infected with the live state of Kellis-Amberley. He should be. He's not. He started to amplify, and he somehow fought the infection off. This could change everything. If we had the slightest fucking clue how he did it. Taken from an email sent by Dr. Shannon Abbey to Dr. Joseph Shoji at the Kauai Institute of Virology, June 27, 2041. Times like this make me think my mother was right when she told me I should aspire to be a trophy wife. At least that would have reduced the odds of my winding up hiding in a renegade virology lab, hunting zombies for a certifiable mad scientist. Then again, maybe not. From Charming Not Sincere, the blog of Rebecca Atherton, July 16th, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 2. Shaun, look out! Alaric's shout came through my headset half a second before a hand grabbed my elbow, bearing down with that weird mixture of strength and clumsiness characteristic of the fully amplified. I yanked free, whirling to smack my assailant upside the head with my high-powered cattle prod. A look of almost comic surprise crossed the zombie's face as the electrified end of the cattle prod hit its temple. Then it fell. I kicked the body. It didn't move. I hit it in the solar plexus with my cattle prod, just to be sure. Electricity has always been useful against zombies, since it confuses the virus that motivates them, but it turns out that when you amp the juice enough, you can actually shut them down for short periods of time. Thanks for the heads up, I said, trusting the headset to pick me up. I've got another dead boy down. Send the retrieval team to my coordinates. I was already starting to scan the trees, looking for signs of movement, looking for something else that I could hit. "Shaun?" There was a wary note in Alaric's voice. I could practically see him sitting at his console, knotting his hands in his hair and trying not to let his irritation come through the microphone. I was his boss, after all, which meant he had to at least pretend to be respectful. Once in a while. "That's your 4th catch of the night. I think that's enough, don't you?" "I'm going for the record." There was a click as Bex plugged her own channel into the connection and snapped peevishly. "You've already got the record. 4 catches in a night is twice what anyone else has managed, ever. Now please, please come back to the lab." "What will you do if I don't?" I asked. Nothing seemed to be moving, except for my infected friend, who twitched. I zapped him with a cattle prod again. The movement stopped. "2 words, Shaun. Tranquilizer darts. Now come back to the lab." I whistled. "That's not playing fair. How about you promise to bake me chocolate chip cookies if I come back? That seems like a much better incentive. How about you stop screwing around before you make me angry? Immune doesn't mean immortal, you know. Now please." The peevishness faded, replaced by pleading. "Just come home." "She's right," said George, or the ghost of George, anyway, the little voice at the back of my head that's all I have left of my adopted sister. Some people say I have issues. I say those people need to expand their horizons, because I don't have issues. I have the Library of Congress. "You need to go back. This isn't doing anybody any good." "I don't know," I said. I used to be circumspect about talking to George. That was before I decided to go all the way insane. Madness is surprisingly freeing. I mean, I'm having fun. Aren't you the one who used to nag me to get my butt back into the field? Is this field enough for you?" "Shaun, please." My smile faded. "Fine, whatever. If you want me to go back to the stupid lab, I'll go back to the stupid lab. Happy now?" "No," said George, "but it's going to have to do." I poked my latest catch one last time with a cattle prod. It didn't react. I turned to stalk back through the trees to the ripped-up side road where the bike was parked. Gunshots sounded from the forest to my left. I paused. Silence followed them, rather than screaming. I nodded and started walking again. Maybe that seems callous, but I wasn't the only one collecting virtual corpses for Dr. Abby, the crazy renegade virologist who'd been sheltering us since we were forced off the grid. Most of her lab technicians were either ex-military or trained marksmen. They could take care of themselves, at least in the killing stuff department. I was less sure about bringing the zombies home alive. Fortunately for me, that was their problem, not mine. Alaric's sigh of relief made me jump. I'd almost forgotten that he and Bex were listening in from their cozy spot in the main lab. "Thank you for seeing sense." "Don't thank me," I said. "Thank George." Neither of them had anything to say to that. I hadn't expected them to. I tapped the button on the side of my headset, killing the connection, and kept walking. It had been just under a month since the world turned upside down. Some days I was almost grateful to be waking up in an underground virology lab. Sure, most of the things it contained could kill me, including the head virologist, who I suspected of having fantasies about dissecting me so she could analyze my organs, but at least we knew what was going on. We had a place, if not a fully functional plan. That put us way ahead of the surviving denizens of North America's Gulf Coast, who were still contending with something we'd never anticipated. An insect vector for Kellis Amberley. A tropical storm had blown some brand-new strain of mosquito over from Cuba, one with a big enough bite to transmit the live virus to humans. No one had heard of an insect vector for Kellis Amberley before that day. The entire world had heard of it on the day after, as every place Tropical Storm Fiona touched discovered the true meaning of storm damage. The virus spread initially with the storm, and then started spreading on its own as the winds died down and the mosquitoes went looking for something to munch on. It was a genuine apocalypse scenario, The sort of thing that makes trained medical personnel shit their pants and call for their mommies. And it was really happening, and there wasn't a damn thing we could do about it. The worst part? Even if no one wanted to say it out loud, when you looked at the timing of everything going wrong, the way it all happened just as we started really prodding at the CDC's sore spots, I thought there was a pretty good chance it wasn't an accident, and that would mean it was our fault. There was no one standing watch over the vehicles. That was sloppy. Even if we cleared out the human infected, there was always the chance a zombie raccoon or something could take refuge under one of the collection vans and go for somebody's ankles when they came back with the evening's haul. I made a mental note to talk to Dr. Abby about her tactical setup as I swung a leg over the bike. Then I put on my helmet. Bex was right. Immune doesn't mean immortal, and took off down the road. See, here's the thing. My name is Shaun Mason. I'm a journalist, I guess, even though right now all my posts are staying unpublished for security's sake. I'm not technically wanted for anything. It's just that places where I show up have a nasty tendency to get wiped off the map shortly after I get there, and that makes me a little gun-shy when it comes to telling people where I am. I think that's understandable. Then again, I also think my dead sister talks to me, so what do I know? About 1.5 years ago, which feels like yesterday and an eternity at the same time, George and I applied to blog for Senator Peter Ryman's presidential campaign, along with our friend Georgette Buffy Messonnier. Before that, I was your average gentleman Irwin, wanting nothing beyond a few dead things to poke with sticks and the opportunity to write up my adventures for an adoring populace. Pretty simple, right? The three of us had everything we needed to be happy. Only we didn't know that, so when the chance to grab for glory came, we took it. We wanted to make history. We made it, all right. We made it. Buffy and George became it, and I wound up as the last man standing, the one who has to avenge the glorious dead. All I know is, that part wasn't in the brochure. The road smoothed as I got closer to our current home sweet home. Shady Cove, Oregon, has been deserted since the Rising, when the infected left the tiny community officially uninhabitable. We had to be careful about how visible we were, but Dr. Abby had been sending her interning for what I didn't know, since most universities don't offer a degree in mad science, out at night to patch the worst of the potholes with a home-brewed asphalt substitute that looked just like the real thing. Fixing the road was a mixed blessing. It could give away our location if someone came looking. In the meantime, it made it easier for supply runs to get through, even if no one seemed to know how we were getting those supplies, and it would make it easier for us to evacuate the lab when the time came. Dr. Abby didn't care how many of us died, as long as her equipment made it out. I had to admire that sort of single-minded approach. It reminded me of George. "Everything reminds you of me," George said. I snorted but didn't answer. The roar of the wind in my ears was too loud for me to hear my own voice, and I like to pretend that we're having real conversations. It helps. With what? I can't quite say, but it helps. Barely visible sensors in the underbrush tracked my approach as I came around the final curve and entered the parking lot of the Shady Cove Forestry Center. The building was dark, its vast pre-rising windows like blind eyes staring into the trees. It looked empty. It wasn't. I drove around to the back where the old employee parking garage had been restored and strengthened to provide cover for our vehicles. Since it was a pre-rising design, I didn't need to pass a blood test to get inside, and was able to just drive straight to my assigned slot, shutting off the bike. I removed my helmet and slung it over the handlebars, leaving it there in case I needed to leave in a hurry. I approach everything as a potential evacuation these days. I've got good reason. Cameras tracked my progress toward the door. "Hello, Shaun," said the lab computer. It was pleasant and female with a Canadian accent. Maybe it reminded Dr. Abby of home. I didn't know. What I did know was that I don't like computers pretending to be human. It creeps me out. "Can I come in?" I asked. "Please place your palm on the testing panel." An amber light came on above the test unit, helpfully indicating where I needed to put my hand. Like any kid who lives long enough to go to kindergarten doesn't know how to operate a basic blood testing panel, you learn or you die. "I don't see the point of this." I slapped my hand down on the metal. Cooling foam sprayed my skin a bare second before needles started biting into my flesh. I hate blood tests. "You know I'm not infected. I can't be infected. So why don't you stop fucking around and let me inside?" "All personnel must be tested when returning from the field, Shaun. There are no exceptions." The amber light blinked off, replaced by two more lights, one red, one green. They began flashing. "I liked this place a lot better before Dr. Abby got you online," I said. "Thank you for your cooperation," replied the computer blithely. The red light winked off as the green one stabilized, confirming my uninfected status. Again. "Welcome home." The door into the main lab unlocked, sliding open. I flipped off the nearest camera and walked inside. Dr. Abby's people have had lots of practice converting formerly abandoned buildings into functional scientific research centers. The Shady Cove Forestry Center was practically tailor-made for them, being large, constructed to withstand the elements, and best of all, in the middle of fucking nowhere. Entering from the parking garage put me in the main room, originally the visitor's welcome lobby, according to the brass sign by the door. That explained the brightly colored mural of cheerful woodland creatures on the wall. People used to romanticize the natural world before the rising. These days, we mostly just run away from it. Interns and technicians were everywhere, all rushing around on weird science errands. I don't understand most of what Dr. Abby's people do, and that's probably a good thing. Mahir understands a lot more than I do, and he says it makes it hard for him to sleep at night. Speaking of Mahir, the man himself was storming across the room, a look of profound irritation on his face. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" he demanded. "That's an interesting philosophical question, and one that would probably be better discussed over a can of Coke," I replied amiably. "It's good to see you, too." "I have half a mind to punch your face in, you bloody idiot," Mahir said, still scowling. Mahir used to be George's second-in-command. Since she can't run a third of the staff as a voice in my head, Mahir took over the newsies when she died. I sometimes think he's angry with me for not being angrier with him over taking her place. What he never seems to quite understand is that he's one of the only people in this world who loved George the way I did, and having him on my side makes me feel a little better. Besides, it's funny as hell when he gets pissed. "But you won't," I said. "What's our status?" Mahir's glare faded, replaced by weariness. "Alric is still attempting to find out what keeps happening to our mirror sites. We've put up 6 new reports from the junior bloggers in the past hour, none of which touch on the Gulf Coast tragedy, and 3 of them have vanished into thin air. I think he's going to start pulling his hair out before much longer." This is what happens when you piss off a government conspiracy. I started walking toward the kitchen. "How's Bex doing on the extraction plan?" Mahir answered with a small shake of his head. "Aw, damn." Alric's little sister, Alyssa, was in Florida when Tropical Storm Fiona made landfall. She managed to survive the first wave of infections through a combination of quick thinking and dumb luck. After that, Alric was unable to step forward to claim her, since Dr. Abby said that if one of us left, all of us left. We thought Alyssa might wind up placed with a foster family, but things in Florida were too bad for that. She wound up in a government-sponsored refugee camp. She was sending regular updates and had managed to stay mostly out of trouble. Still, it was clear that if we didn't find a way to get her out of there soon, Alric was going to do something stupid. I understood his motivation. Family's the most important thing there is. Yes, well, it is what it is. Mahir paced me easily. He wasn't always a field man, but he'd been working out since we arrived at Dr. Abbey's, something about not wanting to die the next time we wound up running for our lives. Dr. Abbey requests the pleasure of your company once you've had the opportunity to clean yourself up. I groaned. I couldn't help it. More blood tests? More blood tests, he confirmed. Motherfucker. I scowled at nothing in particular. Immunity is more trouble than it's worth. Yes, absolutely. Being mysteriously immune to the zombie plague which has devastated the world is a terrible cross to bear, said Mahir, deadpan. Hey, you try giving blood on a daily basis and see how you feel about it. No, thank you. I sighed. Is this another one of those no caffeine before donating days? Did she say? I believe it's not. Thank God for that. Don't get me wrong. No one knows why I seem to be immune to Kellis-Amberley amplification, something the CDC has been telling us is impossible since the Rising, by the way. You get bitten, you amplify. Simple as that. Only it turns out that with me, it actually goes, you get bitten, you get annoyed, you have to take a lot of antibiotics because human mouths are incredibly dirty and dying of a bacterial infection would suck, you get better. I understood why Dr. Abbey needed blood almost every day. It was just a lot of needles. Bex was in the kitchen when we arrived. She was sitting on the counter holding a can of Coke. "Looking for this?" she asked. "My savior." I walked toward her, making grabbing motions. Gimme sweet, sweet caffeine." "The word is please, Mason. Look it up." She tossed me the can, a gentle underhand blob that wouldn't shake the contents up too much. The team does that a lot these days, throws me things to double-check my manual dexterity. My recovery after being bitten was too miraculous to believe. We're all waiting for it to wear off and for me to go rampaging through the lab. I made the catch and cracked the tab, taking a long, cold drink before putting the can down on the nearest table and asking, "Have any of the new guys made it in yet?" "The first batch is in processing now," Bex replied. "We managed to net 24 infected tonight, including your 4. "Cool." Our lovely hostess needed a constant supply of fresh subjects, since her experiments required a couple dozen at any given time, and her lab protocols didn't leave many of them alive past the 3-day mark. Snatch and grab patrols were going out twice a week, minimum, and at the rate they were working, Shady Cove was going to be free of the infected in under 3 months. "I guess." Beck slid off the counter, giving me a calculating look. "What were you doing out there tonight, Mason? You could have been killed." "That wasn't my first solo in these woods." "It was your first one at night." She shook her head. "You're starting to scare me." "And me," said Mahir. "And me," said George. "You don't get a say in this," I muttered. Mahir didn't look offended. He knew I wasn't talking to him. In a more normal tone, I asked, "So what do you want me to do, Bex? I don't speak science. I barely speak research. Things are a mess out there and we're stuck in here, spinning our wheels." "So maybe it's time you stopped spinning." The 3 of us turned toward Dr. Abbey's voice. Like the lab computer, it was pleasant and Canadian accented. Unlike the lab computer, it was coming from a short, curvy scientist with bleached streaks in her shaggy brown hair. Her lab coat was open, exposing a bright orange Cephalopods Union No. 462 t-shirt. I raised an eyebrow. "Okay, I'm listening. What have you got in mind?" Dr. Abbey held up a thumb drive. "Get your team and meet me in the screening room. It's time we had a little talk about what's going on in Florida." She quirked a small smile. "You can bring popcorn." "Science and snacks, the perfect combination," I said. "We'll be there." "Good," said Dr. Abbey, and left. Mahir stepped up next to me. "Do you have any idea what that's all about?" "Nope," I shrugged, picking up my Coke again. The second drink was just as good as the first had been. But hey, We may as well get started. What's the worst that can happen? Managing things without Georgia has never been what I would term easy, but it's never been harder than in the past few months. The devastation wreaked by Tropical Storm Fiona would have been terrible even without the additional horror of a newly discovered insect vector for Kellis Amberley infection. The loss of life would have been appalling even if so many of the lost had not gone on to attack and infect their fellow men. I find myself watching the news feeds and wishing, more than ever before, that Georgia Mason were with us today. Georgia had a gift for reporting the news without letting sentiment color her impressions. She saw the world in black and white, no shades of gray allowed. It could have been a crippling disability in any other profession, but she made it her greatest strength. If she were here, she would be the one reducing bodies to statistics, rendering disasters into history. But she's not here. She, too, has been reduced to a statistic, has been rendered into history. All of which means that I, unprepared as I am, have been forced to do her job. May posterity show mercy when it looks back upon the work we do today. We did what we could with what we had. From Fish and Clips, the blog of Mihir Gowda, July 16th, 2041. Subject 7C is awake, responsive, and self-aware. Subject has asked several conditionally relevant questions and does not appear to suffer any visual or cognitive disorders. Subject self-identifies as Georgia Mason and is able to recount events up to the point of physical death. See Georgia C. Mason, autopsy file, for details of injury. We are prepared to continue with this subject for the time being. Full medical files are being transmitted under a secure encryption key. Taken from an email sent by Dr. Matthew Thomas, July 16th, 2041. Georgia Mason lives. Graffiti from inside the Florida disaster zone. Picture published under Creative Commons license.
Chapter 3. I have to give Dr. Thomas this. He recovered quickly from the question I obviously wasn't supposed to be asking yet.
I don't think you understand what you're saying.
He retrieved his pen from the floor.
Maybe you need to sit down.
My eyes are wrong. I could possibly be convinced to believe in a regenerative treatment that erased my scars. I could even accept that it was a deep enough dermal renewal to remove my licensing tattoo. I raised my wrist, showing him the spot where my personal information should have been permanently scribed. But there's nothing that could have repaired my eyes. So I ask again. How long have I been a clone? Dr. Thomas narrowed his eyes. I stood up a little straighter, trying to look imposing. It wasn't easy to do in a pair of CDC-issue pajamas.
This is highly irregular,
Dr. Thomas began. So is cloning reporters. I took a final sip of Coke before forcing myself to put it down. The caffeine was already starting to make me jittery. The last thing I wanted to do was finish the can and have my hands start shaking. Come on. Who am I going to tell? I'm assuming you're not planning on giving me a connection to the outside world anytime soon. Dr. Thomas gave me a calculating look. I looked back, wishing I had the slightest idea of how to look earnest and well-meaning with my strange new eyes. Living life behind a pair of sunglasses was so much easier. Finally, he nodded, a familiar expression flickering across his face. I'd seen it worn by 100 interview subjects, all of whom thought they were about to pull one over on me. None of them ever seemed to realize that maybe my degree in journalism included 1 or 2 classes in human psychology. I may not be good at lying, but oh, I know a lie when I hear one.
As I said before, this is highly irregular,
he said in a lower, warmer tone of voice. Trying to win my trust through confession. Pretty standard stuff, even if the situation was anything but standard. I know. But please, I just want to know what's going on. I've never done vulnerable well. It wasn't on the final exam. Maybe the fact that I was actually feeling vulnerable behind my facade of journalistic calm was showing, though, because Dr. Thomas said,
"I understand. You must be very confused."
Also frightened, disoriented, and a little bit trying to convince myself this isn't a dream, I replied. I picked up my Coke again, not to drink, but to feel it in my hand. It was a poor substitute for the things I really wanted. My sunglasses, a gun, Shaun. But it would have to do.
"You have to understand that this is an experimental procedure. There was no way we could predict success, or even be sure that you would be yourself when you woke up."
Dr. Thomas watched me as he spoke. He was telling the truth, or at least the truth as he understood it.
"To be honest with you, we're still not sure how stable you are."
I guess that explains the men with the guns, huh? I took a sip of Coke without thinking about it, and decided against putting the can back down. I deserved a little comfort. Resurrection turns out to be really hard on a person. So, you're waiting for me to flip out and... what, exactly?
"Cloning is a complicated process," said Dr. Thomas. "Modern generations are infected with the Kellis-Amberley virus while in the womb. Their bodies grow up handling the infection, coming to an agreement with it, if you will. Adult infections have been rare since the Rising."
But cloned tissue is grown under cleanroom conditions, I said. How did you introduce the infection?
"Aerosol exposure when the—"
He stuttered to a stop, obviously unsure how to proceed. Their reports probably referred to me as the subject or the body at that stage of the process. Using a proper pronoun would involve giving too much identity to something he'd been treating as a lab experiment. The temptation to point that out was there. I let it pass. I needed an ally, even one who thought he was getting me to cooperate, more than I needed to score a few points just to make myself feel better. How far along in the growth cycle was the tissue? I asked.
"Halfway," he said, visibly relieved. "We used techniques developed for organ cloning to accelerate the growth of the entire body. The immune and nervous systems were fully mature. We even used a blood sample on file at the Memphis installation to be sure the exposure involved the strain of Kellis-Amberley with which you were originally infected. It seemed the most likely to be compatible with your system. For all that we work with this virus every day, things like this, well, they aren't precisely an exact science."
Things like this absolutely are an exact science. They're exactly what the fictionals tell us to expect once mad science gets involved. I decided that was something else that didn't need to be pointed out. Instead, I seized on the thing he was doing his best to avoid saying. The men with guns are here because there's a chance I'm going to spontaneously amplify, aren't they?
"Yes,"
said Dr. Thomas. He looked genuinely sorry as he continued.
"It will take a few days to be sure your system has properly adjusted to the infection. Until then, I'm afraid your movements will be carefully monitored. You can use the intercom to request food or drinks, and there will always be an escort ready if you need to visit the sanitary facilities. Showers will be available to you on a regular basis."
Can I ask for an internet connection? I asked. He looked away as he answered.
"That isn't a good idea yet. We're still running tests, and we don't want to stress you more than is absolutely necessary. Hard copy reading material can be provided if there are specific subjects you're interested in."
Carefully censored, so as not to stress me? He had the good grace to look embarrassed. That didn't make me feel any better. If you're trying to avoid stress, you should know that isolation stresses me.
"That may be, but you're going to have to live with it for a little while longer. I'm sorry. It's necessary for your health."
Something about the way he said that made my throat close up. A dozen nightmare scenarios flashed through my mind, all of them beginning in the dangerous seconds following the gunshot that killed me. I took a long drink of Coke to steady myself and asked, "Is Shaun okay? Did he make it out of Sacramento? Please, just tell me if he made it out of Sacramento."
"It's July of 2041. It's taken us a little over 8 months to get you to the point of being both awake and aware of your surroundings," said Dr. Thomas.
He delivered this apparent non sequitur in a hurried, almost monotone, like he wanted to get what he was about to say out of the way as quickly as possible.
"A great deal has changed during that time."
"You didn't answer my question."
"I know."
"Why aren't you answering me? What are you trying to—"
"Miss Mason, I can't give you the answers you're asking me for, but I am truly and sincerely sorry for your loss."
I gaped at him, open-mouthed. I was still gaping when he stepped out of the room, the door closing behind him. I didn't move. Not until my Coke hit the floor with a metallic clink, so much like the sound of a bullet casing being dropped. My knees went weak, and I sank into a kneeling position, my eyes fixed on the blank white door. My cheeks were wet. I reached up with one hand touching my right cheek. My fingertips came away damp. "I'm crying?" I said numbly. Retinal callus amberly robs its victims of the ability to cry. Somehow, the idea that I could cry now was even more unbelievable than the idea that I was a CDC science project. I staggered to my feet and stumbled over to the bed, where I collapsed atop the covers and curled into a ball, hugging my knees to my chest. The tears came hard after that, leaving me shaking and barely able to breathe. Somewhere in the middle of all that, I fell asleep. I dreamed of funerals. Sometimes they were mine, and Shaun was standing in front of a room full of people, awkwardly trying to pretend he knew what he was doing. Those were the good dreams. Those were the dreams that reflected life as I knew it. Other times, most of the times, it was his face on the picture in front of the funeral urn, and either I was delivering a eulogy in a robotic monotone, or Alric was standing there, explaining how it was only a matter of time. Once I was gone, no one really expected anything else. The room was dark when I opened my eyes. They ached in a totally unfamiliar way. I shifted enough to free a hand to rub them, and discovered that my eyelids were puffy and slightly tender. I considered getting upset about it, but dismissed the idea. Either this was a normal side effect of crying, or Dr. Thomas had been right to be concerned, and I was starting to amplify. If it was the first, I needed to learn to live with it. If it was the second, well, it might be somebody's problem. It wasn't going to be mine. I sat up on the bed, squinting to make out shapes in the darkened room. Even with the retinal callus amberly, I probably couldn't have seen in a room this dark. Still, dwelling on it gave me something to do for a few seconds, while I waited for my eyes to stop aching and let my thoughts settle down into something resembling normal. I wasn't usually this scattered. Then again, I hadn't usually just come back from the dead. Maybe I needed to cut myself a little slack. Minutes slipped by me almost unnoticed. It wasn't until my butt started going numb that I realized how long I'd been sitting there, paralyzed by the simple reality of the dark. "Fuck that," I muttered, and slid off the bed, only stumbling a little as my feet hit the floor. There. Step 1 had been successfully taken. I was standing up. Everything else could come from there. If I remembered correctly, the wall with the door would be about 6 feet in front of me, I started forward, holding my hands out in a vain effort to keep myself from walking face first into anything solid. I felt a little better with every step. I was up. I was doing something. Sure, what I was doing was basically creeping my way across a dark room like a heroine from one of Maggie's pre-Rising horror movies, but it was something, and that was a big improvement over what I'd been doing before. It's amazing how effective simple disorientation is as a mechanism for controlling people. Reporters use it whenever we think we can get away with it. We try to be the ones in control of the environment, using everything from props and street noise to temperature to keep people either completely relaxed or totally on edge, depending on the needs of the piece. Well, the CDC was trying to disorient me, and I'd been playing right into their hands. Who cared if I was a clone of myself, being kept under lock and key in a secret facility somewhere? I was still Georgia Mason. Call it identity until proven otherwise. And if I was going to be Georgia Mason, I couldn't sit around feeling sorry for myself. I needed to do something. My hands hit the one-way mirror. I stopped, leaning forward until my forehead grazed the surface of the glass. If I squinted, I could make out the hallway on the other side. It was like trying to look through a thick layer of fog. If the lights in the hall hadn't been on, I wouldn't have been able to see anything at all. As it was, I was only getting outlines. The walls. The equally deceptive windows looking in on those other, empty rooms. Were they waiting for their own secretly cloned residents? Was I the first? The last? Or somewhere in the middle? "Stop it," I muttered, wrenching my way out of that line of thought. It was something I needed to think about, probably at great length, and potentially as part of an exposé on illegal human cloning being conducted by the CDC, but this wasn't the time. Here and now, it didn't matter if they had a damn army of clones. I was the only clone I cared about. I was the only... I stepped away from the mirror, staring into the darkness in front of me. If the CDC was monitoring me on a hidden video feed, and I had absolute faith that the CDC was monitoring me on a hidden video feed, that's what hidden video feeds are for. They'd probably think I was having a seizure. Let them think what they wanted. My frozen stare was as close as I could allow myself to come to cheering and punching the air in raw triumph. They'd almost managed to catch me in their little logic puzzle. I had to give them that. But I've spent my entire life pursuing the truth ahead of all other things, and I know a lie when I don't hear one. Dr. Thomas tried so very hard not to give me any firm answers, and that was the problem. He said he was sorry for my loss. He wouldn't let me have an internet connection, not even one that wasn't capable of transmitting, only receiving. And he never, not once, went so far as to say that Shaun was dead. Why wouldn't he tell me Shaun was dead? Because he didn't have any proof. The old internet rallying cry, pics, or it didn't happen. There was no way he could invent a believable story that I wouldn't be able to poke holes in, and if he'd been telling the truth, he would have been happy to prove it. Shaun was alive. I could be a clone, up could be down, and black could be white, but Shaun had to be alive. If I were in their shoes, the only thing that would have convinced me to clone a potentially recalcitrant reporter, and let's face it, I was renowned for my stubbornness, especially when people were trying to tell me what to do, was the need to have that specific reporter on my side. The CDC wouldn't have brought me back unless they needed me to do something for them, and there was only one thing I could do that no one else could. I could make Shaun stop. Shaun was alive, and he was doing something they didn't approve of. Shaun was doing something they wanted stopped. But this was the CDC. They were the good guys. Whatever he was doing had to be something I would support stopping, right? Shaun was always good at making trouble, and I was usually the one in charge of stopping him. Take me out of the picture and, well... For a moment, I lost myself in the pleasant fantasy of the CDC telling me that they were done processing me. Everything was fine, and I could go. They'd hand me a pair of sunglasses and show me the door, sending me out into the world to find Shaun and give him a brisk smack upside the head. I was the only one he'd listen to, after all. Regretfully, I set that pretty daydream aside. If they just wanted to make Shaun settle down, they'd hit him with a tranquilizer dart or something. Cloning a single sterile organ for a transplant patient cost millions of dollars. My shiny new factory-issue body probably came with a price tag somewhere in the billions. Shaun could cause a lot of trouble if he wanted to, but he wasn't capable of that much trouble. Certainly not enough to justify the cost of resurrecting me. So what had he done that justified it? What did they want from me that they couldn't get from him? My fingertips brushed the edge of the door. I stopped, turned, and paced in the opposite direction, letting the fingers of my other hand whisk along the wall. Fine. So they hadn't brought me back from the dead for purely altruistic reasons. I knew that when I woke up. I represented too much money and too much time to be a purely scientific exercise. If this had happened before the Rising, human cloning might have been seen as a way to enhance and extend life. Worn out your body? Get a new one. Every cosmetic procedure imaginable in one easy step. Well, assuming you considered having your brain, whatever it was they did to my brain, having your brain somehow extracted and inserted into a whole new body, easy. That was before the Rising. Our modern zombie-phobic society would never embrace something that brought people back from the dead, even if they came back without all those antisocial, cannibalistic urges. When I got out of here, if I got out of here, I was going to have a lot of extremely fast explaining to do, unless I wanted to find myself getting shot dead for the second time in my life. There was something wrong with that phrase. I reached the wall, turned and continued pacing. Shaun was alive. Shaun was causing trouble, and they weren't willing to risk getting caught in a lie if they told me he was dead. That might mean they were planning to use me against him somehow, convince me to spill private information about where we hid our network keys and off-site backup drives. That idea felt thin, like there was something I was missing, but it was a start. Every article begins with a line that can be twisted, somehow, into a hook. Fine. The CDC brought me back so they could use me as a weapon against the only person in the world I loved more than I loved the truth. How they were planning to do that, I had no idea. Shaun knew I was dead. If anyone in the world knew without question that I was dead, it was Shaun. He's the one who pulled the trigger. Seeing a woman who looked like me might make him pause for a second, but it wouldn't be enough to bring him running. Would it? The door opened abruptly, sending light flooding into my absolute darkness. I recoiled, more from the expectation of pain than anything else, stumbling to a stop and catching myself against the wall. The light didn't hurt my eyes the way it would have before my resurrection, but it still made them sting, blinding me for a few disorienting seconds. I raised a hand to shield them, squinting through the brightness at the man standing in the doorway. He wasn't moving, and hadn't moved, as far as I could tell, since he opened the door. I dropped my hand. "Hello?" I hated the uncertainty in my voice. I was still unsteady, and the CDC was controlling too damn much of my environment. I hate being controlled. Having two things to hate actually helped. I stood up straighter, frowning at the man silhouetted in the doorway. Being in pajamas should probably have made me feel vulnerable. Instead, it just made me angrier, like it was one element of control too many. Let them take away my connection to the outside world, my autonomy, and hell, even my body, but they weren't allowed to dress me. I said hello, I said, more sharply. I took a step forward. Who are you? What are you doing in here? Belatedly, it occurred to me that maybe walking toward a man I couldn't really see was a bad idea. Human cloning was illegal after all, and it was entirely possible that there might be people at the CDC who didn't want me up and walking around. I saw you on the monitors, said the man. He had a low, pleasant voice, with just a hint of a Midwestern accent. He stepped out of the doorway, moving back into the hall, and giving me my first real look at his face. His skin was a medium brown with reddish undertones, a few shades lighter than Mahir, a few shades darker than Alric, with a bone structure I thought might be Native American. He had straight, dark hair worn loose and almost as long as mine. It grazed his shoulders, tucked behind his ears to keep it from getting in his face. I'd have to remember that trick, at least until I could get my hands on a pair of scissors. He was smiling cautiously in my direction, like a man facing a snake that could decide to bite at any second. I'd never seen him before in my life, but he was wearing hospital scrubs with a CDC name tag pinned to his chest. That made him, if not an ally, at least a vaguely known quantity. "Who are you?" I asked, taking another step forward. "Did Dr. Thomas send you to check up on me?" "No," he said, with careful patience. "Like I said before, I saw you on the monitors. You looked unsettled. I thought I'd come down and see if you needed anything. A glass of water, another blanket." "What if I wanted to go to the bathroom?" He didn't miss a beat. "I'd call for guards to escort us there so I didn't get fired. But I'd be happy to get you some water and an extra blanket first." He took the clipboard from under his arm, flipping back the top sheet. "Are you having trouble sleeping? This says you had some caffeine earlier. I know that when I have too much coffee, I can't sleep for love or money." "I was sleeping just fine," I said. Then I woke up. My internal clock is all messed up. It might help if I knew what time zone we were in. "Yeah, it probably would," he agreed. "I'm Gregory, by the way, Miss Mason. It's a pleasure to see you up and about." He turned his clipboard as he spoke, holding it against his chest with the paper facing me. "You had everyone concerned for a while there." I've had a lifetime of experience in the fine art of not reacting to things. Still, I froze as my eyes found the block letters on the top sheet of Gregory's clipboard, clearly intended for me to see. "You are not safe here." Gregory's expression begged me not to react, like he knew he was taking a risk, but had gauged it a worthwhile one. I managed to school my face into something close to neutrality, tilting my chin slightly upward to hide the unavoidable wideness of my eyes. I would have killed for my sunglasses in that moment, if someone had offered me the opportunity. "I'm not sure you can blame me for that. I was technically dead at the time." Relief flooded Gregory's expression. He nodded, turning his clipboard around like he was reading from it, and said, "That's true. You weren't legally alive until you started breathing independently." "That's interesting. Who got to make that fun call?" "It's part of the international agreement concerning the use of human cloning technology for medical research," Gregory said, flipping over another page. "As long as the clone never breathes independently of the life support machines, it's not a living entity. It's just meat." "So you're allowed to call me a clone?" "Dr. Thomas said that you'd reached that conclusion on your own, and that we were allowed to reinforce it if it came up. Said it would make you more confident in your own identity." Gregory glanced up from his clipboard and smiled. "I don't think anyone expected you to figure it out so soon." "That's me, refusing to meet expectations," I said, struggling to keep my tone neutral. This man said I wasn't safe. Did I trust him? Could I trust him? Did I have a choice?
All we expect from you now is that you keep getting better, said Gregory, with the sort of firm, bland sternness I'd been getting from medical authority figures since I was 7 years old. He turned his clipboard around again, showing me the second sheet of paper. I am with the EIS. We are going to get you out of here. Go along with everything they ask you to do. Do not attract attention. I nodded. I'll do my best, I said, replying to both what he'd said aloud and to what he'd written down for me to see. Thanks for stopping by. Well, you'll be seeing a lot of me. I'm one of your night attendants. Now, are you sure I can't get you anything? Not just yet, I said, and paused, suddenly alarmed by the idea of being left alone, again, in the dark. Actually, I don't know if this is something you can do, but can you turn the lights back on? Please? It's so dark in here with the door shut that I'm not sure I'll be able to get back to sleep. I can turn the lights back on, Gregory assured me. I can even turn them up halfway, if you'd like, so that you're not trying to sleep with things lit too bright. That would be great, I said. Tomorrow I'd have to start trying to talk Dr. Thomas into giving me a lamp. I'll do it as soon as I get back to the monitoring station, said Gregory, putting a subtle stress on the word soon. If you decide you need anything else, all you need to do is say the word. The monitors will alert me immediately. Got it, I said, suddenly glad I didn't talk in my sleep. It was nice meeting you. Likewise, Miss Mason, said Gregory. He turned his clipboard around one final time, hiding the message written there, and took another step back. The door slid shut almost instantly, too fast for me to have rushed out of the room after him, even if I'd been inclined to try, and I was plunged back into darkness. I stayed where I was, counting silently. The lights came on as I reached 145. The monitoring station, wherever it was approximately 2.5 minutes away for a man walking at normal speed. That was good to know. That meant it would take at least 30 seconds for someone to run from there to here. There's a lot you can do in 30 seconds, if you're really committed. I walked back over to the bed and climbed under the covers, stretching out with my hands tucked under my head as I stared up at the ceiling. So the EIS was getting involved, and they weren't on the side of the CDC. That was interesting. Interesting, and potentially bad. The EIS, the Epidemic Intelligence Service, was founded in 1951 to answer concerns about biological warfare in the wake of World War II. EIS agents were responsible for a lot of the earliest efforts against infectious pandemics. Without them, smallpox, wild polio, and malaria would never have been eliminated. And if they'd been aware of the Marburg-Amberley and Kellis flu trials, the accidents that led to the creation of Kellis-Amberley might never have occurred. They've always had a reputation for ruthlessness, focus, and getting the job done. It's too bad the Rising put an end to most of what they did. In a world where there's only one disease making headlines, what are a bunch of disease detectives good for? But the branch held on. No matter how much the CDC restructured, no matter how the funding shifted, the EIS endured. Every time there was a whisper of corruption from inside the CDC, the EIS was there, dispelling the rumors, cleaning up the mess. Most people wrote them off as a bunch of spooks who refused to admit they weren't necessary anymore. I'd always been one of those people. Maybe it was time for me to reevaluate my position. Gregory came from the EIS. The EIS was part of the CDC. The CDC brought me back to life. Gregory said I wasn't safe here.
Gregory spoke to me on his own, without barriers or guards. Dr. Thomas wouldn't come near me without an armed guard. Dr. Thomas was willing to let me believe Shaun was dead. I probably couldn't actually afford to trust either one of them, but given a choice between the two, if the EIS was willing to get me out of here, I was willing to bank on my ability to escape from the EIS. I let my eyes drift closed, rolling onto my side. It was time to start playing along and find out what was going on, because when Gregory and his friends broke me out, I was going to break the whole thing open. I didn't dream of funerals this time. Instead, I dreamed of me and Shaun, walking hand in hand through the empty hall where the Republican National Convention was held, and nothing was trying to kill us. Nothing was trying to kill us at all. The difficulty with knowing what something is and how it operates is that you're likely to be wrong, and just as likely to be incapable of admitting it. We form preconceptions about the world and we cling to them, unwilling to be challenged, unwilling to change. That's why so many pre-rising structures remain standing. Our generation may be willing to identify them as useless, archaic, and potentially deadly. The generations that came before us regard them as normal parts of life rendered temporarily unavailable, like toys put on a high shelf. They think someday we'll have those things again. I think they know they're wrong. They just can't admit it. And so they wait to die and leave the world to us, the ones who will tear all those death traps down. Sometimes, the hardest thing about the truth is putting down the misassumptions, falsehoods, and half-truths that stand between it and you. Sometimes, that's the last thing that anybody wants to do. And sometimes, it's the only thing we can do. From Postcards from the Wall, the unpublished files of Georgia Mason, originally posted on July 16th, 2041. I keep writing letters to my parents, letters that explain what happened, where I went, why I ran. Letters that tell them how much I love them, and how sorry I am that I may never see them again. Letters about how much I miss my house and my dogs, and my bad movie parties, and my freedom. I sometimes think this must be what it was like for everyone in the months right after the rising, only the threat of the infected was never personal. They didn't kill all those people because they wanted to, or because their victims knew some inconvenient truth. They did it because they were hungry, and because the people were there. So maybe this isn't like the rising at all. With us, it's personal. We asked the wrong questions, opened the wrong doors, and Elric will try to say that it was never my fault, it was never my idea. But he's wrong. I always knew there was an element of danger in what we did, and I went along with it willingly, because these people are my heart's family, and this is what I wanted. So I keep writing letters to my parents, saying I'm sorry, and I miss them, and I may not make it home. So far, I haven't sent any of my letters. I don't know if I ever will. From Dandelion Mine, the blog of Magdalene Grace Garcia, July 16th, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 4. Dr. Abby's screening room was originally the Shady Cove Forestry Center's private movie theater, intended for teaching bored tourists and wide-eyed school groups about safely interacting with the woods. I've watched a few old DVDs that Alric dug out of the room's back closet. Most of them said, safely interacting with the woods meant being respectful of the wildlife and backing away slowly if you saw a bear. Personally, I think safely interacting with the woods means carrying a crossbow and a sniper rifle whenever you have to go out alone. I'll never understand the pre-rising generation, but sometimes I wish I could. It must have been nice to live in a world that didn't constantly try to kill you. The screening room was in disarray when we started crashing with Dr. Abby. Now, barely a month later, it was as close to state-of-the-art as could be achieved with second-hand parts and cobbled-together wiring. That was Alric's doing. I'm sure Dr. Abby's people could have handled everything eventually. This wasn't the first time she'd uprooted her entire lab with little warning. But Maggie got uncomfortable when she didn't have access to a big-ass screen. So she batted her eyes at our last surviving tech genius, and Alric, who was probably glad to have something to distract him from his sister's situation, started flipping switches. The result was something even Buffy might have been proud of, even if she hadn't been, dead. The room was set up theater-style, with gently curved rows of chairs descending toward the hardwood floor. Dr. Abby was standing in front of the screen with her arms crossed, leaning against the built-in podium. "Sorry we took so long." I held up my bowl of popcorn as I descended the steps, shaking it so she could hear the kernels rattle. "You said we could stop for snacks." "That's true, I did. One day you'll figure out how to tell when I'm serious." There was no actual rancor in Dr. Abby's tone. I stopped being able to really piss her off the day she learned that I couldn't amplify. I guess there are some advantages to being a human pincushion. "Did you bring me any?" Maggie was sitting in the middle of the front row. She turned to look over the back of her seat. Her curly brown and blonde hair, brown from nature, blonde from decontamination and bleaching, half hid her face. She was one of the only women I knew who managed to make that combination look natural, largely on account of having a Hispanic father, a Caucasian mother, and really good skin. "Sure." I started down the steps. Bex and Alric followed me. "Hey, Dr. Abby," said Bex. "Hello, Rebecca," said Dr. Abby. "Gimme popcorn," said Maggie. I leaned over to hand her the bowl. She beamed, blew me a kiss, and started munching. Out of all of us, Maggie was the one who didn't have to be here. Alric, Bex, and I were the ones who broke into the CDC facility in Memphis. While we were there, a man we thought was our ally showed his true colors, and the newest member of our team was killed. Her name was Kelly Connolly. She worked for the CDC, and she wanted to do the right thing more than almost anyone else I knew. The fact that her name will never go up on the wall is a crime and a sin, and there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing anyone can do about it. Maggie wasn't there for any of that. Maggie could have said, "It's been fun, see you later," and left the rest of us to carry on without her. I wouldn't have blamed her. She had a life, one that didn't involve becoming a fugitive, or sleeping on an army cot in an abandoned park building. When her house was rendered unsafe, she could have just asked her parents to buy her a new one. She was the heir to the Garcia family fortune, possibly the richest blogger in the world, and she had absolutely no reason to be standing by us. But she was standing by us, and that meant she could have all the popcorn she wanted. Dr. Abby straightened, taking the remote control from the podium. "If you're all settled, I've got a few things to show you." "We're good," I said, dropping into a seat. "Behave," said George. "You could learn something." "You mean you could learn something and explain it to me later," I said, making only a cursory effort to keep my voice down. The others ignored me. After everything we've had to deal with, I guess knowing the boss is crazy isn't such a big deal anymore. That's fine by me. I have no particular interest in ever being sane again. Bex and Alric took the seats to either side of me. Maggie got up and moved to sit next to Alric, bringing the popcorn with her. Bex smiled at them a little wistfully. I tried not to let my discomfort show. Bex and I slept together once, just once, before she realized exactly how crazy I really was. I hurt her pretty badly over that. I didn't mean to, but that doesn't excuse it, as both she and George were happy to point out. Sometimes I regret the fact that I'm probably never going to have a normal adult relationship with a woman who has a pulse of her own. And then I remember how deep the shit we're in already is, and I'm just glad I don't have anyone left for them to take away from me." "Finally," said Dr. Abby, and pointed her remote at the back of the room. The projector came on, filling the screen with an outline of the Florida coast. "Florida," said Dr. Abby, needlessly. She pressed a button. The image pulled back to show the entire Gulf Coast. A red splash was overlaid across the characteristic shape of Florida itself, covering almost 2/3 of the landmass. Alric winced, fingers tightening around a handful of popcorn with an audible crunch. That was the only sound in the screening room. That, and the sound of George swearing in the back of my head, inaudible to anyone but me. Dr. Abby gave us a moment to study the image before she said, "This is the most recent map showing the airborne infection following Tropical Storm Fiona. I know of 6 labs that are currently trying to sequence the genetic structure of the mosquitoes involved." "Why?" asked Bex. "What does that matter?" "This isn't a new strain of virus, which means it has to be a new strain of mosquito. If we know what species they were derived from, we'll know what temperature range they can tolerate." A voice spoke from the back of the theater. "Derived from?" "Mr. Gouda, glad you could join us, and yes, derived from. Surely you don't think this happened naturally?" Dr. Abby shook her head. "Mosquitoes can't spread Kellisamberly because the virus is too large. You can't make it smaller, it would become unstable. That means you need a larger mosquito if you want an insect vector." "Yeah, because who wouldn't want that?" muttered Bex. "Who made it?" asked Mahir. I turned in my seat to see him descending the stairs. He was frowning deeply. That was nothing new. I honestly couldn't remember the last time I'd seen him smile. "Good question," said Dr. Abby. "Now, as I was saying, if we know what species the mosquitoes are derived from, we'll know what temperature range they can tolerate. If we're looking at Aedes aegypti, the mosquito responsible for the American yellow fever outbreaks, then we're dealing with a mosquito confined to warm climates. Like so." She pressed another button. The image progressed, printing an orange zone on top of the red. "That's the maximum projected range for Aedes aegypti. They won't be able to get a foothold on the colder parts of the country, although it's doubtful we'll be cleaning them out of the Gulf Coast any time soon." "What are our other options?" asked Mahir. "We have about a dozen possible candidates, although some are more likely than others. If you want to see the doomsday option, look no farther than Aedes albopictus, the Asian tiger mosquito. It's been nominated for the title of most invasive species in the world, in part because the damn thing can survive anywhere. It sets up housekeeping, and that's the end of that. Reach for your bug spray and kiss your ass goodbye." Dr. Abby clicked her remote again. The image pulled back, showing the entire continental United States. A third band of color appeared around the first 2. This one was yellow and extended almost all the way to the Canadian border. "Good night, North America. Thank you for playing." "Isn't there anything we can do?" asked Maggie. Bex leaned forward in her seat. "I have a better question. Why are you telling us this? We already knew things were bad. You could have just given us a written report." "Because I wanted you to understand exactly how bad things are out there." Dr. Abby pressed a different button. The map was replaced by a slideshow of pictures out of the flooded streets of Florida. Still flooded, for the most part, even this long after the storm, because no one had been able to get past the ranks of the infected long enough to clear out the drains. Mobs of blank-eyed, bloody-lipped zombies waded through the dirty water, their arms raised in instinctive fury as they closed ranks on the rare remaining uninfected humans. Their numbers were great enough that they clearly weren't trying to infect anymore. They had the critical mass the virus always seemed to be striving for. There was nothing left of the people they'd been before the storm touched down. All that remained was a single, undeniable command. Feed. Maggie gasped as a still picture of a young boy with his abdomen ripped completely open flashed across the screen. She twisted and buried her face against Alric's shoulder. He raised one hand to stroke her hair, his own eyes never leaving the screen. "This is horrific," said George. "Yeah," I whispered. "It is." We knew how bad things were. There was no way we could avoid knowing. But the government had been doing a surprisingly good job of suppressing images from the infection zones. Something about the way journalists who tried to sneak into the cordoned areas kept winding up infected, shot, or both, was doing a lot to discourage the curious. Most of the pictures that made it out were fuzzy things, shot from a distance or using cameras attached to remote-controlled drones. These pictures weren't fuzzy. These pictures were crystal clear, and the story they told was brutal. "Where did you get these?" asked Mahir. He seemed to remember that he should be descending the stairs. He trotted quickly down the last few tiers, settling at the end of our row. "I have my sources," said Dr. Abbey. "Most of these were taken in the last week. Since then, the body count has continued rising. We're looking at a death toll in the millions." "I heard a rumor that the government is going to declare Florida officially lost," said Bex. "It's not a rumor. They're making the announcement next week." Dr. Abbey pressed another button. The still pictures were replaced with a video, clearly shot by someone with a back-mounted camera as they were running for their life. A mob of infected pursued the unseen filmmaker down the flooded, debris-choked street, and they were gaining. Maggie glanced up, hearing the change in the room. As she saw the screen, she moaned again, and pressed her face back into Alric's shoulder. "They can't do that," said Bex. "Yes, they can," said George. "Yes, they can," I said. The others looked at me, even Maggie, who raised her head and stared at me with wounded, shell-shocked eyes. "Alaska, remember? As long as they can prove they've made every effort to preserve the greater civilian population, the government is not only allowed to lock down a hazard zone, they're required." Shutting down a state would mean proving they'd done it to save the nation. Somehow, I didn't think that would be all that hard of a sell. Things were too bad, and people were too frightened. "We have to go to Florida," said Alric abruptly. "We need to get Alyssa." He sat up in his seat, almost dislodging Maggie. "The refugee camp is inside the state borders. When they closed Alaska, they didn't evacuate all the camps." Bex, Maggie, and Alric started talking at once, all of them raising their voices to be heard. Even George got in on the action, although I wasn't relaying her comments to the others, yet. If they didn't settle down quickly, I'd probably start. Mahir beat me to it. "Quiet!" he roared, standing. He walked over to the rest of us, focusing his attention on Alric. "I'm sorry, Alric, but there's no way. Going into Florida would be suicide." "I don't care." Alric stood, stepping forward so that he and Mahir were almost nose to nose. Mahir was easily 4 inches taller. At the moment, that didn't seem to matter. "Alyssa is the last family I have left. I'm not letting them abandon her in a hazard zone. And as your immediate superior, I'm not letting you throw your life away running into a hazard zone." "Does he really think that's going to work?" asked Bex. "Would you have done it for his sister?" Alric thrust out his arm, pointing at me. "If it were George in that hazard zone, would you have stopped him? Or would you have been putting on your protective gear and saying it was an honor to die trying to save her?" "Hey, guys, let's settle down, okay?" Maggie cast a nervous look in my direction as she stood and tried to push her way between them. "Inciting Shaun to kill us all isn't anybody's idea of a good time." "I don't know," said Dr. Abbey. "It might take care of a few problems. It would definitely cut down on the grocery bills." "She's really not fond of helping, is she?" asked George. "No, she's not," I replied, and stood. Bex, who was now the only one still sitting, gave me a worried look, like she wasn't sure whether I was about to try diffusing the situation or start punching people. I couldn't blame her. Before Memphis, I wouldn't have been sure either, and it wasn't like I'd been exactly stable since then. But the one thing I learned in Memphis, the one thing I was sure of now, even if I hadn't been sure of it before, was that my team was the only thing I had, and if I didn't want to lose them, I needed to take care of them. Somehow. "Okay, everybody," I said. "Settle down." Shaun, Alric began. You're part of everybody, so shut up. Mahir, we're not abandoning Alric's sister. We wouldn't abandon yours, we're not abandoning his. I don't have a sister, said Mahir. Yeah, well, join the club. Alric? I took a step toward him, letting my anger show in my eyes for a fraction of a second. Alric paled. I might not be willing to lose my team, but that didn't mean I was willing to let certain things go. Calm down. We'll figure this out, and don't you ever use George against any of us ever again. Do I make myself clear? Alric nodded, pushing his glasses back up the bridge of his nose. Extremely. Good. Thanks for trying to calm things down, Maggie. She didn't say anything, but she smiled wanly, and I knew the comment was appreciated. Good job, said George. Thanks, I replied. I looked to Dr. Abbey and asked, Why are you telling us this? It's like Beck said. You would have just left a note on the refrigerator if all you wanted to do was make us aware that things are shitty. Everyone knows things are shitty. This isn't news. Not that it's stopping everything in Florida is shitty from dominating the news cycles right now, said Bex. What impresses me is the way it's dominating them without most people actually knowing anything. Welcome to the modern media world, said Alric. Dr. Abbey had been waiting while we got the last of the nervous chatter out of the way. Not saying a word, not yet. She pressed a button on her remote. The video froze and vanished, replaced by an atlas-style road map. It could have been anywhere in the world if not for the label identifying the thickest line as the border between Florida and Alabama. A small red star popped up on the Florida side of the line. The Ferry Pass Refugee Center, said Dr. Abbey serenely. She'd been setting us up for this moment. I would have been impressed if I hadn't wanted to punch her. The middle school has been turned into a holding area for people who were evacuated from the primary outbreak zones before evacuation ceased. You know where Alyssa is? Alaric's voice was suddenly small. We'd been getting updates from his sister since she was transferred to the camp, but she'd never been able to tell us where that camp was located. Alaric thought it was because things were too hectic, and the rest of us were willing to let him keep thinking that until we had something better to tell him. Because in my experience, when people are kept isolated for their own safety, and not told where they are, those people are probably never going to be seen or heard from again. Camps were established in Florida, Georgia, and Alabama after Tropical Storm Fiona hit. People were assigned to them supposedly at random, although the Florida camps received a higher-than-average percentage of the poor, children without surviving parents, and journalists who'd been arrested inside the quarantine zone. The Georgia camps were evacuated last week. They're evacuating the Alabama camps tomorrow. And the Florida camps? Asked Mahir. Are considered a lower priority due to the chance that they've already been contaminated. Luck of the draw, I suppose. Her tone was blackly amused, like it was that or start breaking things. One more tragedy for a summer already packed chock full of tragedies. They can't do this, said Bex. It's already done. The only question is whether they're going to get caught, and so far the answer's been no. Things are chaotic. No one knows exactly what's going on, and the people carrying out the orders aren't the ones giving them. As long as no one ever gives the order that says, let those people die, they don't matter, nothing illegal is being done. A small, bitter smile twisted the edges of Dr. Abbey's lips. Trust me, I'm a scientist. We know all about the art of skirting ethics. We have to go to Florida, said Alric. He grabbed my sleeve, eyes wild. We have to. They're going to let her die. Shaun, you have to help me. You can't let my sister die. He's right. You can't, said George. You can't go to Florida either. So what are you going to do? The answer was obvious, at least to me. I gave Alric's hand a reassuring pat before removing it from my sleeve, folding my arms, and focusing on Dr. Abbey. What do you want us to do? She lifted her eyebrows. What do you mean? You made a big production out of telling us things suck in Florida. We knew things sucked. You just wanted us to really believe it. So you've got us. We believe. I let my smile mirror hers. It's classic media manipulation. Present the facts in the scariest way possible, and wait for your audience to sell their souls for whatever you think they need. And what could I possibly have that you would need? Beyond the whole shelter and hiding us thing, which we already have, you know where Alric's sister is. That means you know someone who's involved with the camps in Florida. Can you get her out? Alric's eyes widened, and he focused on Dr. Abby with new hope. Is that why you told us all this? Can you get Alyssa out of Florida? It's possible, said Dr. Abby, putting her remote back on the podium. I could pull a few strings. Thought so. I looked at her appraisingly. Now, I know you don't want to cut me open, because I'm a better test subject alive than I'd be dead. And I know you don't want to kick us out for basically the same reason. So what do you want? I do want you to leave, actually. I just don't want you to stay gone. Dr. Abby shook her head. Remember what I said about the mosquitoes? Which part? Asked Maggie. The scary part? The really scary part? The legitimately terrifying part? Or the part that makes suicide sound like an awesome way to spend an evening? That last one, probably. As I said before, there are labs working to sequence the genetic code of the mosquitoes. But they're working with inherently damaged data because they're working with dead specimens. Bex stared at her. You want us to go out and catch mosquitoes for you? Not all of you, just him. Dr. Abby pointed at me. If you can get into one of the infection zones and catch some live specimens, we may be able to determine their base species, or at least make a better, more educated guess, without needing to wait for the gene sequencers to finish running. Plus, we can study their behavioral patterns, maybe come up with ways to avoid being bitten. This is all assuming I survive the bug hunt, I said dryly. You've survived everything else you've run up against, even when there's no way you should have. I'm willing to take the chance. Dr. Abby sighed, raking her brown and bleach-yellow curls back with one hand. Look, I realize this isn't exactly the nicest thing I've ever done to you people. You're a mad scientist, said Maggie, in what may well have been intended as a reassuring tone. We don't expect you to be nice. We just go to bed every night, hoping you won't mutate us before we wake up. Dr. Abby blinked at her. That's almost sweet, in a disturbing sort of way. Maggie's good at sweet but disturbing, said Mahir. Are you genuinely telling us you have the capacity to extract Alric's sister from danger and will not do so unless we agree to your request? I'm telling you I have the capacity to try. Dr. Abby shook her head. Please don't misunderstand what I'm offering here. I can't guarantee anything. The mosquitoes haven't reached Fairy Pass, but that doesn't mean they won't. It also doesn't mean there won't be another form of outbreak before we can get there. All I'm offering is a chance. And yes, sometimes chances have to be paid for. Alric gave me a pleading look. The others followed suit, even Dr. Abby, all looking at me with varying degrees of hope or reluctance or resignation. In that instant, I knew that what came next was entirely my decision. Maybe I was the crazy one. Maybe I was the one who felt like he had nothing left to lose. But I was also their leader, and the only one my team had left. They needed someone to tell them what to do. Even Mahir. For all that, half the time it seemed like he was the one who was actually in charge, needed me to be the one to pull the trigger. I didn't sign up for this shit, I muttered as quietly as I could. Good thing you're such a natural then, isn't it? I managed to bite back my laughter before it could escape. The team might be used to me talking to myself, but that didn't mean they'd forgive me for laughing at a time like this. I turned my laugh into a smile, calling up all the old tricks I'd been forced to learn back when I was a working Irwin and needed to smile despite pain or terror or just plain not wanting to be the dancing monkey for a little while. "You know we can't all go, right, Doc?" I asked. Dr. Abby nodded. "I know. Alyssa's going to need ID, papers, everything. There's no way she can use her real name. It wouldn't hurt for the rest of us to have a fallback plan either. I want to send Mahir and Maggie up the coast. There's an ID fixer there who comes pretty highly recommended." "The monkey," said Alric. "I've heard of him. He's supposedly the best, and things are going to get worse before they get better," said Dr. Abby, apparently unperturbed by my desire to split the team. "I'm even willing to supply an unmarked car to help them get there." "And someone staying with you to coordinate. I wouldn't have it any other way." "I'm going with you," Beck said, stepping up next to me before Alric could speak. She raised a warning finger in his direction. "Don't argue. You aren't good at field work, you don't like being away from your computer, and if Dr. Abby can get Alyssa out of Florida, your sister will want to know that you're safe. We won't be." Alric deflated slightly, looking ashamed. I couldn't blame him. He was clearly relieved not to be the one going, and just as clearly felt like he should have insisted on it. "Hey," I said. He didn't look at me. "Hey!" This time Alric's attention swung my way. "What?" "Bex is right. Alyssa needs you more than we do. Stay with Dr. Abby. Keep the crazy science lady happy, or at least non-homicidal. We'll be back as soon as we can, okay?" For a moment I didn't think Alric was going to give in. Finally he nodded. "Okay," he said. "If that's the best way." "It is." I looked to Dr. Abby. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get this show on the road." She smiled. "I thought you'd never ask."
But I'm scared a lot, too. There are 10 girls sleeping in the classroom with me, and also our chaperone, Ms. Highland. I don't think anyone here realizes my e-diary can also transmit. They're not supposed to be able to do that. That's why the people let me keep it. I don't know what I'd do if they took it away from me. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this for last Christmas. I think it's saving my life. They're starting to say scary things when they think none of us are listening. Or maybe they don't care anymore whether we're listening or not. And that's scary too. Please come get me. Please find a way to come and get me. I don't know what's going to happen next, but I'm really scared, and I need my brother. Please come. Taken from an email sent by Alyssa Kwong to Alric Kwong, July 19th, 2041.
This morning I woke up, and for almost 10 minutes I forgot that George was dead. I could hear her in the bathroom, getting her clothes on, and waiting for her painkillers to kick in. I could even see the indent her head left in the pillow. And then I turned to get something from my bag, and when I looked back, the indent was gone. No one was in the bathroom. I was alone, and George was dead again. It's been happening more and more often. Just those little moments where something slips and it becomes possible, for one beautiful, horrible moment, to lie to myself about the world. I won't pretend that I mind them, or that I'm not sorry when they end. I also won't pretend that I'm not afraid. The last big break with reality is coming. I can practically hear it knocking at the door. And I'm terrified I won't have time to finish everything I need to do before it gets here. I'm sorry, George, but I'm afraid I might want you back so much that I'm willing to let myself let you down. From Adaptive Immunities, the blog of Shaun Mason, July 17th, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 5. I barely glanced up from my book when the door slid open. It was an outdated sociology text written when people still lived in the middle of Canada, but it was a book, and in the absence of access to the internet, I was so starved for data that I'd take what I could get. They still wouldn't let me have anything but hard copy, for fear that I'd somehow figure out a way to hopscotch off the local wireless network. As if. Techie tricks were Buffy's forte, and Buffy had left the building. The door slid closed. I kept reading. Dr. Thomas cleared his throat. The sound was a dead giveaway. After a week with nothing to distract me, I'd learned to recognize my regular visitors by the things they couldn't help, like the way they breathed, or, in Dr. Thomas's case, the annoying way he cleared his throat. I turned a page. Dr. Thomas cleared his throat again. "I can keep this up all day," I said pleasantly, even though the fact that I was the first one to speak proved I couldn't actually stand spending any more time sitting silently and pretending I wasn't bothered by Dr. Thomas standing there, watching me. "You know what you need to do."
"I think you're being unreasonable."
"I think that I legally became a human being as soon as you detached me from your crazy mad science clone incubator, which means I'm entitled to basic human courtesy." I turned another page. "It's up to you." Gregory wanted me to play along. Well, I was playing, but that also included a certain amount of understandable resistance. A totally complacent Georgia Mason would never have been believable to anyone. Dr. Thomas sighed. Finally, he said, "Hello, Georgia. May I come in?" "Why, hello, Dr. Thomas." I looked up, dog-earing the top of the page to keep my place. "Would it make any difference if I said you couldn't?" "No," he said curtly. I was starting to learn the limits of his patience. It was difficult, more so than learning to tell his footsteps from the footsteps of the guards who usually accompanied him. If I pushed him too far, they'd gas the room, and I'd wake up to find that whatever tests I'd been balking at had been run while I was unconscious. When I finished with my expose of this place, the CDC was going to wish they'd been willing to leave me dead. I kept that thought firmly in my mind as I plastered a smile across my face and said, "Well, then, come on in. What can I do for you?" I paused, something else about the situation registering. I'd only heard one set of footsteps. "Where are your guards?" "That's part of why I'm visiting. We've been reviewing your test results and we've decided I don't need them in your quarters." Dr. Thomas's smile looked as real as mine. Whoever made the decision to send him into my room without protection had done it without asking how he felt about it. And clearly how he felt wasn't good. "Does that mean they've also decided I'm not a danger to society?" "Don't be too hasty, Georgia. It simply means they've decided that spontaneous amplification is not an immediate danger. We still have a lot to do before we can be confident your body is prepared to function outside a laboratory setting." Dr. Thomas adjusted his glasses with one hand, something I'd learned to read as a nervous tic. "You may not feel particularly protected, but I assure you this is the cleanest, most secure environment you have ever been in." "It's definitely the most boring," I agreed, twisting around to face him. I'd been sitting cross-legged on my bed for long enough that my thighs ached when I moved. That was good. It looked like I wasn't doing anything. I was actually tensing and relaxing the muscles of my core, strengthening them as best I could without a better means of using them. I'd asked a few times about getting access to an exercise room, or at least a treadmill. So far, I'd had no luck. That meant I was getting my exercise where I could, and through whatever means available. I never thought I'd be so grateful to Buffy for making me and Shaun sign up for that stupid virtual Pilates class. The thought of Shaun, even that briefly, was painful. I pushed it away. I was still holding tightly to the belief that he was alive, but it was hard, and getting harder as Dr. Thomas continued not giving me anything to work with. I had to believe Shaun was alive. If I didn't, I was going to go insane. assuming the CDC didn't drive me crazy first.
I thought you'd been provided with reading material? Dr. Thomas gave my book a meaningful look. That was what you requested, wasn't it?
Something to read was on the list, yes, but I provided authors and titles, and nothing I've been given has been remotely like the things I asked for.
I blew a wayward strand of hair out of my face.
I've been asking for a haircut, too. Any idea when I might be able to get one? If it's too hard to find someone on your staff who's cut hair before, you can give me a pair of scissors and I can do it myself.
No, I'm afraid I can't give you a pair of scissors, Georgia, and I'll thank you not to make a suggestion like that again, unless you'd like to have your silverware privileges revoked.
Dr. Thomas frowned, in what I'm sure was intended to be a paternal manner. He'd been trying that a lot recently, acting like he had a fatherly interest in my welfare. Maybe if my own father had ever shown that sort of interest, I would have believed it. As it was, all he'd managed to do is get on my nerves.
Asking for potential weapons is not a sign of mental stability.
Pardon me for arguing, Dr. Thomas, but I'm a clone living in a post-zombie America. I'm pretty sure not asking for potential weapons would be a much worse sign. Besides, I'm not asking for weapons. I'm asking for a haircut, and giving options if there's no way to get me someone willing to do it. I kept smiling. It was better than screaming. Dr. Thomas sighed.
I'll see what I can do. In the meanwhile, you're going to need to do something for me.
I stiffened. What kind of something? I asked carefully.
We need to run some special tests tomorrow, in addition to the ones on your usual schedule. There's some concern about your internal organs. These tests won't be quite the non-invasive sort that you've become accustomed to, I'm afraid. They'll be rather painful. And unfortunately, the nature of the needed data requires you to be awake during the process.
And they're dealing with my internal organs? I raised my eyebrows. It was a sign of how numb I was becoming to their endless tests that I couldn't even work up a mild level of concern over the idea of my kidneys shutting down. Are my internal organs doing something they're not supposed to be doing?
No, not at all. We just want to be sure they're not going to start doing something they're not supposed to be doing. They're much younger than you look, after all, and there's always a chance for biological error.
I don't really have a choice about this, do I?
Not really, said Dr. Thomas. I hoped you'd be accommodating, since we're only concerned about your health.
If I don't fight you on this, can I get some of the books from my list?
I'll see what I can do.
How about that haircut?
Dr. Thomas shook his head. All things in good time, Georgia. For now, don't push it. I'm going to need you to go on an all-liquid diet for the next 12 hours, and then we'll be taking some fluid and tissue samples in the morning.
That was one of the first indicators I'd had of the actual time. I perked up a little. If the tests are being run in the morning, that makes it, 4 in the afternoon? 5?
Don't push it, Dr. Thomas repeated, and withdrew a pair of clear plastic handcuffs from his pocket. It's time for today's tests.
This is really unnecessary, I said, and presented my wrists.
Hopefully we won't have to go through this for much longer.
Dr. Thomas snapped the cuffs into place, careful not to touch my skin. He never touched me when he could help it. The few times that I'd tripped and touched him with my bare hands, he'd practically injured himself lunging away from me. It was a funny response, but it wasn't useful, especially not when I was trying to convince him that I was harmless. That would be nice, I said, and stood, pausing a moment as my rubber-soled socks found traction on the hard tile floor. I would have preferred shoes, even slippers, but the orderlies responsible for my clothing wouldn't let me have anything but socks. At least the rubber treads made it easier for me to walk with my hands restrained. The cuffs didn't come out until the third time they took me out of my room. They'd been a constant reality since then. If I left the room to go anywhere but the bathroom, I left it in handcuffs. Presumably, whoever was actually in charge of my care, and it wasn't Dr. Thomas. If he'd been in charge of me, he would never have come near me. Wanted to be sure I wasn't going to make some sort of daring escape. I was never sure whether I should be flattered by their apparent faith in my ingenuity, or insulted by the fact that they thought handcuffs would stop me. That was the sort of thing I had a lot of time to think about these days. Solitary confinement punctuated only by intrusive medical testing will do that for a person. The guards were waiting in the hallway. I recognized both. Not surprising, but reassuring in its own way. If I was starting to know the guards on site, that meant they didn't have an infinite number of them. Eventually, they'd start thinking of me as a person, rather than as a test subject, and that would make them easier to get around when the day finally came for me to escape. Assuming I didn't spontaneously amplify or suffer acute organ failure before then. Also assuming Gregory didn't find a way to smuggle me out with the laundry or do something else out of a bad pre-Rising heist movie. Also, if the guards had never been repeated, I would have started to worry that they were being taken out back and shot after their shifts were finished. Call me sentimental, but I'd really rather not be the human equivalent of a death sentence. One of the guards led us down the empty hall, while the other walked behind us. In the time since I woke up, I hadn't seen anyone aside from Dr. Thomas, Gregory, the constantly shifting crew of guards, and the lab technicians who were waiting at the end of this little journey. If there were any other patients in the building, my handlers were doing an excellent job of keeping me away from them. Whether that was for my protection or for theirs, I couldn't say. We reached the end of the hall. The first guard pressed his hand against a blood test panel, waiting for the light over the door to go from red to green. The door opened, and the guard stepped through. Dr. Thomas repeated the process. The second guard gestured for me to do the same, not saying a word. None of the guards liked to talk to me. I'm pretty sure I made them nervous. Dr. Thomas and the first guard were waiting on the other side. Dr. Thomas motioned for me to start walking, not waiting for the second guard. "Come along. The faster we get this done, the faster we can get you back to your room." Yes, empty rooms without internet are absolutely the sort of place I yearn to get back to. This hall was colder. I shivered. This was a negative pressure zone, and whoever was responsible for the environmental controls kept them turned lower than was strictly necessary. "It's for your own good," said Dr. Thomas. There was no conviction in his words. He was parroting the argument we'd been having almost constantly since we met, and somehow the thought of having it one more time was enough to make me tired. "Right," I said, and kept plodding steadily along. Dr. Thomas stopped at a door that looked like every other door in the vicinity. "Here we are. I don't have to remind you again how important it is that you cooperate with the technicians, do I?" "No, Dr. Thomas, you do not," I replied blandly. "I'm going to be a good girl today. I'd like you to make note of that in my file, since maybe it can help me get internet privileges faster. How would that be?" Dr. Thomas smiled, the expression not quite managing to mask the fact that he was grinding his teeth. "We'll see," he said, and opened the door. I was becoming quite the expert in CDC labs, at least as they were configured locally. Like the guards, they seemed to rotate, with every battery of tests conducted in a different place. Even when I saw the same rooms, they'd been rearranged, equipment swapped around until my head spun. I couldn't tell whether they were intentionally trying to disorient me or just doing a really good job by mistake. Either way, I'd started making note of the things they couldn't rearrange, or wouldn't anyway, unless those things were pointed out to them. I glanced up as I entered the room, making note of the pattern of holes on the ceiling. This was the one I called Lab 3, then. The last time I'd been in Lab 3, my afternoon test array included a bone marrow sample. "Won't this be fun?" I muttered. Lab 3 was about the size of every other lab I'd been in at the CDC, twice the size of my current bedroom, and roughly the size of a large living room. It just seemed small because it was so packed. My stomach sank as I realized I didn't know what half of the machines were for. Technicians in lab coats bustled around the room, making tweaks and adjusting settings. I used to try guessing which technicians would be running my tests. That was before I realized the person in charge was never one of the people operating the machines. Operating machines was beneath anyone chosen to supervise testing on a real live clone of a dead journalist. This session was no different. As soon as the door closed behind us, another door opened on the opposite side of the lab, revealing a small office. A tall, Nordic-looking woman with ice-blonde hair scraped into a tight bun stepped out, offering a chilly smile in our direction. She was beautiful in a touch-me-and-get-frostbite sort of way. Her lab coat was the normal white, but she had accessorized it with an indecently red silk shirt the color of the lights on a testing unit. Her shoes matched her blouse. I found myself envying them, despite their 3-inch heels. I hate high heels. Having actual shoes would have been enough to make up for my dislike. Besides, in a pinch, high-heeled shoes can make good improvised weapons. Sure, that gets you right back to barefoot, but at least then you're armed. "Ah, Dr. Thomas," she said, directing her words at my escort, even as her gaze settled firmly on me. "You're just in time. Thank you for bringing the subject to see me."
"It was no trouble, really, Dr. Shaw. If there's anything I can do to assist—"
"There's nothing you can help me with," she said, still not looking in his direction. She was studying my face avidly, like she expected it to provide the answer to some question she hadn't told me anything about. "I'll have you contacted when it's time to return her to the holding cell. Thank you."
"Dr. Shaw, I'm not sure—"
Annoyance flashed across her features as she looked away from me for the first time.
"I have tests to perform, Dr. Thomas, and as you have made so abundantly clear, we are on a schedule, one that required me to jump through a ludicrous number of hoops in order to get even this much access. I refuse to waste any of my allotted time in shepherding you around my equipment. You may go, and take your trained monkeys with you. I will send one of my assistants to collect you when I'm prepared to remand the subject to your care."
Dr. Thomas hesitated, looking like he was going to argue. Dr. Shaw narrowed her eyes very slightly and took a single half-step forward. The heel of her shoe hit the floor with a loud snapping sound, like a pencil being broken in half. That seemed to decide the matter.
"Georgia, Dr. Shaw is in charge until I return," he said. "Cooperate with whatever she requests."
He turned and stepped quickly out of the room, gesturing for the guards to follow him. Looking uncertain about the whole situation, they did. Dr. Shaw waited for the door to shut before returning her attention to me. Something about her expression made me want to squirm, which just annoyed me even more. I stood up a little straighter, narrowing my eyes, and met her, stare for stare. Finally, surprisingly, she laughed. "Oh, very good. They really did bring you back, didn't they? Or good as, one supposes. If you would be so kind as to step behind the screen there and remove your clothing, we can begin." "Sorry, can't." I held up my hands, showing her the cuffs. "I'm too much of a threat to run around without restraints." "I see." Dr. Shaw reached into her pocket, producing a key. She smiled at my startled expression. "Their standard CDC issue, for control of troublesome subjects."
It wouldn't do to have someone require the services of a locksmith simply because their primary physician was unavailable when their cuffs needed to be removed. I kept still as she unlocked me, waiting until the cuffs had vanished into her pocket before I asked, "Does the CDC make a practice of handcuffing patients?" "Only the potentially dangerous ones." Her amusement vanished as quickly as it had come. "Now please, behind the screen, and remove your clothing. Kathleen will supply a robe once you're done." Why is it that you people always try to get me naked first thing? It's not like I have any weapons to hide in my pajama pants. I rubbed my wrists as I walked to the indicated screen and stepped behind it. Then I stopped, my heart jumping up into my throat as I saw what the screen had been concealing from the rest of the room. "Go ahead, Georgia," said Dr. Shaw's voice from the main room. "We really must get started as quickly as possible." I stepped slowly forward, barely breathing as I picked up the tiny pistol that was sitting on the stool, almost like it was waiting for me. I revised that thought to remove the almost, as I felt the way the gun fit into my palm, vanishing behind my fingers. Firearms this small were usually mass-manufactured, but this was a custom job. There was no other way to explain the rightness of it sliding into my hand. It felt like it was made for me, because it was made for me. It was made of hardened ceramic and heat-resistant plastic polymer. All the metal detectors in the world wouldn't be able to catch the fact that I was carrying it, and the guards' reluctance to touch me when they didn't have to meant I was pretty much safe from a pat-down. It was mine. They wouldn't take it away from me, because they wouldn't know I had it. Not until I needed them to. The gun had been holding down a piece of folded paper. I picked it up with my free hand, unfolding it, and read, "Georgia, this is all the protection we can give you right now. We're still working on an exit plan. Trust Dr. Shaw. She's been working with me for a long time. Keep cooperating. They can't know you're planning to escape. You have to keep trusting me." The gun was enough to buy a lot of trust. I kept reading, and stopped breathing for the second time in as many minutes as I saw the second part of his message. "I have received confirmation from my West Coast contact. Shaun Philip Mason is alive. I repeat, Shaun is alive. He's been off the grid for a little while, for reasons I hope to have the opportunity to explain soon. But he is alive, and he will be waiting when we get you out of here. Whatever they say, whatever lies they try to make you believe me. Shaun is alive. All we have to do now is keep you that way long enough to get you back to him. Yours, G." I sank onto the stool, staring at the letter. My fingers were creasing the paper, rendering some of the words almost illegible, but that didn't matter. I knew what they said. They were burning behind my eyes, lighting up a darkness that I hadn't even realized was there. Shaun was alive. I wasn't making educated guesses. I wasn't just telling myself something I wanted to believe. Shaun was actually and genuinely alive. That, or the CDC had planted Gregory to earn my trust. But the gun nixed that line of thinking. I paused, turning my attention from the paper to the pistol just long enough to eject the clip and check that it was loaded. It was. Those tiny bullets made all the difference, because no matter how hard the CDC was trying to make me believe them, they weren't going to give me a gun. "There you are." Dr. Shaw stepped around the screen, moving with a silence that made it plain how much she'd been exaggerating the sound of her footsteps before. She plucked the paper from my hand, not seeming to mind when she ripped it in the process. "Thank you for cleaning up the lab, Georgia. I'll just go feed this through the shredder while you finish undressing. You can leave your clothing here. No one will disturb it."
My eyes widened as I glanced from her to the gun and back again. Dr. Shaw followed my gaze and nodded understandingly. I appreciate that you have little privacy in your current circumstances, but I assure you, no one will touch your things while you're here. I take privacy concerns very seriously. Her smile was thin and cold, briefly recalling the way she'd first presented herself. You have my word. Gregory said I could trust her, and she wasn't sounding the alarm over my possession of a weapon. I swallowed to clear my throat and nodded. I'll get ready. Thank you. Call for Kathleen when you want the robe. She paused as if one more thing had just occurred to her and added, You may keep your underwear. I appreciate that. I thought you might. Dr. Shaw walked away, her heels clacking on the floor as if to illustrate that outside this small, screened-in space, we were playing by the CDC's rules. I may not enjoy playing by other people's rules, but I've had enough experience to be good at it. I slid off the stool, putting the pistol back where I originally found it, and disrobed, piling my white pajamas over the gun. If any of Dr. Shaw's technicians weren't in on things, and I had no real reason to believe that any of them were in on things, they'd need to actively look before they found anything awry. While I stripped, I heard the oddly reassuring sound of a shredder coming from the main room. Dr. Shaw had been telling the truth about disposing of Gregory's message. I just hoped she'd have the sense to take the trash with her when she left. Kathleen was waiting when I stuck my head around the screen. She held a plain white robe out to me, smiling pleasantly. Dr. Shaw is ready for you now. Tell Dr. Shaw I'm almost ready for her, I said, and ducked back behind the screen to shrug into the robe. With one last regretful glance toward the pile of clothing concealing my new gun, I turned to head out into the room. Kathleen was still waiting. Her smile brightened as she saw that I was dressed. This way, she said, beckoning. We're going to begin by measuring your basic neurological responses. Meaning what? I asked, following her. Meaning we'll be applying electrodes to your scalp, asking you neutral questions, and watching to see how your brainwaves change as you respond. Dr. Shaw has been petitioning for permission to do a sleep study, but so far they've refused. Kathleen frowned, like the refusal was somehow a personal insult. She led me toward a complicated-looking machine, where Dr. Shaw and two of the technicians were waiting. I'm sure she'll be granted permission sooner or later. For the moment, conscious brainwave studies will have to do. For today, said Dr. Shaw, snapping a connector into place. Georgia, so glad you could join us. If you would be so kind as to take a seat, we can begin getting you ready. Please remove the robe. I froze. Please, what? Remove the robe. Why did you give it to me if... Modesty and science are not always compatible, said Dr. Shaw. Kathleen? Yes, Dr. Shaw, said Kathleen, and took hold of my robe's collar, tugging just hard enough to make sure I knew she was there. If you would be so kind. I bit back a sigh. I've never been the most modest person in the world, and my time as the CDC's favorite new lab rat was rapidly eroding what little modesty I possessed. I undid the belt, letting Kathleen peel the robe away, and took a seat in the indicated chair. It was covered in clear plastic that made little crunching noises as I slid myself into position. Worse, it was cold. So was the greenish gel that Dr. Shaw's technicians began applying to my throat, shoulders, and stomach. I frowned. I thought this was going to be a brainwave test? Yes, but since we have limited time and you're going to be immobilized anyway, I'm taking this opportunity to get a clear picture of your vital signs. Dr. Shaw smiled. I'm very fond of efficiency. I'm beginning to see that. The technicians, including Kathleen, were taping sensor pads to my front. There's just one more thing that you might object to. I apologize, but I assure you, it's necessary to ensure the accuracy of my tests. I gritted my teeth, steeling myself for something I wasn't going to enjoy. What's that? I asked. You need me to sing Christmas carols while you measure my brain activity? That could be entertaining, and you should feel free if it helps you relax. But no. Dr. Shaw produced a pair of scissors from her pocket, holding them up for me to see. Your hair will interfere with the placement of the sensors on your scalp. I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut most of it off if we're going to get a clear result. For a moment, I simply stared at her. Then I started to laugh. I was still laughing when she began cutting my hair, and barely got myself under control in time for the testing to begin. The real test, the test of whether or not I could survive the CDC, was still ongoing. But I was starting to feel like I might actually stand a chance.
Subject 7C continues to respond to stimulus and has begun questioning the conditions of her containment. She, and it is truly impossible to avoid assigning a gender and even an identity to a subject that has been awake and interactive for this length of time, continues to adhere closely to the registered template. Her responses are well within the allowable parameters, perhaps too well within the allowable parameters. Early concerns about cooperation and biddability were not unfounded. It may be necessary to begin preparing the 8 line for release. I will continue to observe and study 7C, but do not believe that 7D would offer any substantial improvement in the problem areas. Taken from an email sent by Dr. Matthew Thomas, July 23, 2041. Preparations to separate the members of our group are nearly complete. Maggie keeps saying we shouldn't split the party. Privately, I agree with her. This is madness. We will separate, and we will each of us die alone. And yet, something must be done. If Shaun's paranoid ravings are correct, and the mosquitoes were engineered for release when a news cycle truly needed to be buried, one such as the cycle we were prepared to unleash when we left Memphis, then it is our responsibility to find a way to save the world from them. How arrogant that looks. Save the world. I'm not in the world-saving business. I'm a journalist. But it seems the world has other ideas. Maggie and I leave for Seattle tomorrow. I'm terrified that I will never see London or my wife again. And a small, traitorous part of me is elated. I thought we no longer lived in an age of heroes. I was wrong. From Fish and Clips, the blog of Mihir Gowda, July 23, 2041. Unpublished. Chapter 6. Deciding to hit the road took only a few seconds, the amount of time necessary for a thought to travel from my brain to my big mouth. Actually leaving took longer. Dr. Abby wasn't sending us out to die. If anything, she was sending us out not to die, something she took great pains to make sure I understood. This isn't just about the mosquitoes, Shaun, she'd said, while running yet another blood test and getting yet another negative result. I wasn't exaggerating when I showed you those distribution maps, or when I talked about the number of lives you could save by bringing me some live specimens. But it was never just about the mosquitoes. George had sighed in the back of my head then, sounding so tired it made my chest ache. She was dead. She shouldn't have been tired anymore. But she was, and it was my fault for refusing to let her go. She wants you to get exposed again. Are you fucking kidding? I'd asked, too startled to remember to keep my voice down. And Dr. Abby had smiled, that bitter half-twist of her lips that I normally only saw when she thought no one was looking, or when she murmured endearments to her huge black dog, the one with her dead husband's name. Someday you're going to have to explain how it is you've managed to create a subconscious echo that's smarter than you are. Still smiling, Dr. Abby had looked me squarely in the eye and said, I need to know if you can shrug off the infection a second time, outside lab conditions. If you can, that changes everything. Swell. The next 4 days rushed past in a blur, with all of us preparing to do the one thing I'd sworn I'd die to prevent. We were getting ready to go our separate ways. After everything I'd done to keep us together, to keep us alive, I was going to scatter us to the winds and pray everyone came home again. We started as a news site. Somewhere along the line, we became a family. Me and George, and after the end times. That was all I needed. I'd already lost George. Did I have to lose everyone else too? Alric would be staying with Dr. Abbey. That hadn't changed. He was our best technician. If it became necessary for the lab to move while we were still on the road, he'd be too useful for Dr. Abbey to just ditch, and he'd be able to keep the rest of us aware of its location. Besides, I didn't trust him in the field when his sister's safety was on the line. He was likely to do something impulsive and get himself hurt, and I wasn't sure I'd be able to force myself to stay on the road instead of running straight back to Dr. Abbey and her advanced medical facilities. Especially since by advanced, I meant better than a first aid kit. We were still off the grid. If one of us got messed up, the hospital wasn't going to be an option. Maggie and Mahir, meanwhile, were going to head farther up the coast, leaving the wilds of Oregon for the dubious safety of Seattle. Maggie's plan was to go back on the grid as soon as possible, reclaiming her position as heir to the Garcia family fortune and presenting Mahir as her latest boy toy. "People like their circuses when the news gets bad," she'd said, a perverse twinkle in her eyes. "I'm a fictional, remember? I'm going to tell them a story so flashy they won't even think to ask where I've been." Alric wasn't thrilled about the boy toy part, but it was solid. They would use her celebrity as a cover while they made contact with the Seattle Underground and located the man everyone called the Monkey. He could cook new IDs for my whole team, IDs that were good enough to let us disappear forever, if things came to that. Most of us, anyway. Maggie came to see me on the 5th day after we began planning our departure. I was clearing my things out of the van. I'd been sleeping there most nights, preferring the illusory privacy of its familiar walls to the dubious comforts of the dorm-like sleeping arrangements inside the forestry center. The garage wasn't secure, but the van was, once the doors were locked. She knocked once on the open rear door, and then just stood there, waiting. I looked up. "Yeah?" "You know we're not getting me an ID from the Monkey, don't you?" Her expression was a mixture of resignation and resolve. She looked like a heroine from one of the horror movies she loved so much, and in that moment I really understood what Dave, one of the many teammates I'd buried since this whole thing started, and Alric saw in her. She was beautiful. And she was right. "Yeah, I do." I put down the toolbox I was holding, moving to take a seat on the bumper. "You can't disappear. If it weren't for the fact that my bio-tracker is still registering with my parents, I wouldn't even be able to stay underground for this long." Maggie touched the skin above her collarbone. Her parents had implanted a subdermal bio-tracker beneath the bone when she was still in diapers. It didn't come with a trace function. Maggie's misguided teenage years before she discovered journalism were proof that they'd been telling her the truth about that. But it enabled them to sleep soundly at night, serene in the knowledge that their only child was still alive. We could have it removed. If anything would switch this thing from transmitting my vitals to actively giving them a location, that would do it. Maggie sat down next to me. "It's too risky." I looked at her levelly. "It's too risky, and you don't really want to disappear, do you?" "It's not that. It's just... it's..." She took a breath, stopping herself before she could go any further. Finally, reluctantly, she nodded. "You're right. I don't want to disappear. I don't want to do that to my parents, and I miss my house. I miss my dogs. I miss my fictionals. They have to be so worried. I've never done this to them before, not once. Alric and I talked about this. He's not happy, but it's what has to happen." "Tell her you understand," said George. "I understand," I said, and even if I had to be prompted into the words, I meant them. Maggie had already given up a lot to stay with us this long, more than any of my team members except for maybe Mahir. Alric's family would have been in Florida no matter where he worked. Bex hadn't spoken to her family in years. She was a lot like Georgia that way. Both of them found the news and ran for it with open arms, not caring what got left behind in the process. But Maggie wasn't like that. Maggie was different. Maggie was looking at me hopefully, like she could barely bring herself to believe I was really saying the words she was hearing. "I know I'm letting you down." "You're not. I'm not a huggy person. I used to be more physically affectionate, not excessively so, but enough that I didn't seem standoffish. That was George's job. I took the hugs that were aimed at her. I haven't felt like hugging people very often since she died." I still leaned over and put my arm around Maggie's shoulders, giving her a brief squeeze. The situation seemed to call for it. "Really?" she whispered. "Really. Your parents would tear down the world trying to find you if you stayed gone too long. That's cool. That's sort of awesome, if you think about it. Beck's family hates her. Alric's family is dead. Mahir's family is in England, and they probably think he's insane. And the Masons—" I stopped, the sentence coming to a halt. "It's not your fault," said Maggie, filling the space with the words she assumed I needed to hear. "They were broken a long time before you came to live with them. It's not your fault you couldn't fix them." "The flat drop." "What?" "The flat drop!" I turned to face her, grabbing her shoulders in my excitement. "We sent them a copy of our files when we were on the run from Memphis. I mean, we were going to die, so someone needed to have the data, right? Only I told Alric he could encrypt the fuck out of them if he wanted to, and since the Masons haven't suddenly started discovering lots of corruption inside the CDC, I guess he must have used a pretty damn good encryption." "You're not making any sense," said Maggie, eyes wide. "No, see? This is perfect. I was worried about how Bex and I were going to get into the hazard zone without getting caught. But the Masons practically invented breaking into hazard zones. They're pioneers in the field." I laughed, mainly from relief. "All we have to do is show up on their doorstep and offer to crack those files in exchange for a low-risk route into Florida, and they'll jump at it. They'll have to." "What if they don't?" "Then I'll shoot their kneecaps out." I didn't realize I meant it until the words were said. The Masons raised me. The Masons gave me the greatest gift anyone has ever given me. George. But they were never really my parents, because they never wanted to be, and if they were what stood between me and what I needed to do, then they needed to be moved. Said Maggie. She pulled away from me and stood. "Well, okay, if that's what works. Really, though. Thank you for understanding." "Thank you for being willing to go to Seattle with me here," I replied. "You heading back inside?" "Yeah. Will you be out here long?" "Not too long." "If you're not inside by dinner, I'll send someone to get you." She walked away, her long brown braids swaying with every step. It was hard to believe that she was planning to use "Bored Heiress" as her cover during the trip up the coast. It was harder to believe that the news media would probably buy it. "You need to be careful what you say around people, asshole," said George. I hadn't felt the van settle when she sat down, because she wasn't really there. I couldn't keep myself from feeling vaguely disappointed all the same. "Look at me when I'm talking to you." "Sorry." I turned to face my dead sister, offering her a small smile. "Hi, George. How are you tonight?" "Worried," she said. "You need to be careful. Everyone's already on edge without you going around talking about shooting people." "I haven't hit anyone since we got here." "That doesn't mean they're not waiting for you to start." Her expression dared me to argue. I couldn't, and so I just looked at her instead. Maybe the fact that George sometimes appears to me is a symptom of the fact that I'm sliding farther and farther down the funhouse chute into insanity. But at moments like these, I can't force myself to care. When she died, when I shot her, I thought that was it. I would never see her again, except in pictures, and in my dreams. Only it turns out that's not true. thanks to my slipping grasp on reality. See? There are upsides to going crazy. She still looked almost exactly like she did on that last day in Sacramento, pale-skinned from her near-pathological avoidance of sunlight, with dark brown hair cut in a short, efficient style she sometimes maintained with a pair of craft scissors. She was frowning. Since that was the expression she wore most often when she was alive, that was right, too. Really, if it hadn't been for the clear brown of her irises, she would have been indistinguishable from herself. If I could just convince my hallucination to put on a pair of sunglasses, the illusion would be perfect. George frowned. "Shaun, are you listening to me?" "I am. I swear I am." I reached one hand toward her face, stopping just short of the point where my fingertips would have failed to brush her skin. "I always listen to you." "You just ignore what I have to say about half the time, is that it?" George sighed. I let my hand drop. As long as I didn't try to touch her, I didn't have to think of her as what she was. Dead. "Shaun, it's good to see you. It's bad that you can see me. You need to talk to Dr. Abby. Maybe she can put you on antipsychotics or something until this is all over." "I'll go psychotic if I go on antipsychotics, which sort of defeats the purpose, don't you think?" I was trying to make it sound like a joke. We both knew I wasn't kidding. The one time I'd tried to block her out, I'd nearly committed suicide. "I can't take the silence, George. You know that. You asked once if I was going to haunt you forever, remember?" That was before Florida. I held up my left hand, showing her the faint scarring on my biceps. That was before we found out that I'm immune to Kellis Amberley. That was before a lot of things. "You know you're immune because we—" "I know." I sighed, letting my hand drop. Things are all fucked up. I was supposed to be the one who died. I'm not equipped to deal with this shit. "You're wrong." Her voice was firm enough to surprise me. She met my eyes without flinching and repeated, "You're wrong." Dr. Wynne wasn't kidding when he said that whoever's behind this would have been able to get away with everything if you'd been the one who died. You know that, right? I would have believed Tate when he started ranting about how he was behind everything, just him, from the start. I would have been so eager for a black-and-white solution, for a villain I didn't have to feel any conflict about. I would have believed him. "I believed him," I whispered. "Not all the way. If you'd believed him all the way, if you'd believed him the way I would have believed him, you would have done what we both know I would have done. You would have written your reports, held my funeral, gone home, and killed yourself." She smiled faintly. "Probably by overdosing on everything in our field kit before blowing the top of your head off. You never were one for leaving things to chance." "What would you have done?" "Slit my wrists in the bathtub," she said matter-of-factly. "Even if I amplified before I bled out, the bathroom security sensors would never have let me out into the house. I would have been bleached to death. The Masons would have had to pay if they wanted to clear the outbreak off their homeowner's insurance, and you and I could have sat in the afterlife and laughed at them until we both cried." Now it was my turn to smile. "That sounds like something you do," I agreed. "But I didn't get the chance." She leaned over. This time, she was the one to reach for me. And when her fingertips grazed my skin, I felt it. Tactile hallucinations aren't a good sign of mental health, but sometimes I feel like they're the only things letting me keep body and soul together. "You got it, and you were stronger than I would have been. You're stronger than you think you are. All you've ever needed to do was let yourself see it." "I don't know how much longer I can keep this up." "Not too much longer, I'd wager," said Mahir from behind me. His normally crisp accent was blurred around the edges, like he was too tired to worry about being understood by the Americans. "How's it coming?" "About as well as can be expected," I said, stealing one last look at Georgia before I turned, casting an easy smile in his direction. I didn't need to look back to know that George was gone. She generally disappeared as soon as I took my eyes off her. I was seeing her more often with every day that passed, and that was wonderful because I missed her so much, and it was terrible because it meant I was running out of time. We can cure cancer. We can cure the common cold. But no one, anywhere, ever, has found a reliable cure for crazy. Maggie spoke with you? I nodded. She wanted to make sure I knew she wouldn't be coming back from Seattle. And you were all right with that? Mahir walked toward me, stopping when he was still a few feet clear of the van. Maggie was a much more touchy-feely kind of person than he was. I appreciated that. 1 hug per day was pretty much my limit. No, I admitted, I don't want her to go. The rest of us, you're going to be able to put your own name back on when you get home. But the rest of us, we're done. We'll be lucky if we don't wind up hiding in Canada, being chased by zombie moose for the rest of our lives. There's always the chance we'll successfully manage to bring down the United States government somehow, and that will negate the need to flee to Canada, said Mahir helpfully. I gave him a startled look. He smirked, fighting unsuccessfully to keep himself from smiling. Somehow that was even funnier than what he'd said. I started laughing. So did he. We were both still laughing 5 minutes later when Bex came out to the garage with a can of soda in one hand and a perplexed look on her face. "Did I miss something?" she asked. "We're going to topple the U.S. government," I informed her. Bex appeared to think about that for a moment. Then she shrugged, cracking the tab on her soda at the same time, and replied, "Okay, works for me." Mahir and I burst out laughing again. Bex waited patiently for us to stop, taking occasional sips from her soda. Finally, I wiped my eyes with the heel of my hand and said, still snickering, Okay, I think we're done now. Did you see Maggie?" "I did. She said something about you and me heading to Berkeley to kill your parents?" "That's not quite what I said, but I guess it's close enough. We're going to Berkeley to ask the Masons if they'll tell us how to find a clear route into the Florida hazard zone." "And what will you be giving them in return?" asked Mahir. I sighed. You know, I really kind of miss the days when I could just email a memo to the team and everybody would know what's going on, and I wouldn't have to repeat things 17 times. "Not that you ever remembered to send the memos," said George. "Because you did that so often," said Bex, saving me from the need to respond to someone no one else could hear. Again. "I could have done it if I'd wanted to," I countered. "That made the endless repetition a choice, and hence way less irritating. I'm going to tell them how to unlock the flat drop of all our files, the one I had Alric send while we were running from Memphis. And when they post our research far and wide, what happens then?" Mahir didn't sound annoyed, just curious. Even so, I was relieved when Bex crunched her empty soda can in her fist and chucked it into the trash can against the wall, where it landed with a rattling clunk. "If the Masons post the things we've been withholding, they'll be the target of the firestorm that follows," she said. She sounded utterly calm. Her calm continued as she added, "Which means we can't let them do it." "Hey!" I frowned at her. "I thought you were supposed to be on my side here." "I'm on the side that doesn't get us slaughtered, Mason. Think about this for 30 seconds, why don't you? We give them the key to the files. They unlock them and go all kid in a candy store over the contents, since, hey, their stupid son just gave them the scoop of the century. They toss it all online. And people everywhere stop shooting zombies because they think their loved ones might get better." I grimaced. Not good. Not good at all. And then the government will lean on the Masons to tell them where to find us, so we can be used to prove that it was all a hoax. "Lovely," said Mahir. Bex shrugged. "If you're going to think like a paranoid, you need to really commit to thinking like a paranoid." Mahir looked at her quizzically. "What makes you so good at it?" "I'm from Connecticut," said Bex. "It's not a bad idea. Going to the Masons may be the fastest way to get ourselves access to a reasonably safe way through some pretty bad territory, and since I'm not leaving the van without dipping myself in DDT, I'd like it if we could make the trip in reasonable safety. But you're going to need another carrot to dangle in front of your freaky parents. Telling them how to get at our data isn't the way." "Yes, actually," said George very quietly. "It's exactly the way." "What are you—" I began and froze. "Oh, no. No, you can't be serious." "You know I'm serious. It's the best shot you've got." "I won't." "You will." Mahir and Bex had gotten good at knowing when I wasn't actually talking to them. They watched me with varying degrees of impatience, waiting until I stopped protesting before Mahir broke in, asking, "What does Georgia say we should do?" "You know, addressing my crazy by name doesn't exactly help me stay sane," I said. "Nothing can help you stay sane at this point, Mason," said Bex. "That ship has sailed. Now what does she say?" I took a deep breath. "She wants me to sign her unpublished files over to the Masons, the stuff they were willing to take me to court over." I stopped, waiting for them to protest. Neither of them said a word. I scowled. "Well—" "It's not a bad idea," said Mahir slowly. "I mean, it's true that her unpublished op-ed pieces were reasonably lucrative when we were able to publish regularly, but her news articles have been timing out at a fairly high rate. We've had our exclusive. If what's left can be used to benefit us, you're fucking with me, right?" I stood, glaring at them, barely aware that my hands were balled into fists. I could hear George at the back of my head telling me sternly to calm down, but I didn't pay any attention. That was nice, in its way. I so rarely felt like I could ignore her anymore. Those files are her private thoughts. They're the last privacy she has left in this world. And you want me to just sign it over to those people? "Yes," said Mahir, sounding utterly calm. "That's exactly what we want. And I'd wager it's what Georgia wants as well, or you'd not be so angry about it. You'd be laughing it off." "We've been using her private thoughts for our gain since she died," said Bex. "I've been okay with that because you're okay with it. But Shaun, you're the one who really knows what she would have wanted. You're the one who really knows her. If she were alive, would she be saying no, no way, not going to happen? Or would she be suggesting we stop fucking around and get our asses to Berkeley with the transfer papers already?" George didn't say anything. George didn't need to say anything. I forced my fingers to unclench, waiting until I could feel my palms again before I looked away from Bex and Mahir and said, "I'll get the transfer papers drawn up before we leave. That way all we have to do is hand them over and get the hell out of town." "Thank you," murmured George. I felt the shadow of a hand brush my cheek and shivered. I don't believe in ghosts. Never have, never will. George is a figment of my overactive imagination, nothing more and nothing less. But moments like that, when she touches me with other people in the room— at moments like that, I genuinely believe that I'm haunted. "You're doing the right thing," said Mahir. I glanced up, meeting his eyes without meaning to. He smiled. Just a little. Enough for me to see that he meant it. "You're a crazy bastard, Shaun Mason, and I think sometimes you're not going to be happy until you've managed to get every last one of us killed, but you're a good man all the same." "Remind me to have that inscribed on my urn," I said, and Bex laughed, and things felt like they might be okay again. We had a direction. I didn't like it. I didn't have to. All I had to do was follow it, and let it lead me to whatever the next step on this increasingly insane journey would prove to be. "Can I help you finish getting the van ready?" asked Bex. "Since we're going to be sleeping in the thing for God only knows how long, I want to be absolutely sure that there are no old tuna sandwiches moldering under the seats." "Be my guest," I said, waving toward the open van doors. "Mahir, tell Alric and Maggie we're rolling out in the morning. Team meeting at 5. Mahir grimaced. "A.M.? Naturally. I take back what I said about you being a good man." "Too late. There are no take-backs in real life." Bex chuckled darkly. "Ain't that just the truth?" "Sadly," I asked. "Yes, it is. Now let's get back to work. We have a lot to get done and not much time to do it in. Mahir was opening his mouth to answer when a scream rang out from the other side of the garage door, followed by the sound of gunfire. In the brief pause between the first volley of shots and the second, we could all hear the moaning coming from inside. "Never a dull moment, is there?" I asked. Grabbing my pistol, I ran for the door. Bex was there just ahead of me. She pushed it open, and we ran together into chaos. Dr. Abbey gave me a dressing down this morning for yelling at her staff. "They didn't sign up for this." That's what she said, like it made all the difference in the world somehow. "They didn't sign up for this. Don't treat them like they did." You know what, lady? None of us signed up for this. Not me, not Mahir, not George, not anyone. And I definitely didn't sign up for keeping my mouth shut while a bunch of amateurs treat zombies like lab rats. Zombies are dangerous. Science doesn't protect you from that reality. If anything, science makes it worse. I didn't sign up for that, either. From Adaptive Immunities, the blog of Shaun Mason, July 23, 2041. Unpublished.
Yes, you were right. We will proceed. Taken from a message sent by Dr. Danica Kimberly, July 23, 2041. Recipient unknown. Chapter 7. Dr. Shaw's tests were actually soothing, despite the partial nudity and the being touched by strangers. She was calm and professional, leading her team with an unwavering precision that gave them a degree of serenity I hadn't previously encountered at the CDC. Everyone else I'd dealt with had been uneasy when forced to come into direct contact with my skin, like being a clone was somehow catching. Dr. Shaw's assistants showed no such discomfort. They affixed their sensors without hesitation, even peeling them loose and sticking them back down in new configurations. It was so matter-of-fact and impersonal that it was almost wonderful. I didn't realize I was starting to drift off until Dr. Shaw cleared her throat and said, "It would help us measure your waking brainwave patterns if you would do us the favor of remaining awake while they're being recorded." "Oh." I opened my eyes, offering her a sheepish smile. "I'm sorry." "It's understandable. You've been through a great deal. Still, the cause of science must take precedence over comfort." She leaned forward to affix a sensor to my forehead. Her lips almost brushed my ear as she murmured, barely audible even at that range, "The locks will be reset tonight at midnight. You can answer many of your questions then, if you're quick about it." Pulling back before I could react, she pressed the edges of the sensor down and said, "Begin the next phase, James, if you would be so kind." One of her assistants nodded. Dr. Shaw turned away, attention seemingly fixed on the machine in front of her. Right. Information exchange time was over, at least for the moment. Her words had definitely had one effect, at least. There was no way I was going to start nodding off again. All the tests I'd been through since I'd woken up had been different. That was unusual all by itself. Blood tests, muscle memory response tests, even psychological exams performed by people who didn't seem to understand the questions, much less the answers I was giving. The medical teams changed constantly, and each was directed by a different administrator. So what did that mean exactly? What were they looking for that didn't require a single supervising doctor to find? Dr. Shaw was the first to outright admit to measuring my brainwaves. I was reasonably sure she wasn't the first one to do it. The chance to study a cloned brain that was actually functional and responsive had to be irresistible to them, and despite my fervent wish to believe otherwise, I knew my brain was as cloned as the rest of me. Nothing else made sense. When the virus went live in my original bloodstream, it attacked the brain with a ferocity unequaled by any naturally occurring pathogen. I'd been able to feel my memories eroding as I typed up the final entry on my blog. If they'd placed my infected old brain in my clean new clone body, I would have gone straight into amplification, and all their hard work would have been for nothing. I watched the colored lines representing my brain's activity spike and tangle on the monitor across from me. None of them made a damn bit of sense. I never studied medicine, beyond the first aid required for field certification. Mahir might be able to decode the peaks and valleys, turning them into comprehensible data. Mahir wasn't with me. One of Dr. Shaw's assistants was trying to peel the sensor from my left biceps. I lifted my arm, tightening the muscle to give him more traction. He shot me a relieved look. "Thanks," he said. "This bioadhesive can be tricky." "What is it?" I asked, half from sincere curiosity and half to keep him talking to me. It's easier to get information from people who think you're interested in the same things they are. "Slime mold," said the assistant. He sounded happy about it, too. "Oh," I said, unable to quite mask my dismay. Then again, I was the one who had living goo smeared on something like 15% of her skin. I think I was allowed a little dismay. "That's special. What happens to it when you're done with me?" "We'll dust it with a powder that makes it go dormant and then just roll it off your skin," he said. "Can you relax your arm for me?" "Sure." I let my arm drop back to its original position. He attached the sensor to the inside of my elbow. "I guess that makes sense. No residue, no medical waste." "It's self-cleaning, so even if it gets bloody, it's safe to use again after 8 hours. It also reacts to the presence of live virus." "Really?" I asked, blinking. "How?" "It tries to ooze away." This time, I couldn't suppress my shudder. Several alarms went off on the machines connected to the various sensors, earning me dirty looks from a few of the assistants. "Sorry," I said. "George, please refrain from making the subject wiggle," said Dr. Shaw, not looking away from the monitor she was studying. The assistant, George, reddened. "Sorry, Dr. Shaw." I waited for him to get the sensor on my elbow firmly seated, then asked, "So you're another George, huh? The original form?" "George R. Stewart," he replied. "And yes, the R stands for Romero. My parents were grateful, not creative." "Georgia here," I said. "One of my best friends was a Georgette." "Georgette Maisonnier, right?" George caught my startled expression and reddened again. I'm a big fan of your work. Your last post was amazing. Have never read anything like it." I wasn't sure whether I should feel flattered or embarrassed. I wound up mixing both reactions as I said awkwardly, "Oh, so you know the part where I'm dead. The dead have been walking for a quarter century." He moved to my other side, adjusting another sensor. Dr. Shaw's other assistants all seemed to have machines to tend, leaving George with the dubious honor of working with the living equipment. Me and the slime mold. "I'm glad you're back. If anyone deserves to be back. Let's hope the rest of the world feels the same way when I start doing the celebrity blog circuit," I said, putting a lilt in my tone to show that I was joking. I wasn't joking. "They're waiting for you," he said, cheeks getting redder still. He stopped talking after that, focusing all the more intently on the sensors he was shifting. I blinked a little, watching him. I'd expected a lot of reactions. That wasn't one of them. My last post. It made me another name on the wall, but that was all. Wasn't it? Wasn't it? The idea that I'd become some sort of symbol worried me. I'm a realist. I've been a realist since the day I looked at the Masons, who'd been Mommy and Daddy until that moment, and realized that Shaun was right, and they didn't love us. I'd already known the CDC was never going to let me go. Whatever they brought me back for, blackmail or science project, or just because I was the most convenient corpse when they decided to prove they could do it for real, it wasn't going to include opening the doors and telling me to go on my merry way. I was a prisoner. I was a test subject. I was, in a very real way, as much a piece of lab equipment as the machines that I was connected to. The only difference was that the machines couldn't resent the fact that they had no choice in their own existence. And if I was a symbol, I was also a weapon, whether I wanted to be one or not. "Are any of them pinching you?" asked George. "No," I said, resisting the urge to shake my head. I didn't want to trigger any more alarms if I didn't have to. "I think we're good to continue." "We're almost done," he said, and offered one more awkward, almost worshipful smile before moving away. The remainder of the tests passed without incident. More living slime was applied to my limbs and torso, sometimes by George, sometimes by one of the other assistants. More sensors were attached or moved, allowing Dr. Shaw's equipment to record a detailed image of everything going on inside me. I resisted the urge to spend the whole time staring at the monitors. I didn't understand them. All I could do was upset myself more by watching them. I'd almost managed to drift off again when the assistants began pulling the sensor pads off, letting George sprinkle what looked and smelled like baby powder on the sticky green residue the sensors left behind. True to his word, the green stuff rolled into tight little balls, which he scraped off me with the edge of his hand, gathering it all into one gooey-looking mass. "Please don't forget to feed the slime mold," said Dr. Shaw, moving to disconnect the sensors at my temples. "I have no desire to listen to a week of complaints because we have to culture ourselves a new colony." "Yes, Dr. Shaw," said George, and hurried off with his handful of inert green goop. Most of the other assistants followed him, leaving me alone with Dr. Shaw and Kathleen, the assistant who had initially brought me my currently discarded robe. She was holding it again, face a mask of patience as she waited for Dr. Shaw to finish freeing me from their equipment. "Kathleen, what is our time situation?" asked Dr. Shaw, working a thumbnail under one of the sensors on my forehead. Either these had been pressed down harder, or they'd used a particularly robust batch of slime mold to glue them to my head and neck. It felt like she was trying to chip her way through concrete. "We have 15 minutes remaining in your original research appointment," said Kathleen serenely. "We have 93 seconds of previously untransmitted sensor data, which James is now feeding through the main uplink. It will remain unquestioned for approximately 54 more seconds." I was still blinking at her in confusion when Dr. Shaw nodded and said, "Good," and ripped the recalcitrant sensor from my forehead. I yelped, clapping a hand over the stinging patch it left behind. Dr. Shaw watched me, calm appraisal in her eyes. "Are you paying attention?" "Yes," I gasped, half glaring at her. "I was paying attention before you tried to scalp me." "There will be an accident with the building's EMP shield tonight at 6 minutes past midnight. The shift change will have occurred an hour previous, and you will have a 30-minute window before anyone realizes they've lost the visual feed to your quarters." The certainty in her voice told me this wasn't the first time she'd had to give this little spiel. "Your contact will come to collect you. There's something we feel you need to see." 11 seconds, said Kathleen. "Do you understand?" asked Dr. Shaw. I understood that they'd obviously timed this little window of stolen security so as to leave me no room for asking questions. "Yes," I said. "I understand." "Good. 4 seconds." Dr. Shaw bent to remove the last sensor from the underside of my jaw. This time her fingers were gentle, and the slime mold let go without resistance. The professional chill was back in her eyes as she stepped back, saying, "You may get dressed now." We appreciate your cooperation." "Yeah, well, you're welcome," I said, standing. My legs were surprisingly shaky. I'd either been sitting still for longer than I thought, or there was some form of muscle relaxant engineered into their adhesive slime. Possibly both. Kathleen passed me the robe, and I leaned against the side of the chair to shrug it back on. Being clothed didn't make me feel any better. As the tests Dr. Shaw and her team had been running proved, I was always naked here. What difference did fabric make when these people could look inside my body and understand it in ways that I didn't? Kathleen and Dr. Shaw waited as I got my balance back. "Better?" asked Dr. Shaw. "I think so." "Good. Make yourself decent. I'll go and seal the door before Dr. Thomas decides to knock it down." She almost smiled as she turned and walked away from us, her heels clacking against the floor. "This way," said Kathleen, motioning for me to follow her, in case, I supposed, I had somehow managed to forget where I left the screen that was protecting my flimsy CDC-issue pajamas, and the gun Gregory had somehow managed to smuggle to me. That was the last thing I was going to forget. Becoming a licensed journalist requires passing basic gun safety and marksmanship exams, even if you're planning to do nothing but sit at home typing to an anonymous audience. Having the phrase accredited journalist after your name means having a carry permit. Becoming a licensed field journalist, like I am, like I was, means taking a lot more exams and learning how to handle a lot more varieties of weapon. I never shared Shaun's interest in the more esoteric firearms. The basics suited me just fine, and I'd been carrying at least one gun at pretty much all times since I got my first permit. I was 12 that summer. Knowing that I had a gun again, that I had a means of protecting myself if I needed it, that made a lot of difference. The robe didn't make me feel any less naked. The gun would. Kathleen waited outside the screen while I went behind it and put my pajamas back on. The small plastic gun tucked easily into the top of my right sock, not even creating a noticeable bulge once my pants were on. As long as I could act natural, Dr. Thomas would never know that it was there. That was probably what Gregory was counting on. Gregory and the EIS. There was no way Dr. Shaw wasn't working for them, and if she was one of theirs, her assistants probably were too. Definitely Kathleen. No one who was loyal to the CDC would have stood there calmly counting down our privacy window. Not unless she was a double agent hidden in the EIS. And that idea was too James Bond for me to worry about, since there was nothing I could do if it was true. The CDC had been infiltrated. The EIS might not be the good guys by any objective measure, but given the choices I had in front of me, I was going to go with the team that gave me firearms and told me Shaun wasn't dead. Dr. Thomas and the guards were standing just inside the lab when I emerged. His eyes widened at the sight of me, and then narrowed. "What have you done to her hair?" he demanded, attention swinging back toward Dr. Shaw. She watched him with cool, if evident, amusement and said, "It was interfering with the placement of my sensors. As none of the tests scheduled for the remainder of the month required uncut hair, I thought it best to eliminate the issue in the most efficient manner possible. Is there a problem?" "No, but—" Dr. Thomas stopped, obviously torn as to how to complete that sentence. Finally, looking almost sullen, he said, "You should have consulted with me before cutting her hair. Sudden changes to her environment can be stressful at this stage in her recovery." Dr. Shaw's laugh was surprisingly light and delicate, like it belonged to someone much younger and less put together. "Oh, come now, Matthew. You can't really expect me to believe that you consider a haircut a sudden change in her environment. I understand the necessity of controlling all variable factors while she gets her strength back, but no sensible young woman would take something this simple and medically necessary as a new source of stress." I like it, I contributed, before Dr. Thomas could say anything else. He turned to frown at me as I made my way across the lab to where he was waiting for me. It's going to be a lot easier to brush. I've never tried to deal with long hair before. I suppose the convenience will make up for the aesthetic failings, he said stiffly. I frowned. I couldn't stop myself, and quite frankly, I didn't want to. This is the length I prefer my hair to be, I said. The only aesthetic failing is that I keep taking bleach showers without access to hair dye. I'm going to wind up blonde if this keeps up much longer, and that's not a good look for me. We all have our trials in this life, said Dr. Shaw. Georgia, thank you for your cooperation today. You were very easy for us to work with, and I appreciate it. No problem, Dr. Shaw, I said. It was my pleasure.
It's time for us to go, Georgia,
said Dr. Thomas. There was an edge to his voice that I normally heard only when I was pushing for privileges he didn't want to give. My curious look just seemed to fluster him. He scowled, cheeks reddening.
It's time to go, he repeated.
Okay, I said, trying to look unconcerned as I followed him out the door. He hadn't put the handcuffs back on me, and with every step it became a little harder not to panic. I'd been so sure I could get the gun back to my room without getting caught. But now, I made it to the hall without either of the guards so much as batting an eye. I'd done it. Maybe not forever, maybe not even until the next day. But I'd done it. I had a weapon, and I was loose in the halls of the CDC. For one brief, drunken moment, I fantasized about opening fire and running like hell, heading for the nearest exit and never looking back. It would never have worked. It would have been a poor way to repay Dr. Shaw and Gregory for arming me. But God, I wanted to do it. The only thing that stopped me was knowing that Shaun really was alive. Somewhere. If I ran, they'd shoot me. I was smart enough to know that. And then Shaun would be alone again, in a world where people would do this sort of thing to a girl who'd been innocently going about the business of being dead. He needed to be warned. I needed to survive long enough to be the one who warned him. They could make another Georgia Mason if I didn't survive. But I wanted it to be me. Not some other girl who shared my memories. Me. Dr. Thomas scowled all the way back to my room. He didn't say a word, and neither did the guards. Once we were there, he slapped his palm against the exterior sensor to open my door, and spoke his first words since we left the lab.
Do you need to use the lavatory?
Not right now, I said. I am hungry, though.
Your diet is still restricted, but I'll see about having some soup sent.
His eyes flicked to my hair, expression hardening.
You may have to wait. I recognize that you have little experience with waiting.
I didn't ask her to cut my hair, I said, too annoyed by the way he was looking at me to watch what I was saying. She did it so she could get the sensors to stay on. Sensors she glued down with slime mold, mind you. I think I've paid for this haircut.
I'm sure you didn't argue with her either, Georgia. If you don't need to use the facilities, you can enter your room now.
Thank you, I said sourly, and kept my head up as I walked inside. The door slid shut behind me, leaving me with the appearance of solitude. It was a lie. It was always a lie. I was being watched, possibly even by Dr. Thomas, who could be standing on the other side of that stupid mirror for all that I knew. I never thought I'd miss my fucked-up eyes. Then I died, and I learned that there are things a lot worse than needing to wear sunglasses all the time. Things like being spied on, knowing you're being spied on, and not being able to do a damn thing about it. Lacking anything else to do to distract myself, I climbed into bed. Eventually, the lights were dimmed. I closed my eyes, feigning sleep, and waited. False sleep turned into the real thing at some point. I awoke to the sound of the door sliding open. Sitting bolt upright, I squinted into the glare from the hall, trying to make out the figure standing there. Even shading my eyes with my hand couldn't turn him into anything more than an outline.
"It's all right, Georgia,"
said a familiar voice. Gregory. He motioned for me to get up, the gesture clear even without fine details.
"Come on. If you want to understand what's really going on here, you need to come with me."
"I'm coming," I said. Taking a breath to steady my nerves, I slid out of the bed and walked to the door, where the chance to get my answers was waiting.
Book 2. Lost Souls. Fuck survivor's guilt. I'm not supposed to be the guilty one here. The people who made me the last man standing, they're the guilty ones, and they're the ones who should be afraid. Shaun Mason.
There are 3 things in this world that I truly believe in. That the truth will set us free. That lies are the prisons we build for ourselves. And that Shaun loves me. Everything else is just details. Georgia Mason.
Tomorrow morning my boss and Bex will be heading to Berkeley to deal with his crazy parents. Why? So they can get a map to lead them past the government barricades between here and Florida. Maybe. If my boss's crazy parents don't sell them out for the ratings boost. And once they get there, they'll have to deal with government patrols, rampaging zombies, killer mosquitoes, and God knows what else, all of which are going to try to kill them. Why are they doing all this? To get my sister safely back to me. I don't know whether to be grateful to them for going, or ashamed of the fact that I'm genuinely glad it's not going to be me out there. I'm even glad I'm not going to Seattle with Maggie, and I think I'm about halfway in love with her. I guess I'm a coward after all. From The Kwong Way of Things, the blog of Alric Kwong, July 23, 2041. Unpublished.
Let us, who are the lost ones, go and kneel before the dead. Let us beg them for their mercy over all we left unsaid. And as the sun sinks slowly, the horizon bleeding red, perhaps they'll show us kindness, grant forgiveness for our blindness. Perhaps they'll show us how to find the roads we need to tread. Let us, who are the lost ones, ask the fallen where to turn, when it seems that all the world is lost, and we can only burn. For in dying they have learned the things that we have yet to learn. Perhaps they'll see our yearning, and may help us in returning to the lands where we were innocent, that we have yet to earn. From The Lost Ones, originally posted in Dandelion Mine, the blog of Magdalene Grace Garcia, July 23, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 8. Bex slammed her back against the open door, keeping it pinned against the wall. That gave her a good vantage position on the rest of the room, while defending her against rear attacks. She held her pistol in front of her in a classic shooting stance that would have sold 1,000 promotional posters for her blog if she'd been wearing something other than jeans and a bleach-spotted gray tank top. I couldn't admire the precision of her pose. I had issues of my own to worry about, like the screaming lab technicians running for the doors. 6 of our previously captured zombies were shambling after the fleeing technicians. 3 former technicians were shambling with them, only their increased speed and bloody lab coats distinguishing them from the rest of the mob. All the zombies were moaning in a pitch that made my bones itch. No one knows why zombies moan, they just do, and it's enough to drive you crazy if you listen to it too long. Mahir stopped behind me, managing only a startled, "Oh, dear Lord," before I whirled and shoved him back. "Get in the van," I snapped. "Lock the doors and gauge the security. If we don't come back for you, drive. Drive until you get back to England if you have to." "Shaun, you're not made for field work. Now get back in there." "Don't argue, Mahir," said Bex. Her tone was calm, like she was asking us not to raise our voices during a business meeting. "I need his gun, and you're not equipped for this." Mahir's mouth set in a thin line, and for a moment he looked like he was seriously pissed. Someone else screamed in the main room, the sound cutting off with a gurgle that told me the infected had stopped trying to spread the virus and started trying to feed. "Get others on the comm," I said, more gently. "Make sure they're safe, and that they've managed to get themselves under cover. I don't want to lose anyone today." The line of Mahir's mouth softened slightly as he nodded. "Be careful," he said, and turned to walk toward the van. I watched him just long enough to be sure he was actually going to get inside. "Any time now, Mason," said Bex. The moaning was getting louder, so were the screams. The fact that we hadn't been attacked yet was nothing short of a miracle. One we could probably attribute to the fact that we were standing relatively still in a room full of much more active targets. Faced with a choice between someone who isn't moving and someone who is, a zombie almost always goes for the runner. It's something in their psychology, or in what passes for psychology inside the virus-riddled sack of goo that used to be a human brain. "On it," I said, and turned to face the main room, bracing myself in the doorway. As long as we held our positions, we knew we had a clear line of retreat. "About fucking time," said Bex, tracking the progress of one of the infected with her gun. As soon as one of us fired a shot, they'd stop looking at us like furniture and start looking at us as potential meals. That would be bad. Even if I was immune, Bex wasn't, and immunity wouldn't stop them from tearing me apart. "Got any bright ideas?" Prayer would be good, if either of us believed in a higher power. Beck's eyes widened, disrupting her carefully schooled expression. "I don't say this often, but you're a genius." "Because I don't believe in God?" I trained my gun on another of the infected, one that was drawing a bit too close to our position for me to be comfortable. The screams seemed to be getting quieter. I had to hope that was because most of the technicians were out of danger, and not because most of them were dead. "No, because there is a higher power at work here." Bex removed one hand from her gun long enough to tap her ear cuff, saying in a calm, clear voice, "Open general connection, main lab." There was a single loud beep. Too loud. The nearest of the infected looked up from her meal, the torso of a technician whose name had either been Jimmy or Johnny, I wasn't sure, and it didn't matter now. Her eyes searched the area, looking for new prey, and settled on Bex. With a low moan, she stood. "Bex, whatever you're doing, do it fast," I muttered, adjusting my stance so that I was aiming directly at the standing infected. "Once the shooting starts, this is going to turn into one hell of a duck hunt." "I can handle myself," she said. More of the infected were turning to face us, their attention attracted by the strange silence of the one nearest our position. "Steady," cautioned George. I thought I felt her fingers ghost across the back of my neck, and that was more frightening than anything else about our situation. If I started hallucinating during combat, there was no telling who I'd shoot or what I'd let get past me. "Not now," I whispered. "Please, not now." Beck's ear cuff beeped again, and Dr. Abby's voice said loudly, "A little busy right now, children. Maybe you could do something to help with that." Joe, her English mastiff, was barking in the background, almost drowning out the sound of moaning. "Working on it," said Bex. She must have realized there was no way we could fade back out of sight. The sound of Joe barking would have guaranteed that, even if nothing else could. "Mahir's secure, but the lab's in chaos. What's your 20? Dr. Abby's answer was drowned out by the local infected, all of whom started moaning at the top of their lungs as they lunged, shambled, and even ran toward us. "Less talky, more shooty," I snapped, and started firing. "We'll be there," said Bex. She tilted her head, studying our onrushing attackers, and chose her first 2 shots with an almost languid care. 2 of the infected went down, each with a hole in the middle of its forehead. Show off, I muttered, and kept firing, trying to assess the tactical options presented by the room. I counted 8 active infected in closing range. 5 of those were old, probably from the most recent batch of catches, while the other 3 wore lab coats and scrubs that identified them as former members of Dr. Abbey's staff. I recognized one of them as the tech I'd yelled at the day before for being careless around the infected. Guess he learned his lesson, even if it hadn't done him any good. Anyway, those 3 would be the fastest movers and the slowest to react. The virus that drove their bodies was still adjusting to being in control. Even the smartest zombie is pretty damn stupid, but new zombies are the dumbest, nastiest of them all. "I don't think they've got the density to start reasoning," said George. I nodded, acknowledging her words, and stepped forward as I kept firing. "Bex! Fall in and tell me where we're going!" "On it, boss." She moved to flank me, our shoulders almost touching as we began to make our way forward. The door, freed from her weight, swung shut, slamming with an ominous bang. "Dr. Abbey's in her office on the 2nd floor. They're holding the line, but they can't do it forever." "Got it." I took aim and fired again, silently counting my bullets. There were 2 of us. That was good. That meant we might have time to reload, assuming we didn't both run out at the same time. I had a second pistol on my belt, for emergencies, and this qualified, but I didn't have my cattle prod or anything else as convenient as, say, a brace of grenades. That would teach me not to stay fully armed at all times. "Look at it this way." Bex shot a former technician in the throat, sending the man backward. We continued to advance, moving in smooth, long-practiced tandem. "If we run out of bullets, we can just let them chew on you for a little while." "I feel much better." I fired again. One of the older infected went down. "Any idea how many of these things we're dealing with?" "Not a fucking clue." My favorite kind of duck hunt. My breathing was starting to settle, the adrenaline in my bloodstream slipping away. The endorphins that replaced it were soothing, my old, familiar drug of choice. This was the feeling that used to drive me into the field with a baseball bat and a cocky grin, this floating, flying, nothing-can-hurt-me feeling. Georgia's death clipped my wings. In moments like this, I could almost forget that. There were no voices in my head that shouldn't be there, but they were replaced by contentment, and not the yawning void that usually opened when George stopped talking. This used to be what I lived for. I couldn't live for it anymore. But, oh, God, I missed it. "Fire!" Step forward. Fire! Bex ducked behind me, letting me cover her while she reloaded her gun. I pulled my second pistol, buying us a few more steps before she needed to repeat the favor. "This is not cool," I muttered. "Bex, you got another reload on you?" "No," she said grimly. "Didn't think so. On my signal, we're going to run." I didn't need to see her face to know what her expression looked like. "That's a terrible idea." "So is staying here. Either Dr. Abbey's been doing independent collections or the locals called for friends. Either way," I aimed, fired, and took down another zombie. "We're going to run out of bullets before we run out of walking corpses. We run or we die. Got a preference?" "I like running." "Good." 1. I took another shot. This one went wild, barely grazing the zombie I was aiming for. 2. 3. I shoved Bex in the direction of the stairs, firing rapidly to cover her. She'd been right about one thing. If one of us was going to get chewed on, it needed to be me. One bite, and it was game over for her. I'd consider a few more scars to be a fair trade for getting Bex out of this alive. "They can still kill you," hissed George. "Maybe I deserve it," I replied, and ran after Bex. One nice thing about stairs. Zombies can navigate them, but they can't do it fast. There's a certain comedy to watching them try, as long as you're not in a position to get knocked over by an infected body tumbling back down to the ground floor after it manages to misjudge the positioning of its feet. A few zombies had already fallen by the time we reached the bottom step. Bex shot the first of them and ran on, leaving me to take out the other 2. Both of them were wearing lab coats. They moaned, reaching for me. I grimaced as I jumped over them and paused long enough to turn back and shoot them in the head. It took a few seconds to be absolutely sure they were dead, not just incapacitated. I spent the time. I knew these people. I might not know their names, but I knew them, and this was at least partially my fault. I could have forced Dr. Abby to up her security. I could have helped more. I could have stopped this from happening. "You need to stop taking responsibility for things that aren't your fault," said George, sounding cranky enough that I could almost see her frown. "You need to stop telling me that things aren't my fault," I countered, turning to shoot a zombie that had been lurching up behind me. It went down hard. I kept my gun raised and began backing up the stairs, scanning the lab below me. The occasional gunshot from above told me that Bex was doing her part to clear the landing. My ear cuff beeped. I jerked my chin upward, answering the call. "Kinda busy, so this better be good." "Maggie's upstairs, locked in one of the cold storage rooms. She's not injured, but she's bloody pissed at whoever it was that shoved her in there," said Mahir. "Dr. Abby says she made contact with Bex?" "We're en route now." I took another shot. That left 3. 4 if I decided to use all my bullets, rather than going with the traditional approach to zombie killing and saving the last one for myself. The thought made me crack a smile. Saving bullets for myself was something I didn't have to worry about anymore. "You are so fucking morbid," muttered George. "Learn from the best," I replied. There were only 2 visible zombies left on the floor, and both of them had been infected for long enough that they were moving slowly, in that classic Romero shuffle. Better yet, killing so many of their packmates meant the viral intelligence driving them all had been reduced from mob-level smarts back to individual stupidity. No one knows why zombies get smarter when you have a bunch of them in one place, but they do, and it's a problem. Tactics that work against 1 or 2 lone undead will get you killed when you go up against a mob. I've seen them demonstrate complicated hunting techniques, like actual ambush preparation, and it's scary as hell. If nothing else, it forces you to remember that the things inside those rotting shells used to be human, and on some level still might be. They just got sick. It could happen to anybody. Anybody but me. "Shaun? Shaun, are you there? Shaun?" Mahir's voice in my ear dragged me out of my thoughts and back into the situation. "Sorry, just assessing." I turned, running up the stairs. Bex was waiting on the landing. She had her gun up and was braced against the banister. 2 infected were shambling toward her, neither moving fast enough to be a major threat at their current distance. She was letting them set up the shot. It's a classic field tactic and a good way to save your ammunition. There was just one problem with it. If there were only 2 zombies out here, where was all that moaning coming from? "What's your assessment?" asked Bex. "We're fucked. Where's Alric? I'm pissed off, I'm almost out of bullets, and I'm not having any fun." And that right there was the reason I stopped doing active field work, even before we stopped really being a news site. You can't be a professional Irwin when you can't at least pretend to enjoy what you're doing. It doesn't work. The center does not hold. "He's with Dr. Abby." "Good." Bex took the first of her shots as I reached her. The zombie went down. She didn't even glance in my direction. "We clear below, Mason?" 2 zombies, both too uncoordinated to handle the stairs. I made an executive decision. We need to conserve bullets more than we need to perfectly secure the area. "Well, just don't forget that they're down there and sound the all clear without going back to mop up your mess." She squeezed off her second shot. This wasn't a clean hit. Her bullet took the infected in the throat, reducing it to a mass of torn flesh and visible bone. It kept shuffling forward. Bex? 1, she said. 2, 3. The zombie went down, the virally enhanced clotting factors in its blood finally giving up the task of repairing the arteries shredded by her bullet. 3, she said, and flashed me a self-satisfied smile. Just like getting to the center of a Tootsie Pop. "Did you know they made that commercial in the 1970s? I asked. There were no more infected in sight. The moaning in the distance continued. "How are you for bullets?" "I did know that, yes. 3 bullets left. You? 4. Great. Let's hope this party isn't strictly BYOB. She turned and ran in the direction of the dead. We're on our way, Mahir, I said, and ran after her. Do they train you people to say stupid things when in mortal danger? I'm just curious, you understand. I'm not judging you. Yes, you are. Yes, I am. There are classes. I followed Bex around a corner, skidding to a halt. Mahir? I'm going to need to call you back. What are you? I reached up to tap my ear cuff, breaking the connection. Bex raised her hand, signaling for silence. I nodded, understanding. And then we both just stood there, staring at the 5-deep wall of zombies that was trying to claw its way through the door into Dr. Abby's office. They weren't paying any attention to us yet. That was the good part. The bad part was that they would inevitably either break down that door or lose interest in what was behind it, and either way, we'd eventually wind up on the menu. Here, I mouthed, pressing my gun into Bex's hand. I shook my head at her questioning expression, nodding back the way we'd come. Slow understanding bloomed in her face, and she nodded, pressing herself against the wall as I turned and crept quietly away. Once I was back in the main hall, out of sight of the infected, I broke into a run. This floor's armory was located at the far end of the building, in what used to be a bathroom. Dr. Abby's technicians couldn't get the water working in the corroded old second-story pipes, and so the room had been converted to hold all the weapons of mass destruction that a bunch of geeks who insisted on playing with dead things could possibly need. I don't know what science geeks were like before the Rising, but these days, after seeing the kind of armaments they pack, you couldn't pay me to get on their bad side. It was just too bad that they hadn't been carrying more of those armaments while they were at home in the lab. Maybe I wouldn't have needed to shoot so many of them. I passed the bodies of 3 dead technicians as I ran. Really dead. They'd been torn apart, practically shredded by the hungry infected. Their screams probably saved the lives of everyone who was now huddling behind a locked door. The people who ran toward the trouble, or toward the armory, wanting to get ready to face the trouble head-on, had been the second wave of victims. That was how it almost always went in an outbreak. The first wave dies, the second wave rises. The last of the bodies was right in front of the armory door, fallen like he had almost reached it when they finally managed to run him down. I grimaced as I stepped over him, leaning into the armory to turn on the light. The zombie that had been lurking there lunged, the moan escaping from its lipless mouth bare seconds before the startled shout of "Whoa!" escaped from mine. I managed to jerk my arm back before it could get its teeth into me, and they clacked shut on empty air. The zombie lunged again. "Back off, ugly!" I grabbed it by the hair, using its own momentum as I shoved it past me into the hallway. If Dr. Abby was wrong about my being immune, I was going to regret that in a minute. I would have regretted it a hell of a lot more if the thing had managed to get its teeth into me. The zombie stumbled as I released it, taking several steps forward before it could get its balance back and remember how to turn itself around. I took advantage of those precious seconds, darting into the armory and looking frantically around me. I didn't use this room very often. We had our own equipment, and while Dr. Abby was perfectly willing to be generous with the ammo, she usually didn't want us fetching it ourselves. The grenades were... "Over here, Shaun," said George. I turned. She was standing in the far corner of the room, next to a stack of beautifully familiar olive-green boxes. "This what you were looking for?" "Yeah. Thanks, George." "Not a problem. Now kill your friend." She was abruptly gone, blinking out like she had never been there at all. That was reasonable. She hadn't been there. I grabbed the nearest pistol that looked like it might be loaded. Bad gun safety, good zombie safety. It balances, and whirled, taking aim right at the place I estimated my dead friend's head would be. "Bang, ugly," I said, and pulled the trigger. Thank God for paranoia and over-preparedness. The gun barked and a large chunk of the zombie's skull vanished, transformed into red mist and a hail of bone fragments. I shoved the pistol into my belt and tapped my ear cuff, heading for the back of the room. "Shaun?" "Mahir, listen. If you can get a connection to Bex, tell her she needs to back up. I'm coming in with grenades." I grabbed guns as I walked, dropping anything too light to be loaded and cramming the rest into my belt. If I was making a last stand, I was doing it so ridiculously overprepared that I'd rattle when I walked. Mahir sighed deeply. "Of course you are. Couldn't you try something a little less, I don't know, insanely idiotic?" "I could, but they don't have a flamethrower here. Now let her know." "I'm on it." The connection died. Grabbing the top box of grenades, I paused only long enough to check that its contents were both intact and well secured. Then I ran. Bex met me halfway down the hall, somehow managing to run silently in her combat boots. There was one more skill I'd never mastered. "What are you doing?" she demanded, tone barely above a whisper. "Mahir called me. He said you told him to do it. I could have been killed. Are you really planning to use grenades? You got a better idea?" "No, but the risk of structural damage is minimal. Are the zombies where you left them?" "What? Yes." "Then you would have been killed if you'd still been in that hallway." I kept moving, holding the box up just enough for her to see the shape of it. "I'm going to aerosolize me some dead guys." "You're insane." "Yeah, probably." I pulled the first pistol I'd snagged out of my waistband, passing it to her. "Stay out here and guard my back. Oh, and if you could call Dr. Abby and tell her to turn off the lab ventilation system until the spray settles, that would probably be good. I don't want to zombie out the whole room trying to save them." "You're dangerously insane," Bex amended, but she took the pistol and added a quick, "Good luck," before retreating farther down the hall. I felt better knowing she was out there. One close call per day is pretty much my limit. I walked until I reached the end of the short hall leading to Dr. Abby's lab. The zombies were still trying to claw their way inside, their moaning echoing through the confined space until it seemed loud enough to drive a man insane. They were still focused on the prey in front of them and not on things moving around behind them. That was good. I'd be changing that in a moment, but for now distracted zombies were in my best interests. Putting the box of concussion grenades on the floor, I opened the lid and pulled out the top two. They were designed for use in situations like this one and would do maximal damage to soft tissue, such as zombies, while doing minimal structural damage to the buildings surrounding the zombies. They were usually used for large government extermination runs. A series of helpful cartoon thumbnails on the inside lid of the box used stick figures and the universal sign for "No" to remind me that I shouldn't use concussion grenades without putting on a gas mask first, since aerosolized zombie isn't good for anybody. "Too bad I have no respect for safety precautions," I muttered and pulled the pin on the first grenade. I might be willing to stand in the open air while I created a fine red mist of viral particulates, but that didn't make me stupid. I chucked the first grenade into the middle of the mob, causing about half of them to turn in my direction. I threw the second grenade about 3 feet in front of the mob. Then I ran, pausing only to grab 2 more grenades out of the top of the box. I pulled the pins and threw them behind me, into the path of the onrushing mob. 1, said George. 2, 3, 4, 5, I added and kept running. The first grenade went off with a low crumping sound, muffled enough to tell me that it had been buried by a substantial number of bodies when it exploded. The other 3 went off in rapid succession, each of them a little louder and less cushioned by the weight of the bodies on top of it. I kept running. When Bex came into sight ahead of me, I stepped to the side, giving her a clear line of fire, and pulled 2 of the guns from my waistband. "God, I wish we had cameras on this," I said, and then the infected who'd managed to survive my little party tricks came shambling and running down the hall, and I forgot about cameras in favor of keeping us both alive. They were a sorry-looking bunch, even for zombies. It's true that you can kill a zombie with trauma to the body. Once they lose enough blood, or a sufficient number of major internal organs, they'll die like everybody else. The trouble is that they don't feel pain like uninfected humans do, and they can keep going long after their injuries would have incapacitated a normal person. Some of the zombies making their way down the hall were missing arms, hands, even feet. Those stomped along on the shattered remains of their ankles, shins, or knees, giving them a drunken gait that was somehow more horrifying than the normal zombie shuffle. One had a piece of grenade shrapnel stuck all the way through his cheek, wedged at an angle that would make it impossible for him to bite even if he managed to grab us. That wasn't going to stop him from trying. "Bex, you clear?" "Clear!" came the shout from behind me. "Great," I said, and opened fire. The bad thing about setting up a kill shoot like the one we were in is that it can just as easily turn into a die shoot. The good thing about setting up a kill shoot, the reason that people keep using them and have been using them since the Rising, is that as long as your ammo holds out and you don't lose your head, you can do a hell of a lot of damage without letting the dead get within more than about 10 feet of you. The injuries to our mob were extensive enough that most of them weren't moving very quickly, and the ones who'd been shielded from the worst of the blast by the bodies of their companions were hampered in their efforts to move forward by those same bodies. The fast zombies got mired in the slow zombies, and their efforts to break free of the mob just slowed everything down a little more. Bex and I didn't bother aiming for the fast ones. We just went for the head and throat shots and kept on knocking them down. "Shaun!" called Bex. "Dr. Abbey just called. They're opening the lab door." "Awesome!" I shouted back, barely a second before gunfire started from the direction of the lab. I fell back several yards, pulling another gun from my waistband and holding it out behind me. "Reload?" "Thanks." Bex snatched the pistol from my hand, taking aim on another of the infected. "So this is fun. This is a fun time." "Sure." I fired twice, taking down 2 more zombies. I was about to shoot a third one when Joe came bounding into my line of fire. He grabbed a zombie by the leg, shaking so hard that the entire leg came off. The gunfire continued behind him, but for Joe, the party was all out here in the hall. It probably says something about Dr. Abbey that she named her massive black English Mastiff after her dead husband and used him for illegal medical experiments. I'm not sure what it says exactly. I just know that Joe is now functionally immune to Kellis Amberley. He can get sick, but he can't go into conversion, and that meant that the enormous, angry carnivore now spreading zombie guts around the hall was on our side. Thank God for that. "That's disgusting," said Bex, and shot a zombie who was continuing to advance in our position, ignoring the chaos behind him. "Oh, geez, is that a spleen?" "I think that's a spleen, yes." I fired one more time, taking down a zombie that had gotten a little too close for comfort. Joe looked toward the sound of the shot, ears perked up questioningly, and barked once. "It's cool, Joe. We're not hurt." "How cute. The giant dog is concerned." "Someone's got to be." I leaned against the rail, watching Joe work. The gunshots from behind him were starting to taper off. Only 3 zombies that I could see were still making any real progress, and all of them were badly wounded. Bex raised her gun to fire. I pushed her arm gently down again. Let him have his fun. He's had a long day and he deserves the chance to kill some things. "If you say so." Bex looked at me, seeming to tune out the sounds of slaughter coming from the hall in front of us. She frowned. "You have blood in your hair, and on your face." "Great. I've been exposed. Dr. Abbey will be thrilled." The gunshots from the hall had stopped. Bex and I exchanged a look, nodded, and waited where we were for a few more minutes before starting to make our way in that direction. Joe barked again as we approached him, the sound only slightly garbled by the fact that he had most of a human throat in his mouth. "Don't talk with your mouth full," I told him. He dropped the throat, chuffing happily, and fell into step beside us. I patted his bloody, tacky head with one hand. "Good dog." There was no possible way of minimizing my exposure at this point. I might as well just go with it. Dr. Abbey, Alric, and 4 of her technicians were in the hall, their faces covered by ventilator masks and eye protectors. "You made it," she said, sounding unsurprised. "Are we secure?" "Not quite. There are at least 3 shamblers on the ground floor, Mihir's in the van, "And Maggie's locked in a storage room," I replied. "Alric? You okay, buddy?" "Shaken but intact," he said. "Good." I looked to Dr. Abby. "I've been exposed." "There's a shocker." She shook her head, shoulders slumping. She looked tired. That wasn't normal. Not for Dr. Abby. "Help with the cleanup, and I'll get blood test kits for both of you." "Shaun, I know, I said. "I'll be donating a few more vials to the cause of science." "We're still leaving in the morning," said Bex. I turned to blink at her. She shrugged. "There's always something, isn't there? We have to go. It's never going to stop long enough for there to be a good time." "She's right," said Alric. "Alyssa can't wait." "Well then, I guess we're leaving in the morning," I said. "Let's get this place cleaned up and figure out what happened with the security. Oh, and can someone go let Maggie out before she kills us all?" I looked at the mess surrounding us and sighed inwardly. It was going to be a long night.
We lost over a dozen techs, Joey. People who've been working with me for years. People who trusted me to keep them safe. And for what? So I could learn some more things we already knew? This was my fault. Half the people who were bitten knew better than to engage the infected in the way they did, but they believed the treatment I'd been working on could protect them, and they weren't careful enough. Looking into Laurie's post-conversion eyes, it was enough to break my heart. Shaun Mason may hold the answer to this pandemic, but if he does, I haven't found it yet. I know you don't think I should send them to Florida. I have to. We need to know what they used when they built those mosquitoes, and I need to know who built them. If I can pick apart their genetic structure, we may stand a chance in hell. Taken from an email sent by Dr. Shannon Abbey to Dr. Joseph Shoji at the Kauai Institute of Virology, July 24th, 2041.
I don't know how much longer I can do this. I don't know how much longer I can keep convincing my team that I can do this. I don't know how much longer I can trust myself to keep them alive. And I don't know if I could live with myself if I didn't keep trying. We've been frozen here, just like we were frozen in weed, back when the world seemed a lot less fucked up. It's time to start moving again, and I'm terrified, and I'm so damn relieved. I don't think I'll be coming out of this alive. I'm going to go out there, find out what really happened to George, make sure the whole damn world knows what she died for, and then I'm going to come home, and I'm going to go to where she is. I don't know how much longer I can do this, but that's okay, because I'm not going to be doing it for much longer. From Adaptive Immunities, the blog of Shaun Mason, July 24th, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 9. Gregory motioned for silence as we left my room. I nodded, for once grateful for my lack of shoes. My socks didn't squeak against the tile. Somehow, he managed to walk so that his shoes didn't make any noise, and we passed through the darkened CDC building like ghosts. The door at the end of the hall was open, the light above it glowing a steady amber. Alarm lanced through me. Green lights means there's no danger. Red lights mean the danger is near. Amber lights mean something has gone wrong. Gregory's hand landed on my shoulder, stopping me before I could do more than stiffen. "It's part of our window," he said, keeping his voice low. "Come on. We're almost there." "Where are we going?" I asked, taking his words as license to break my own silence. He led me through the door and into another hall, one I'd seen only in passing, when they were taking me from one lab to another. "Someplace they'd rather you didn't see," he said. He didn't need to tell me who they were. They were the people who'd brought me back from the dead, and who gave Dr. Thomas his marching orders. They were the people behind all of this. So it's something that's going to cause me some of that stress they're so interested in minimizing, I guessed, more for the comfort of speaking than out of any serious desire to have my thoughts validated.
You could say that,
Gregory said. We reached a corner. He raised a hand, signaling me to stop, and stepped around it alone.
We're clear. Come on.
I came. We walked to another door with an amber light above it. This one led to a hall I hadn't seen before. It was less pristine than the others. There were whiteboards on the walls, scribbled with notes about cafeteria menus and security sweeps. There were even a few flyers taped up, advertising cars for sale or asking if anyone knew a good tutoring service for high school biochemistry. It looked so much more real than the place I'd been since I woke up, so much more human, that it almost made my chest hurt. The world still existed. I'd died and come back, and the whole time I was gone, the world continued. Gregory started walking faster, saying,
We're almost there. We allowed 6 minutes transit each way, which gives us 15 minutes at our destination. I'm going to need you calm at the end of that time. I can't drag you down these halls if you're not working with me.
Meaning what? I asked, trying to sound like my stomach wasn't balling itself into a small, hard knot of fear.
Meaning that if you lose it, I'll leave you.
The words were kindly spoken. He wasn't trying to be cruel, just stating a fact. If I couldn't control myself, he'd leave me. The other half of that statement didn't need to be spoken. The EIS couldn't afford to have his cover blown because I couldn't keep myself calm. If he left me, he probably wouldn't be leaving me alive. I understand.
Good,
he said. He stopped at a door marked Authorized Personnel Only, producing a thumb drive from his pocket. He plugged it into the side of the blood testing unit. The unit beeped twice, and the light above the door went out. Gregory put his hand on the doorknob, but didn't turn it. Instead, he looked at me gravely and asked,
Are you ready?
No, I said. I'm pretty sure I've never been ready for anything that had to be prefaced with that question. Now open the door. A small smile crossed his lips.
That's the answer I wanted to hear,
he said, and opened the door, revealing a darkened lab. A dim blue glow filled the back third of the room. I looked back at Gregory, raising my eyebrows.
It's okay,
he said.
Go on.
There's an invitation to die for, I said, and stepped across the threshold. The overhead lights clicked on immediately, starting low and climbing to a normal level of illumination. I appreciated that small courtesy. I may not be as photosensitive as I used to be, but that doesn't mean I enjoy being blinded. Gregory stepped in behind me, closing the door.
Here we are,
he said. Where is here, exactly? I asked, squinting as I looked around the room. It looked like it had been cast on the same mold as all the other CDC labs I'd visited, with undecorated walls, stain-proof linoleum floors, and lots of equipment I didn't recognize. My heart leapt a little at the one thing I did recognize, a computer terminal. Gregory followed my gaze and grimaced, looking genuinely sorry as he said,
I can't let you get on the internet from here, Georgia. It's not safe.
But
that's not why we're here.
He nodded toward the back of the room. The blue glow was less evident now that the lights were on, but it was still there. Right, I muttered, and turned to look in that direction. From where I was, it looked like a fish tank filled with luminescent blue liquid. I frowned and started toward it, trying to figure out what it was, and why it was important enough for Gregory to risk both our lives by bringing me here. I think, on some level, that I knew what it was even before I saw it. I just had to put off understanding for as long as possible if I wanted to be able to handle what I was about to see. But maybe that's hindsight. Me trying to justify things to myself. I don't really know. What I do know is this. The blue liquid wasn't fully opaque. It just looked that way from a distance. It cleared as I approached, and by the time I reached the tank, I could see the outline of a human figure through the blue. I squinted, but couldn't make out any real details beyond the fact that it was female and surrounded by a forest of tangled cords. Gregory stepped up behind me and leaned to my left, pressing a button at the top of a control panel I hadn't noticed until then. The glow brightened, and the liquid began turning transparent, small lines of bubbles marking the spots where filters were cleansing some element out of the mix. In only a few seconds, I could see the figure floating in the tank. She was naked, in her mid-20s, and curled in a loose fetal position, like she had never needed to support her own limbs or head. Her hair was dark brown and badly needed to be cut. It was long enough that the movement of the liquid around her made it eddy slowly, wrapping around her neck and arms. Sensors were connected to her arms and legs, running up to join with the main cable. Her mouth and nose were exposed. She was breathing the liquid. I could see her chest rise and fall, and a thicker tube was connected at her belly button, presumably providing her with oxygen and nutrients. I stared at her, watching the way her fingers twitched and her eyes moved behind the thin shields of her eyelids. Gregory waited, watching me watch her. The room seemed to be holding its breath, both of us waiting to see what I would do, whether I would be able to look at what was in front of me without snapping. For a moment, I didn't know the answer. The moment passed. I took a shaky breath, followed it with another, and asked, "How many of us are there?" "At the moment, 3. Gregory turned his attention to the tank, where another Shaun Mason floated. Her hair had never been bleached, and was still the dark brown that mine was supposed to be. I felt a brief flare of jealousy. She looked more like me than I did. "This is subject number 8C. It's the last member of the subject group following yours." "Wait. Subject group?" I turned my back on the tank, unsure of my ability to keep my cool while I watched my own silent doppelganger floating in the blue. "What does that mean?" "Your designation is Subject 7C. Subject 7A didn't mature properly. 7B went into spontaneous amplification during the revivification process." He gestured at the tank. "Subject 8A was shut down due to issues with spinal maturation at about this stage." "And 8B? He wasn't using names for any of the other subjects, I noticed. He wasn't even giving them genders. They were just things to him, at least until the moment they woke up and turned into people. That was actually reassuring, because he treated me like a person. I wasn't the same as them. I wasn't. Subject 8B is part of why we're here. Subject 8C is just the backup, in case something goes wrong." Gregory looked at me carefully. "Are you ready to proceed?" "You mean, do I want to scream and throw things and maybe vomit, but can I keep myself together a little longer?" "Yes, and yes." I shook my head, taking comfort in the fact that I could feel the air against my ears. I might have started out like that girl in the tank, but I wasn't her anymore. I was awake and alive, and my hair had been cut. We have to take our comforts where we can find them. "All right," said Gregory. "Follow me." He led me to a large metal rectangle on the far wall. He tapped a button on a control panel next to it, and stepped back as a whirring sound began to emanate from the wall itself. The metal rectangle slid slowly upward, revealing the room on the other side of the thick, industrial-grade glass. He tapped the control panel again, and the lights came on. The walls of the room were featureless and white, The only thing that even resembled furniture was a narrow hospital bed with white sheets, surrounded by IV drips and beeping monitors. Thick black straps secured the room's single occupant to her bed, holding her in place. Unlike the girl in the tank, unlike me when I first woke up, her hair was cut short, in a precise replica of the haircut I'd worn since I was 12. I touched the close-shorn hair at the back of my neck without realizing I was going to do it, feeling how uneven the strands were. Dr. Shaw had done her best, but she was no hairdresser. "This is 8B?" I asked. My voice was weaker than I wanted it to be. I swallowed hard, trying to clear away the dryness that was growing there. "What are they doing with her?" "They're stabilizing her." Gregory touched another button. A video projection appeared on one side of the window, obscuring that half of the room. It showed Subject 8B being removed from her tank and shifted onto a gurney. Her hair was long in the recording, and it stuck to her face and shoulders like seaweed. "This was taken a week ago." A week? But that was after they knew that I wasn't going to amplify. They knew I was viable. Panic tried to rise inside me like a small, biting animal. I forced it down again as hard as I could, breathing in and out through my nose several times before I asked, "Why are they stabilizing her? What are they planning to do with her?" Gregory touched another button. The recording skipped, the image of the extraction being replaced by an image of the clone, now clean, clothed and dry, with her head held up by a wedge-shaped foam pillow. Voices were speaking softly, just off-screen. I almost jumped when Dr. Thomas said in a loud, clear tone, "Georgia, open your eyes." And the recording of Subject 8B opened her eyes. A squeaky moaning sound escaped my lips before I could hold it in. Gregory put a hand on my shoulder, but he didn't say anything. There was nothing for him to say. Her eyes were black, her pupils so enlarged that there was no band of color between them and the surrounding sclera. Shark's eyes. Zombie eyes. Or the eyes of a person with retinal callus amblyopia, the reservoir condition I'd lived with for most of my life. With those eyes, she looked more like me than I ever could. Someone who was shown a picture of me would probably allow that I looked a lot like a reporter who died during the Ryman campaign. Someone who was shown a picture of her. "How?" I managed to rasp. "Surgical alteration," said Gregory. He took his hand off my shoulder. "They couldn't induce a specific reservoir condition. When they tried, it either caused immediate amplification, or it triggered a reservoir condition in a different part of the body. Getting one with stable retinal callus amblyopia in both eyes could have taken years." I didn't say anything. "They've had to do more procedures than originally planned. It turns out we don't really understand the changes retinal callus amblyopia makes to the structure of the eye as well as we thought we did. As soon as they removed the irises, the retinas began to detach. They've been replaced with artificial lenses, and the eyes have been stabilized. And since I was known to have retinal callus amblyopia, no one would raise any red flags over anomalies in her retinal scans, and the surgical tampering would never be caught." "Slick," I said. My voice sounded flat, like all the emotion had been somehow pressed out of it. That was a reasonably accurate assessment of how I was feeling. I swallowed again and asked, "How much time do I have?" Gregory shot me a sharp look. "What do you mean?" "They didn't fix my eyes. They wouldn't have fixed her eyes if they didn't expect people to see her. Logically, that means they didn't expect people to see me. If I was the finished product, they would have stopped once I was stable." My voice was starting to rise at the end of my sentences. I forced it back down and repeated, "How much time do I have?" We think it'll take about 2 weeks for them to finish all the tests they have scheduled, and for them to get Subject 8B all the way functional. Again, they expected everything to be ready sooner, but they don't want any lingering pain from the operations to distract from the recovery process. I wouldn't have paid any special attention to my eyes hurting when I woke up. I'd been too busy freaking out over not being dead. I decided to let that go for the moment. After that, another 2 weeks, to be sure the subject won't spontaneously amplify or suffer organ failure. So that had been a genuine risk, not just another way to scare me. Funny thing, even knowing that, I was still scared plenty. What's going to happen to me? They're going to keep you as long as you stay useful, and then... Gregory's voice trailed off. I'm sorry. I sighed. Right. That was a bad question. Why are they doing this? Why waste all this time with me if they're just going to bring her out of a chemical coma and drop me down the incinerator chute? What are they gaining from keeping me around? You're the display model. Why do you think Dr. Thomas was so upset when you went and got your hair cut? They want you to be as pretty as possible, to show the investors that this process is safe and painless and yields the best possible results. Gregory touched the control panel. The image of Subject 8B's eyes vanished, replaced by a 4-way split screen of me being... me. Me, sitting on the bed, one leg tucked under my body, the other rhythmically kicking the mattress. Me, pacing around the edges of the room, my fingers snarled in the short hair above my ears. Me, eating. Me, walking down the hall. The views flickered from perspective to perspective, making it clear both that I had been recorded from multiple angles and that someone had taken the time to edit it all together into a single, continuous feed. What? I asked, staring at the screen. My face stared back at me from a dozen different angles, and every angle showed eyes that didn't look as much like my own as the eyes on the clone intended to replace me. Everyone knows who Georgia Mason is. The girl who broadcast her own death and turned the tide of a political election. The one who told us to rise. You were the perfect candidate to prove that a person, a real, recognizable person, can return from the grave as themselves, rather than as a pretty, mindless toy. Gregory glanced at me as he spoke. They made you as accurate as possible, so that you could be the showroom model. You didn't think the CDC bankrolled you on their own, did you? I didn't really think about it, I said. So what's the other one supposed to be? The street model. They spend a lot of money getting you right, and while you have a certain unwitting celebrity spokesperson cachet, there's no reason to waste good research. Building an accurate Georgia Mason taught them how to make an inaccurate one. For a moment, I just froze. It was like everything in me shut down, my brain refusing to cope with the enormity of what it was being asked to process. Then, slowly, I took a breath, nodded, and said, How inaccurate are we talking? If I'm Georgia Mason, who's she? Not quite Georgia Mason. He tapped the control panel again. There was a single muted beep before the servos engaged, followed by the deeply comforting whir of the metal shutter descending. I wouldn't have to look at her anymore. Thank God. But I'm not quite Georgia Mason either, am I? I looked up at him. I can't be. I'm willing to believe that the CDC can clone people. Hell, I've known for years that the CDC could clone people. But there was no convenient backup of her memories. So who am I? You're Georgia Mason. Gregory stepped away from the wall, moving back into my field of view. The point of all this was proving that the CDC can conquer death. I don't understand all the science. My field is virology,
and corporate espionage, not human cloning and memory transfer. But I've seen your charts, and while you're not a perfect replica of yourself, you have a 97% accuracy rating. You're as close as science can get to bringing a person back from the dead.
But how?
Neural snapshotting.
I had to allow that it made sense, as much as I understood it, which wasn't all that well. Thought, memory, everything that makes a person who they are. It's all electricity, little sparks and flashes encoded in the gray matter of our minds. The callous-amberly virus takes us over, but it also preserves the brain long after the point of what should be death. It turns those electrical impulses back on, over and over again. If the CDC had a way of taking a picture of those electrical patterns and then somehow imprinting them on a blank mind, it could work. I shook my head, frowning at Gregory. How can you be so calm?
How can you? He shot back. You're not the first Georgia I've brought here, although you're the most accurate. The highest transfer score before yours was 75. She started screaming as soon as she saw the clone, and she didn't stop. You're the only one who hasn't cried.
I'll cry later. I promise, I said, and I meant it. This was the sort of thing that needed to be processed before I could really let myself get upset. How close is she? If I'm the 97% girl, what's she?
Subject 8B has been prepared through a modified conditioning process, which should, if fully successful, result in a 44% accuracy rating when compared to the original, but with some behavioral adjustments, said Gregory. She'll look like you. She'll act like you.
She won't be me, I finished. So what's she for? For the first time since we'd arrived in the lab, Gregory looked at me like I'd said something wrong.
You mean you don't know?
He asked. No, how would I stopped mid-sentence, a sudden, horrible certainty flooding over me. They wouldn't.
Wouldn't what?
Somehow the one word I needed to say was harder to force out than all the others had been. Shaun?
Gregory nodded. That's the plan. You'll stay here as long as you're useful, and she'll be put where he can find her. Mr. Mason is not particularly stable these days, and they're reasonably sure he'll believe whatever he's told, if he thinks it's going to get you back. He's not going to ask questions. He's not going to look for double crosses. He's just going to open the doors and let her in.
My lips thinned into a hard line. Maybe I wasn't really who I thought I was. Maybe I wasn't really anyone at all, if I wasn't Georgia Mason. But I shared her DNA, and 97% of her personality profile. Who else could I be? The one thing I was absolutely sure of was that none of that mattered. Because these bastards were not going to use my genetic code to honey-trap the only human being in this world that I had ever been willing to die for. Then that's just not going to happen, I said. What do we need to do?
Gregory glanced at his watch. Right now, we need to get you back to your room before our window closes. I should be able to get another message to you tomorrow night. You need to keep your eyes open. Keep behaving normally. They're not going to take you off display unless you do something that makes it look like you're beginning to destabilize.
By take me off display, you mean kill me, right? He nodded. Got it, I said. And after that?
After that?
Said Gregory. He smiled a little, clearly trying to look encouraging. I didn't have the heart to tell him that all he was really managing to do was look scared.
I think it's about time that we got you out of here. Don't you?
My thoughts exactly, I said.
Let's go.
I don't know why I bother writing these entries. It feels less like a blog and more like a diary every day. Like I should be drawing hearts in the margins and writing stupid shit like, OMG, I wonder if he'll ever get over his stupid dead sister and love me. Or, wish I could go shopping, I've had to burn half my favorite shirts due to contamination. But it's routine, and it's a form of saying fuck you to the people who've driven us to this. Fuck you, government conspiracy. Fuck you, CDC. We'll keep writing, and someday we'll be able to post again, and when that happens, you'd better pray we have something better to talk about than you. But I don't think we will. Shaun is starting to crack. He's covering it well, but I can see the fractures. During the outbreak yesterday, there were points where he just froze. It was like he wasn't even a part of the situation anymore. I don't know if he knows he's doing it, and I'm scared. I'm scared he's going to get one of us killed, and he's never going to forgive himself. I'm scared he's going to get even worse, and we're going to let him, because we love him, and because we loved Georgia. And I'm still going to follow him to Florida. God, my mother was right. I really am an idiot. From Charming Not Sincere, the blog of Rebecca Atherton, July 25th, 2041. Unpublished.
She remained calm and reasonable throughout the encounter. She was able to ask coherent questions and give coherent answers. She remained controlled during the walk back to her room, and was able to return to her bed and feign normal sleep successfully enough to convince the orderly who came to relieve me. Stress fractures are still possible, but I believe we should continue as planned. I think this one is stable. Taken from a message sent by Dr. Gregory Lake, July 25, 2041. Recipient unknown. Chapter 10. The morning dawned bright and clean with a clear blue sky that afforded absolutely no cloud cover. Any spy satellites that happened to pick up on our anomalous route. Not many people take the back roads anymore, and fewer still do it in a way that allows them to skip all security checkpoints, would have a perfect line of sight. If we get picked up by the DEA on suspicion of being Canadian marijuana smugglers, I'm going to be pissed, I muttered. Bex looked up from her tablet, fingers still tracing an intricate dance across the screen. It was sort of unnerving that she could do that by nothing but the memory of where her apps were installed. I need a keyboard or I lose my place in seconds. What's that? Nothing. I kept my eyes on the road. Liar. I didn't answer. We'd get into a fight if I did, and then Bex would have to pretend she didn't mind sitting there listening while I argued with myself. Back at the lab, she'd been able to leave the room when that started. Now that we were on the road again, she had nowhere to run, and neither did I. The reality of what we were doing was starting to sink in. Dr. Abby had insisted we get some sleep after the lab cleanup was finished, although not before she'd drawn enough blood from me to keep her surviving lab monkeys busy for a couple of weeks. Some of us have to work while you take your little road trip, she'd said, like this was some sort of exciting pleasure cruise. Just me and Bex and the ghost of George sailing gaily down the highway to meet our certain doom. Not that we were actually on the highway, unless we absolutely had to be. Dr. Abby had installed a new module on our GPS, one programmed with all the underground and questionably secure stops between Shady Cove and Berkeley. Once that was done, Alric and Mahir worked together to reprogram our mapping software, convincing it the roads we should take were the ones the system flagged as least desirable. So we left Shady Cove not via the convenient and well-maintained Highway 62, but on a narrow, pre-rising street called Rogue River Drive. We'd been on the road for almost 4 hours, playing chicken with major highways the entire time. Alric and Mahir's mapping software sent us down a motley collection of frontage roads, residential streets, and half-forgotten rural back roads, all of them combining to trace roughly the same directional footprints as first Highway 62 and then Highway 5, the big backbone of the West Coast. As long as we stuck to the directions and didn't get cocky, we'd be able to stay mostly off the radar. As for the rest of the time... "We're going to need to stop for gas in 50 miles or so," said Bex, attention focusing on her tablet. She tapped the screen twice. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the graphics flash and divide, changing to some new configuration. "Do we have any viable gas stations?" "Let me check the map." I took one hand off the wheel and pushed a button at the front of our clip-on GPS device saying, "Secure gas." "Recalculating route," replied the GPS. The module had the same pleasant Canadian voice as Dr. Abby's main computer. "Please state security requirements." We'd like to not die, if that's okay with you," I said. "Recalculating route." Notice how she says that no matter what we ask for? I slanted a glance at Bex. Half the time she doesn't even change her mind about where we're going. Maybe she's just fucking with you. The thought had crossed my mind. "The nearest secure gas station is approximately 27 miles from your current location," announced the GPS. "Do you wish to continue?" Bex looked up. "Define secure." "The station is located in a designated hazard zone and has been officially abandoned for the past 18 years. Security systems are running at acceptable levels. The last known transmission was received 3 days ago and indicated the availability of fuel, food, and ammunition." "Works for me," I said. "Let's go." "Recalculating route," said the GPS, and went silent, a new set of street names flashing on the tiny screen. "I so wish we could do an expose on all of this," said Bex wistfully. "I mean, the actual Smuggler's Railroad. Think about the ratings." "Too bad we're not purely in the ratings business these days, isn't it?" "Yeah, but still. Think about it this way, Bex. If these people had been exposed a year ago, they wouldn't be here to help us now. Everything's a trade-off." I turned off the frontage road we'd been traveling down onto a smaller, even less well-maintained frontage road. Beck sighed. "I guess that's true." I grew up in California, and if you'd asked me 2 years ago whether it was possible to drive from Oregon to my hometown without taking I-5, I would have said no. The longer I drove the route assembled by our modified GPS, the more I realized how wrong I'd been and how much of the country we actually lost during the Rising. Most of the roads we were following didn't appear in normal mapping software anymore, because they'd been abandoned to the dead, or were located in places that were considered impossible to secure. Deer and coyotes peeked out of the woods at us as we drove past, showing absolutely no fear. I couldn't tell whether that was because they'd been infected, or because they had forgotten what humans were. As long as we stayed in the van, it didn't really matter. "There used to be bears out here, you know," I said. "Really?" Bex glanced up, frowning suspiciously in my direction. "Is there a reason you're telling me this? Should I be going for the biggest gun I can get my hands on?" "No, I'm just wondering if there might not be bears out here again. I mean, California used to have a grizzly bear on the state flag, even." Bex shuddered. "I do not understand how anyone ever thought that was appropriate. I like the current flag a lot better." "You don't think it's a little, well, sanitized?" The old bear flag might not have been politically correct in a post-Rising world, but it felt like there was passion behind it, like once upon a time someone really cared about that symbol and the things it represented. Its replacement, a crossed redwood branch and California poppy, always struck me as something cooked up by a frantic marketing department for a governor who just needed something to hang over the state capitol. There's a reason the word sanitized contains the word sanity. Using a giant carnivore as your state symbol is insane, zombies or no zombies. What's the Connecticut state flag? A shield with 3 grapevines on it. What? George sounded confused. My sentiments exactly, I muttered. Louder, I asked. What's that supposed to mean? Welcome to Connecticut. We'll get you nice and drunk before the dead start walking? I have no idea what it means. It's just the stupid flag. What did the bear mean? Come to California? You won't have to wait for the zombies if you're looking to get eaten? Beck shot me a glare, expression challenging. I couldn't help it. I started to laugh. What? What's so funny? We're on the run from the Centers for Disease Control, heading for a gas station that caters to drug runners and mad scientists, and we're fighting about the meaning of state flags. Bex blinked at me. Then she put her tablet down on her knees, bent forward to rest her forehead on the dashboard, and began to laugh. Grinning, I hit the gas a little harder. If we were laughing, we weren't thinking too hard about what was waiting for us down the road. Years before I was born, President Richard Nixon declared a war on drugs, like drugs might somehow realize they were under siege and decide they'd be better off going somewhere else. That war went on for decades, even before the Kellis-Amberley virus gave us something more concrete to fight against. A sane person might think the dead rising would be a good reason to stop stressing out over a few recreational pharmaceuticals. It turns out the lobbyists and corporations who stood to benefit from keeping those nasty drugs illegal didn't agree, and the war on drugs continued, even up to the present day. Smuggling is a time-honored human tradition. Make something illegal, create scarcity, and people will find a way to get it. Better, they'll find a way to make it turn a profit. In some ways, the rising was the best thing that could have happened to the world's drug smugglers, because suddenly there were all these roads and highways and even entire towns with no population, no police force, and best of all, no one to ask what those funny smells coming out of your basement windows were. They had to be constantly vigilant, both against the threat of the infected and the threat of the DEA, but they had more space than they'd ever had before. The question remained. How were they supposed to move their product into more civilized areas? If drugs had been the only things in need of smuggling, maybe the answer would have involved tanks or strapping backpacks to zombies before releasing them back into the wild. But drugs weren't the only things people needed to move. Weapons, ammunition, livestock. The illegal breeding farms on the other side of the Canadian hazard line were constantly looking for fresh genetic lines and would go to incredible lengths to get them. George and I once followed a woman all the way to the California state border as she tried to get her Great Dane to safety without being stopped by the authorities. I don't know whether she made it or not. We lost track of her shortly after she crossed into Oregon. But Buffy convinced George to let her scrub the identifying marks from our reports. These days, after spending some time on the wrong side of the rules, I sort of hope that woman and her dog made it over the border, into a place where they could live together the way she wanted them to. "That's because you're a sentimental idiot," said George. "Probably," I said, getting my laughter under control. "But isn't that why you love me?" Bex lifted her head from the dashboard, still chuckling, and went back to tapping on her tablet. "How much farther?" "About 10 miles, I said. "Get the trade goods." "On it." The smuggler supply stations were largely maintained by people in the business of stealing the most forbidden commodity of all: freedom. They were the ones who chose to live in the places we'd abandoned, not because they were breeding large dogs or making meth, but because they wanted to live the way they always had. They wanted to open their doors on green trees and blue skies, not fences and security guards. I couldn't blame them. Oh, I was pretty sure they were insane, but I couldn't blame them. Living off the grid came with its own set of problems, including limited access to medical care. So while the people we were on our way to buy gas from might take cash, they were likely to be a lot more interested in fresh blood test units, antibiotics, and birth control. More than half the trade goods we'd received from Dr. Abbey were contraceptives of one type or another. "They choose their lives, and they love their lives, but bringing children into that environment isn't something you want to do by mistake," was her comment, as she showed Bex how to load the contraceptive implant gun. "This stuff is worth more than anything else you could possibly carry, and it'll keep them from trying to barter for your ammunition. Just make sure they see that you're armed, or you're likely to find yourselves at the center of a good old-fashioned robbery." Bex unbuckled her seatbelt and climbed over her seat into the rear of the van. I could hear her banging around back there as she got our kits ready. Glancing into the rearview mirror, I could see the back of her head. Her medium brown hair was pulled into a no-nonsense braid, the streaks of white blonde from Dr. Abby's chemical showers striping it like a barber pole. "We need gas and maybe some munchies," I called. "I think we can make it another 8 or 9 hours before we need to stop for the night." "Got it," she called back. "Should I pack any of the antibiotics?" "No, but grab the poison oak cream. That probably has some local demand." I turned my attention back to the road. The counter on the GPS indicated that our turn was somewhere just up ahead. "How we wound up here is a mystery to me," I said almost under my breath. "The part where we're about to bribe criminals for gas, or the whole situation?" asked George. "A little bit of both." "I wish I'd known about this while I was alive." It wasn't that surprising when I heard her voice coming from the seat Bex had vacated. I glanced over to see George with her feet braced on the dashboard and her knees tucked up almost against her chest. "I mean, Bex is right. This would have made a fantastic exposé." "And destroyed these people's way of life. They've never done anything to earn that." "How many of the people we exposed did? I mean, we were never tabloid journalists." "And thank God for that," I muttered. "But we weren't saints either. If a story caught our eye, we chased it down, and sometimes people got hurt. Like that woman with the dog that you were just thinking about." "Can you not remind me that you can read my mind? That's where I keep all my private thoughts." "Please, like there's anything in your head that could shock me?" George leaned forward, resting her cheek on her knee as she smiled at me. "The woman with the dog, Shaun. Even if she got out, how many of the routes we documented her taking were closed by Homeland Security immediately afterward? How many people like her tried to run when they saw our report and got driven straight into a trap we'd created? That's not our fault. Was it Dr. Kellis's fault when Robert Stolniker decided to write a sensationalistic article about his cure for the common cold and kicked off the whole stupid rising? We're supposed to be responsible journalists. How do we cope when the stories we report get people hurt?" She sighed. "Do you honestly think Buffy and I were the first casualties?" "Right now, I just think I'm lucky Buffy isn't haunting me too," I said sourly. "Shaun?" I twisted in my seat to see Bex standing behind me. She looked concerned. I couldn't blame her. I'd have looked concerned too if I were the one in her place. "Hey, Bex," I said, glancing to the empty passenger seat as I turned my eyes back to the road. George was gone. She'd be back. "Everything okay back there?" "Yeah, everything's fine. Is everything okay up front?" "Just arguing with myself again, nothing new." "Please turn left," said the GPS, cutting off any reply from Bex. That was probably for the best. Ignoring my crazy might seem okay when we were in a nice, relatively safe lab environment, but that didn't mean her tolerance was going to extend to the field. I really didn't feel like arguing about whether or not I could decide to be sane again. The road the GPS directed us down was barely more than a dirt path winding into the trees. Tires had worn deep ruts into the earth, and the van shuddered and jumped as we jounced along. Bex dropped into her seat, grabbing hold of the oh-shit handle with one hand and bracing the other against the dashboard. "Are you sure this is the right way?" she demanded. "Destination in 100 yards, said the GPS. According to the creepy computer lady, yeah, it's the right way. I eased off on the gas. No sense in killing our shocks over a road that didn't even come with any zombies. I hate this road. It clearly hates us, too. "Destination in 20 yards, said the GPS. I frowned. All I could see ahead of us was more dirt road. At least until a pair of men stepped out of the trees, each holding a shotgun large and impractical enough to be essentially useless. Sure, you could shoot a zombie with one of those things, and sure, it would go down, but the kick from a shotgun that size would probably knock you down at the same time, not to mention the weight of the ammunition. If you wanted to carry something like that and have the option to run for your life when the need inevitably arose, You'd be carrying less than 24 rounds. Shaun? It's cool, Bex, I said, turning off the engine. The men with the shotguns trained them on our windshield. I responded by blowing them a kiss and waving cheerfully. They're not planning to shoot us. Those guns wouldn't make sense if they were planning to shoot us. So what are they planning to do? Please, enlighten me. Bex scowled. I undid my seatbelt. They're trying to scare us, I said, and opened the van door. I kept my hands in view as I slid out of the driver's seat. The men with the guns shifted to train them squarely on me. I smiled ingratiatingly at them, stepping far enough from the van that they could see for themselves that I wasn't hiding anything. We come in peace, I called. More quietly, I added for Beck's benefit, I have always wanted to say that. Sometimes you are an enormous dork, said George. True, I agreed. The men were still pointing their guns in my direction. I sighed and raised my voice, trying another approach. Dr. Abbey sent us. We just need gas and then we'll be on our way. The man to my left lowered his gun. The one to my right did not. Eyes narrowed with suspicion, he asked, How do we know you're telling the truth? You don't. Although I suppose you could make us stand out here while you try to find someone who has the current number for Dr. Abbey's lab and get her to give us her okay. But I really am telling the truth. I'm Shaun Mason. The lady in the car is Rebecca Atherton. We're from after the end times, we're hiding from the CDC, and Dr. Abbey sent us. Most of that would qualify as too much information if I were talking to anyone else. But these were men who had chosen, for whatever reason, to remove themselves from the grid of modern existence. No small task, with government surveillance and public health tracking becoming more invasive with every year that passed. Telling them we were hiding wouldn't give them a lever to use against us. It would give us a point of commonality with them. We were all hiding from the world together. The second man lowered his gun. How's that damn dog of hers doing? He asked. I could barely see his mouth through the bushy red thicket of his beard. He was wearing denim overalls and a plaid lumberjack shirt with the cuffs pegged up around his elbows. It was like being questioned by Paul Bunyan's much, much shorter brother. Still the size of a small tank, I said. She tell you we don't take plastic? Asked the first man, apparently unwilling to let his companion do all the talking. If the second man was Paul Bunyan's midget cousin, the first man would have made a decent stand-in for Ichabod Crane, even down to the prominent Adam's apple and impressively oversized nose. I wish we were filming this, said George. I swallowed my automatic, me too, focusing instead on looking as harmless and sincere as possible. It wasn't easy. Most of my training had focused on looking daring and oblivious, which probably wasn't going to fly here. She told us our money wouldn't be any good, I said, still smiling. She also said you might be willing to consider blood test units that wouldn't give you tetanus as a fair trade for some gas and a couple of sandwiches. Paul Bunyan frowned for a moment, long enough that I was starting to wonder whether Bex would be able to move into the driver's seat and hit the gas before we both got shot. Then he grinned, showing the gaps where his front teeth had presumably been once upon a time. Well, hell, boy, why didn't you open with that? We're still new at this, I replied. Does that mean we can come in? Sure does, said Ichabod. He and Paul started toward the van, leaning their guns against their shoulders in an almost synchronized motion. Hope you're not averse to giving us a lift. This had all the hallmarks of a test. Sure, I said, motioning for them to follow me as I moved to climb back into the van. As expected, Bex had her pistol out and was holding it just out of view behind the dashboard. I gestured for her to put it away before one of our new friends saw it. Are you sure this is a good idea? She hissed, voice barely above a whisper. Nope, I said. I would have said more, but Paul and Ichabod had reached the van. It's open, I called. Much obliged, said Ichabod. He opened the van's rear door and climbed inside, with Paul close behind him. I'm Nathan. This is Paul. Nice to meet you folks, said Paul. Charmed, said Bex, with a professional smile. Anyone who didn't know her would have trouble telling it from an expression of actual pleasure. Anyone who did know her would recognize it as a cue to grab a weapon and run. "You look like a Paul," I said, ignoring the danger inherent in Bex's expression. She might not be happy about having strangers in our van, but she could cope. In the back of my head, Georgia laughed. "Go ahead and close the door. I assume you know where we're going." Paul slammed the van door and replied, "Just keep heading up the road. You'll see the turnoff in about another 20 yards. Awesome. I started the van's engine and began driving slowly down the uneven dirt road. Much to my surprise, the surface leveled out dramatically before we'd gone very much farther. The van stopped jarring and jouncing, settling into a more normal, smooth ride. The look on my face must have been good, because Nathan and Paul both burst out laughing. "Oh, man, that gets you newbies every time," said Paul, slapping his knee with one meaty lumberjack hand. "We maintain the road once you get far enough off the surface streets. Never know when you're going to need to burn rubber without blowing an axle." "Yeah, that was high comedy," I said, barely managing to keep the annoyance out of my voice. I couldn't afford to get annoyed. Bex was already halfway there, and one of us needed to be the reasonable one. "I could do it," offered George. One of us who actually had a body needed to be the reasonable one, I inwardly amended. "Where to next?" I asked. "Keep going," said Nathan. "You'll know the turnoff when you see it." "Sure," I said, and hit the gas a little harder, accelerating from 2 miles an hour to a more respectable 5. The turnoff came into view a few seconds later, leading to a broad gravel road. Trees shaded it almost completely. I could tell just by looking at the branches that it would grant almost total protection from aerial surveillance. Even Bex abandoned her suspicious observation of our passengers as she leaned forward to study the road and pronounced her verdict. "Cool." "Very cool," I agreed and made the turn. The trees that sheltered the road also cut off most visibility as we drove. That, too, was almost certainly intentional. We had been following the gravel road for about 5 minutes when it curved gently to the side, a last veil of foliage fell away, and we found ourselves facing a pre-rising building that looked almost unchanged from those careless, bygone days. Unchanged except for the electrified fence with the barbed wire around the top, that is. The fence didn't fit with any of the pictures I'd seen of pre-rising architecture. The rest of the structure, however, was almost certainly older than I was, built when this area was a thriving tourist corridor and not the blasted back end of nowhere. 2 men were pulling the gate open. A row of fuel pumps sat off to one side, inside the fence but distanced from the main building, as if they had been an afterthought. There was also a row of portable toilets and what looked like a portable decontamination shower. These people had thought of everything, and then they jury-rigged it all with plastic sheets and duct tape. "Welcome to Denny's," said Nathan. I glanced over my shoulder at him as I pulled the van through the open gate and steered to a stop just outside a second, shorter fence. This one only encircled the main building. "I thought that was a diner chain." "It was. So was this." He grinned. "We're handy out here." "Really?" I turned back to the building, blinking. "I've never seen one with the windows intact." "We got lucky out here," said Paul. "The Denny's was already closed down when the rising hit. They said it was an economic downturn, and then the zombies came before anybody had to admit that we were having a depression. Good timing for everybody." "Except the people who got eaten," said Bex. "Well, true. Probably not for them," allowed Paul. He opened the van door, sliding out. His boots crunched when they hit the gravel. "Come on, let's see what we can work out in terms of trade." Nathan followed him out of the van. The 2 of them seemed to be perfectly at ease as they ambled toward the refitted diner. I stayed where I was for a moment, squinting at the trees. Bex paused in the process of unbuckling her seatbelt. "What?" "We're in the woods." even if there aren't any bears out here, there should be deer. So why are our friends so calm? A glint of light high in a tree, in a spot where light had no business glinting, caught my eye. I jabbed a finger toward it, not caring if anyone saw me. There. They have cameras in the trees. Possibly snipers, too. They were stalling us on the road while their people got into position. Did anyone ever tell you that you really know how to make a girl feel all warm and fuzzy inside, Mason? It's one of my best qualities, I said. I climbed out of my seat to exit through the van's rear door, grabbing the first of the boxes of trading supplies as I passed it. Bex followed me, muttering something under her breath. Not for the first time, I was glad that George was the only woman who had a direct line to the inside of my head. "You'd go crazy if there was more than one of us in here," said George. I smothered a snort of laughter and didn't say anything at all. Nathan and Paul were waiting by the second fence when Bex and I came walking up to them. This gate was standing open with no blood test in evidence. Nathan must have seen the surprise in our faces. He shrugged, scarecrow shoulders jerking up and down in a sharp bird-like motion as he said, "We can't afford the kind of paranoia you get out there in civilization. Unless we've got reason to think you've been exposed, we handle our outbreaks the old-fashioned way." "With bullets," added Paul, just in case we were too dumb to get the point. "Yeah, thanks for that," I said. Hoisting my box of trade goods, I asked, "Is this where we get down to business, or can we go inside first?" "Sure thing," said Nathan. "Indy's got coffee on." He beckoned for us to follow as he stepped into the circle of ground protected by the fence. Paul stayed where he was. They weren't going to let us get behind them both once we were past the gate. Smart. I like people who can manage to be paranoid and smart at the same time. They're usually the ones who make it out of any given situation still breathing. "Any chance I could get a Coke?" I asked. Bex glared at me as we followed him past the fence. Unsurprisingly, Paul swung the gate shut behind us, leaving himself on the other side. "I'm not comfortable leaving the van unattended," said Bex. "If you're worried we'll loot it, don't be," said Nathan. "If you pass the last checkpoint, we'll give you gas and supplies and whatever else you need, and no one will touch anything you don't trade freely. We're civilized here. That's probably why the doc told you to come see us." I winced a little. One of our former team members, Kelly Connolly, went by Doc most of the time. My choice, not hers. She's dead now, like so many others. "And if we fail the last checkpoint?" I asked. "It's not looting to take from the dead," said Nathan implacably. He opened the diner door and stepped inside. "And on that cheery note," muttered Bex. Durno versus Wisconsin was the case that decided the dead had no rights regarding property on or around their immediate persons at the time of death, making it perfectly legal to take a zombie's car and claim it as your own. It's been abused a few times over the years. It's still seen, and rightly, as one of the best legal decisions to come out of the Rising. I mean, who has the time to transfer a pink slip in the middle of a zombie uprising? At least there's coffee. I caught the diner door as it was in the process of swinging closed, indicating the doorway with a grandiose sweep of my free arm. "Ladies first." "What, asshole second?" asked Bex, but she smiled as she stepped inside, and that was what I had been shooting for. I followed her into the surprisingly bright interior. The windows must have been tinted to make it harder to tell that people still used the place. That made a lot of sense. The infected don't seem to recognize light as a sign of possible human habitation. The police do. The last Denny's in California closed years ago, when the new food service and hygiene laws were still shaking out. I was pretty sure this one had been heavily modified from the original floor plan, since I can't imagine many family diners would have ammo racks or hospital beds in the middle of their dining areas. A few booths were intact, cherry-red vinyl upholstery patched with strips of duct tape. Most had been ripped out, replaced with wire convenience store shelving. About half the shelves were empty. The rest were filled with packaged snack foods, first aid supplies, and the necessities of life: toilet paper, tampons, and cheap alcohol. The diner's original counter was also intact. Standing behind it was a tall African-American woman with strips of bright purple fabric wound round her dreadlocks and a suspicious expression on her face. She had a pistol in either hand. I was relieved to see that they were pointing downward rather than aimed at us. Somehow, I didn't think she'd hesitate for a second before shooting us both. "Indy, these are the folks that our cameras caught coming down the old post road," said Nathan. "They say the doc sent 'em. They need to gas up." "Hi," I said. "Nice place you've got here." "Hello," said Bex. Indy frowned, eyes narrowing. "What's the password?" she asked. Bex blinked. "There isn't one." Then she froze, tensing. I did the same. If these people had been looking for an excuse to shoot us, our not knowing the password would probably count. "Hold on," cautioned George. "Look at her face." Indy was smiling. She looked a lot less menacing that way. "See, if you hadn't been from the dock, you would have tried to make something up. Welcome to Shantytown." "Is that the name of this place?" asked Bex. "Hell no, they're all Shantytown. That way no one can ever really give away a location. Nathan says you've come looking for fuel?" "Snacks would be good, but gas is the primary objective," I said. Holding up my box again, I said, "We brought contraceptives." "And poison oak ointment." Indy laughed. "Those are two things that go together more often than not out here. Come on over, kids. Let's look at your toys and see if we can't come to some sort of an agreement about what they'll buy you." Bex and I exchanged a relieved glance as we walked over to the counter. Indy held out her hands for the box. I briefly considered refusing to hand it over, since that would reduce our bargaining power. Stupid idea. Bargaining power wouldn't do us any good if we didn't get out alive. I gave her the box. "Where you kids heading?" Indy asked, as she put the box down and began picking through its contents. "Berkeley," said Bex. "Florida," I said at the same time. Indy glanced up, a glint of amusement in her eyes. "Long-term and short-term goals, I see. The doc put you up to this?" "She wants mosquitoes," I said with a shrug. "There are some people in Berkeley who may be able to help us get to Florida and back out again, without getting arrested for suspected bioterrorism. I'm pretty sure the people maintaining the blockades out there won't like the idea of us just popping in." "The Masons can probably help you," agreed Indy, pulling 3 packs of contraceptive implants out of the box and sending them on the counter. "Don't look so surprised. I looked you up as soon as you told my boys who you were." "We know what the Internet is," contributed Nathan. "Not all the old networks have been shut down," said Indy, and straightened, pushing the box toward me. "The implants, we have our own injection gun, 2 boxes of condoms, 4 test kits, and some antibiotics. We'll give you a full tank of gas, feed you lunch, and let you leave here alive. We'll even throw in a shower if you want one." "I'll pass on the shower for now, but the rest works," I said. "It's amazing that you can live out here like this," said Bex. "Well, honey, if you grew up before the whole world was behind walls, this can seem like the only way to live." Indy smiled a little wistfully. Then she caught herself. Wiping her hands briskly against her jeans, she straightened. "Come on, let's get you fueled up." Paul was still standing at the gate when we emerged. He and Indy exchanged a nod, and he watched silently as I got back into the van and pulled it up to the fuel pumps. Bex went back inside while I pumped the gas, emerging a few minutes later with a brown paper sack of something that smelled spicy and delicious. Indy followed her, watching with folded arms as I finished pumping. "You want some free advice?" she asked. "It's worth what you'll pay for it." "I'm listening," I said, hanging the fuel pump back on its hook. "Trust the doc as long as you're not between her and whatever crazy-ass thing she's working on right now. Trust the Masons as far as you can throw them." "I learned that second part a long time ago," I said, with what I hoped was a wry smile. "Thanks for your hospitality." I wanted to ask what she knew about the Masons. I didn't think it would be a good idea, and so I kept my mouth shut. "Any time." Indy turned to smile at Bex, who was staring at her like she'd just seen a ghost. "Drive safely, kids." She walked back inside before either of us could answer. Bex followed me back into the van in stunned silence, climbing into the passenger seat without saying a word. I waved to Paul and Nathan as I started the engine and navigated the van carefully around the closing gate back onto the gravel road. It wasn't until we reached the end of the gravel and started down the uneven dirt road that she spoke. "That was indigo blue," she said. "What?" I asked, only half listening, as I fought to keep from losing control of the van. "I hate this road." I said that was indigo blue. "The newsie? The one who disappeared after she collaborated with your father?" "Adoptive father," I said automatically. Then I blinked. "Wait, really? Are you sure?" "We covered her in my history of journalism class. I didn't recognize her immediately, but yes, I'm sure." "Huh. I wonder what she's doing out here. I wonder why she isn't dead. Everyone thought she was. Want to go back and ask her?" "No!" Bex's answer was fast enough to make me take my eyes off the road and frown at her. She sighed. "If she's out here, she's got a reason. I want to know what it is, but I'll respect it. We're not here for that." "I guess not." I turned my eyes back to the road. I wonder if Dr. Abbey knew. I wonder if Dr. Abbey cared. There's always that. My sentence went unfinished as I hit the brakes, causing my seatbelt to cut painfully into my shoulder. Bex yelped as she was flung forward. "Shaun, what the fuck?" I didn't answer her aloud. I just raised my hand, pointing at the shaggy hulk that was standing at the end of the dirt road. Bex turned to follow my finger, her eyes going wide. "Shaun, is that a bear?" "Yeah," I said, not quite managing to keep the glee out of my voice. "You ever killed a zombie bear before?" "Can't say as I have. Maybe we'll be going back to use their showers after all." I unbuckled my seatbelt, moving slowly. First one to get the headshot gets first shower. "Deal," said Bex, and grabbed her gun.
Please make it back alive. 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 Please make it back. From Dandelion Mine, the blog of Magdalene Grace Garcia, July 26, 2041. Unpublished.
My dearest Nandini, you will only see this letter if I die during the fool's errand I'm about to undertake, one more foolish quest in a life that has been defined by them. Do you ever regret that you chose a husband who would forever be leaving you to chase some elusive platonic ideal of the truth? I wouldn't blame you if you did. Please consider this letter my blessing and remarry when you're ready. Find an accountant or a computer programmer, a nice, stable profession that won't lend itself to this breed of madness. Oh, but I loved you. Maybe not at first, when our parents brought us together and said we should marry, but it didn't take me as long as some thought it would. I'm truly sorry I've not been the husband you deserved. You were always more wife than I was worthy of. I love you, my Nan. Believe me, even if you believe nothing else I have ever said. I love you, and I am blessed beyond all words that you are willing to take a risk and marry me. Taken from an email composed by Mahir Gowda, July 26, 2041. Unsent.
Chapter 11. Dr. Thomas smiled indulgently across the table separating us.
"Now, Georgia, I know things have been very stressful for you these past few weeks."
Boredom and stress aren't the same thing, I said. You can check the dictionary if you want. I'll wait. He made a note on his tablet.
Inappropriate humor is a defense mechanism, isn't it?
No, Shaun was a defense mechanism. Since he's not here, I have to fill in. I took a breath, trying to look miserable. It wasn't easy. I've never had to worry about what my eyes were doing. People say the eyes are windows to the soul, and I was accustomed to having blackout curtains over mine. Without my retinal Ka, they might be giving me away without my even knowing it. Are you ever going to tell me what happened?
When your system is ready to stand the stress,
said Dr. Thomas, making another note on his tablet.
Dr. Shaw says you were very cooperative with her tests and confirms your story about the haircut. I'm sorry to have doubted you.
Yeah, well, I shrugged, trying to look frustrated and innocent at the same time. The frustration was easy. The innocence wasn't. I've never been much of a liar. That little dig hit home. Dr. Thomas winced. I made my reputation as a newsie based on my refusal to lie. A refusal that got me fined several times early in my career, when I was found in places I wasn't supposed to be and couldn't come up with an even half-decent excuse for what I was doing there. I never got better at making excuses. I just got better at refusing to let Shaun talk me into climbing over fences marked "No Trespassing." My memories of those early escapades were fuzzy, like I'd reviewed them so many times that the edges had begun to blur. A lot of my earlier memories were like that, and had been since I'd woken up. I'd been trying to figure out what that meant. Given what Gregory had shown me the night before, I was pretty sure I finally knew. The memories weren't fuzzy because the things I remembered happened a long time ago, or because there was a glitch in the process that transferred my consciousness into a freshly cloned body. The memories were fuzzy because the things I remembered never happened at all. Not to me, anyway. I was remembering an implanted incident extracted from the mind of a dead woman. A certain loss of fidelity was only to be expected. Somehow, knowing that I wasn't really who I thought I was, knowing that Georgia Mason was dead and gone and never coming back, made dealing with Dr. Thomas easier. I don't like lying. I've never liked lying. And when I was myself, I wasn't any good at it. Now that I was someone else who just thought she was me, it seemed like a skill worth developing. I wasn't compromising my values. I was creating my values and compromising the values of a dead woman. And maybe, if I told myself that enough times, I'd convince myself to believe it. Finally, Dr. Thomas cleared his throat and said, "Your test results have been good so far. I believe you may be stabilizing." "Bully for me." "The people who have been monitoring your case remotely are very encouraged. You're getting high marks." After Gregory's revelation that I was being used as a display model, that announcement made me want to start smashing things. I forced the urge back down, asking coldly, "Will any of these people be coming to see me in person?" Dr. Thomas smiled, chuckling in practiced amusement. It was so at odds with his generally nervous demeanor that it made me want to slap him and send him to acting classes at the same time. "Vice President Cousins is too busy to come to the CDC for social calls, even when he's calling on an old friend." I sat up a little straighter, old journalistic instincts locking my shoulders tight as his words sunk in. Vice President? Rick? My Rick? From after the end times? Dr. Thomas looked suddenly uncomfortable, realizing he'd said more than he should have. "Yes. Governor Tate was another unfortunate casualty of the incident which claimed your... I mean to say, the incident that resulted in your untimely..." He stopped, looking even more uncomfortable. "Death?" I suggested. "Murder? Martyrdom?" I always wanted to be a martyr. That was my second lie for the day. I never wanted to be a martyr. I wanted to live long enough to bury Shaun, however long that happened to be, and I wanted to die in my time and on my own terms.
Yes. Dr. Thomas nodded, looking relieved. After the governor's death, President Ryman selected your colleague to stand with him. He said it was the least he could do to honor your memory, and to show the blogging community that it would still have a voice. My shoulders tightened. He said blogging community the way most people would say dead rat. Choosing my words carefully, I asked, "So, Ryman won the election?" "By a good margin. The events in Sacramento, unfortunate as they were, only provided his campaign with additional exposure." "Yeah, I'm sure they did." What happened in Sacramento would have given Ryman's campaign virtual domination over the news cycles, regardless of what his opposition did to try to force themselves back into the picture. As long as Ryman himself made it out alive, he'd been all but guaranteed the White House. "Can you let Rick know I'd like to see him?" "I'll pass the word, but the vice president is a very busy man." "I'm sure you will," I thought. Aloud, I said, "Thank you. It would be nice to have someone to talk to. I'm going a little stir-crazy in here." "I understand, but, Georgia, things have changed since your death. Your face is very well known in the outside world, and even some of our personnel are uncomfortable about the implications of your presence. I'm sure you can see where it would be bad for everyone if someone assumed you had amplified because they were aware of your current legal status." "Right." I forced a smile. From the look on Dr. Thomas's face, I could tell that it didn't look any more genuine than it felt. Given the circumstances, that was probably okay. There was no way the comment about current legal status was intended as anything but a warning. He was telling me I was still listed as deceased in all the government databases that mattered, and that if someone shot me, they wouldn't be guilty of murder. They'd be acting within the law. Life was easier when I was dead. Dr. Thomas stood. "Now, if you'd come with me, we've prepared a little treat for you." "A treat?" The gun in my sock pressed reassuringly against my calf as I stood, reminding me that whatever else I might be, I was no longer defenseless. Sure, I'd be lucky if I could take out more than one of them before they were on top of me, and that assumed that my memory of knowing how to fire a gun could overcome the fact that my new body had no muscle memory. But there was a chance. That was more than I'd had before. I was going to hang on to it with everything I had. "Come with me." Dr. Thomas turned and walked toward the door, confident that it would open at his approach. It did, of course, sliding smoothly aside to reveal the hallway. Envy burned in my throat as I walked after him. The doors wouldn't respond to me. I walked toward them and they stayed stubbornly closed, like I was infected, like I was still dead. The ever-present guards were waiting outside the lab. They fell into position ahead and behind us. We walked the length of the familiar hall, passing the doors I was accustomed to stepping through. I was starting to get worried. Maybe this whole thing had been a test. Maybe Gregory was working for the CDC after all, and I'd failed by going along with his grand conspiracy theory, when Dr. Thomas finally stopped. The lead guard did the same. "Here we are," said Dr. Thomas. He touched the apparently featureless wall. A piece of paneling slid aside to reveal a blood test unit. "Georgia, you understand that this is a privilege and that any inappropriate behavior on your part will result in your being sternly reprimanded." I didn't want to think about what a reprimand might constitute, given that I already lived in a small, isolated box with no privacy. "I understand," I said. "Good. I told them we could trust you to be cooperative." Dr. Thomas slapped his hand down on the blood testing unit. The light above the door clicked on, going from red to green, and the door swung open. Swung
not slid. Light lanced into the hall, so bright it seemed almost like a physical attack. I automatically moved to shield my eyes, the part of my brain that handled reflexes kicking in before my conscious mind realized my retinas weren't burning. I slowly forced my arm down, raising my head and squinting into the brightness. Sunlight. It was sunlight. I could smell green things, the sharp bitterness of tomato plants, the sweet, bland scent of grass. I started hesitantly forward, my feet carrying me almost without consulting the rest of my body. The guards followed me, but at a distance, giving me a few meters of space as I moved out of the antiseptic CDC hall and into the green. I've never been an outdoorsy person. Shaun used to say the only reason I ever left my room was to yell at him for doing dangerous shit. He wasn't entirely right, but he wasn't entirely wrong either. And stepping through that door was still just shy of stepping into heaven. It wasn't the actual outdoors. A quick glance upward was enough to confirm that I was actually in a moderately sized biodome, with a ceiling of steel and clear bulletproof glass protecting me from any chance of feeling an actual breeze. I was standing in a lie. A big green lie, filled with flower beds and vegetable gardens and an expanse of grass even bigger than our yard in Berkeley. I didn't care. In that moment, the lie was as good as the truth would have been, because I was standing in the green, and there were butterflies, fluttering past like it was no big deal, like there were green things and butterflies everywhere in the world. "What is this?" I asked, turning back to Dr. Thomas. My eyes were burning, that weird tingling burn that I was learning to recognize as a sign of tears. I fought the urge to swipe my hand across them. I'd been capable of crying for a little under a month, and I already hated it. "Those of us involved with your care thought you might benefit from a little fresh air." Dr. Thomas was smiling that paternal smile again. I stopped fighting the urge to wipe my eyes and started fighting the urge to punch him in the nose. "Welcome to Biodome 618. Something croaked in one of the apple trees to my left. I glanced over just in time to catch a flash of black wings as what could only have been a crow took off, presumably to find a tree that wasn't next to unwanted humans. The distraction gave me the time I needed to get my breathing and threatened tears under control. My expression was one of wide-eyed amazement as I turned back to Dr. Thomas. "You mean this has been here all along?" I asked. His smile widened. "Asshole. This is one of the larger CDC establishments. This habitat allows us to grow some of our own food, and studies have shown that access to outdoor environments can assist in psychological recovery." Wow. I had no idea. I might have been laying it on a little thick with that last one, but I was too distracted to care. I was busy reviewing everything my damaged memory contained about the North American CDC facilities. "I thought it would make a nice treat for you." Nice how he was willing to take credit for it, now that I'd stepped outside without losing my shit. "It's amazing," I said, trying to infuse my words with an air of wonder. It must have worked, because Dr. Thomas didn't say anything. He just kept smiling, watching as I apparently soaked in the wonders the CDC had prepared to impress me. I was impressed, all right. Impressed by how much of Mahir's series on the various CDC installations had managed to survive the transfer of my memories. He'd broken them down by region, listing their major features like helipads, private airstrips, and biodomes. There were 8 CDC facilities equipped with biodome simulators. Only 4 used them for agricultural purposes. Assuming this was one of the facilities that had existed when Mahir wrote his report, I was in one of those 4. None of the staff I'd spoken to had Southern accents. Dr. Thomas sounded like he was from the Midwest, but his accent was blurry, like he hadn't been home in a long time. Dr. Shaw sounded sort of like Bex, which meant she was probably from somewhere in New England. Everyone else had the Hollywood non-accent that meant West Coast, and I doubted the CDC was bussing in guards and orderlies just to confuse my sense of place. So we weren't in the South. That took Huntsville off the list. And while we might be in the St. Paul facility, I didn't think so. The accents were wrong. That left either Seattle or Phoenix. My smile was genuine as I turned back to Dr. Thomas. "Thank you so much for letting me see this," I said. "I think you're right. I feel better just being here." Being in either of those 2 cities meant we were near a dozen bloggers who knew me. More importantly, we were near a dozen bloggers whose hunger to be the first at the scene would mean they listened first and shot second, if I managed to show up on their doorsteps. All I had to do was find a way out of the building, and while I wouldn't be exactly in the clear, I would be in a much better situation than I could have been. I would have a chance.
Well, as long as your recovery continues without any setbacks, and as long as you continue to cooperate, I believe I can see clear to letting you out for a constitutional every other day. How does that sound?
My smile froze again. "It sounds like you think I'm some sort of house pet, you patronizing bastard," I thought, but said only, "That sounds great."
We have half an hour before your next tests. Would you like to explore the dome?
Can I? I didn't have to feign my interest. The biodome was a new environment. After weeks in the sterile CDC halls, I needed that more than I could have guessed.
"I wouldn't have brought you here if I wasn't going to let you have a little time to roam," said Dr. Thomas.
That damn paternal smile was back on his face.
"Go ahead. Look around. You're completely secure here. No one will come in and trouble you."
His smile slipped a bit, turning stern as he added,
"But, Georgia, if you were to attempt to open any of the doors—"
"You wouldn't blame a girl for trying?" I asked. Dr. Thomas's eyes narrowed, all pretense of a smile fading.
"I most certainly would."
"Understood." I offered a cool nod to the 2 guards who were still standing next to Dr. Thomas, and turned to walk deeper into the biodome. I found the first wall less than 20 yards from where I'd started, mostly hidden behind a tall patch of something I assumed was probably immature corn. It looked like corn, anyway. I never spent that much time studying agriculture. The wall was white, and should have stuck out like a sore thumb in the primarily green biodome, but it didn't. Like the door we'd entered through, it was somehow part of its surroundings. The dome wasn't a perfect circle, although it wasn't a square either. After following the wall long enough to map the angles of the 2 corners with my hands, I decided that it was most likely an octagon. This campus was even bigger than I'd initially assumed. I kept walking, enjoying the springy feel of the grass beneath my feet, and tried to figure out what else I might learn from the structure of the dome. I crested a low hill, and found myself facing a pine forest. It was small, no more than 15 trees forming the edge, but it was enough of a surprise to stop me in my tracks for a moment. The shock was probably a good thing. It kept me from punching the air in sheer delight. We were in Seattle. The Seattle CDC was the only campus with an evergreen forest inside their biodome. I'd seen pictures. As I stood contemplating the pines, I realized that my feet were cold. I looked down. My thick white socks, so perfect for roving the halls of the CDC, were less perfect for wandering around a grassy meadow. They were soaked to the ankles, with grass stains around the toes. There was no way Dr. Thomas would let me wear them back into the main building. "Georgia?" I stiffened, glancing back toward the sound of his voice. He wasn't in view. If he was coming after me, or sending his guards, he was still a little ways away. With only a few seconds to move, I didn't stop to think about what I was doing. I just bolted for the trees. Shaun was always the one who put himself in mortal danger for kicks, but I still tried to stay in decent physical condition. It was the smart thing to do if I was going to keep following him into hazard zones, looking for the perfect story to slap up on his side of the site. I'd never been an athlete, but I'd been running 10-minute miles since I was 14, and that was enough to outrun any zombie that ever shambled into my path. I felt weirdly betrayed when I found myself gasping for breath, my heart hammering hard against my ribs as I slumped against a tree. All those hours of work, undone by one little death. I yanked my socks off. The little gun fell to the grass. I scooped it up, lifting my top long enough to tuck the gun into my waistband, the muzzle digging painfully into my stomach. I pulled the drawstring on my pants a little tighter. The pajama top was loose enough that when I let it go, it fell to cover the weapon without a trace. "Georgia?" Dr. Thomas's voice was closer this time. He was coming for me himself, rather than sending his flunkies to fish me out of the biodome. That was good. He'd be less attuned to the little details than a professional guard would have been. They would have noticed the high collar in my cheeks and the slight unsteadiness of my legs as I stepped out of the cover of the tree line. "Here," I said, proud of the way that I was barely gasping at all. My bare toes dug into the grass, tangling deep. I was going to need a serious shower when all this was over. "I'm sorry. Were you calling me?" Dr. Thomas fixed me with a stern eye. "What did I say about no funny business?" he asked. Cold arced down my spine. Someone must have seen me pull the gun out of my sock. He knows, I thought, desperately wondering if I could draw before he had a chance to call for his guards, and whether it would do me any good if I did. Even if I didn't shoot myself, they'd just decommission me, or whatever it is you call getting rid of a clone that you don't need anymore. They'd throw me out like yesterday's garbage, and all because of a pair of goddamn socks. "That means you come when I call," said Dr. Thomas. "I'm willing to forgive it this time. We can call it youthful exuberance, and it doesn't need to go into my report of the day's activities. But that assumes you'll behave from now on. Can I trust you to behave, Georgia?" "What?" Relief flooded over me, washing away the cold. I nodded so hard it felt like I was going to sprain something. "Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. I was just... the grass and then the trees and..." I paused, making my voice very small before I said, "It reminded me of home. That's all." If the CDC did their research on Berkeley, they knew we had more green space per capita than any other densely populated city in the state of California. Chalk it up to general perversity and being built around a university that resisted all attempts to render it fully secure. The idea of trees being something I would miss was believable, if you didn't know me well enough to know that I'd been avoiding unnecessary exposure to the outside world for my entire life. Dr. Thomas's expression softened. "I can understand that." His frown returned as he glanced down at my feet. "Georgia, what in the world happened to your socks?" "They got wet, so I took them off." I held up my grass-stained socks. "At least we have plenty of bleach, right?" To my surprise, Dr. Thomas actually chuckled. He seemed more human in that moment than he had since the first uneasy hours after I woke up in an unfamiliar bed. Too bad that wasn't going to make me change my mind about getting the hell out of here before they had me decommissioned and replaced me with something more tractable.
We can get you new socks. Come on now. We'll have just enough time to get you cleaned up before they expect you at the lab.
All right, Dr. Thomas. I walked toward him, the grass damp beneath my feet. I was getting better at deceit. I didn't like it. I didn't think I would ever like it. And that was good, because the day I loved a lie was the day I stopped being even remotely Georgia Mason. But I was getting better. I was going to need those skills if I wanted to get out of the CDC still breathing, rather than going out in a biohazard container bound for the incinerator. I took the deepest breaths I could as we left the biodome, trying to capture the smell of the green in my lungs. That was what freedom would smell like. And I was going to be free.
Things I have done today that were awesome, whether or not I'm currently a practicing Irwin. I shot a zombie bear in the head. 6 times. Bex shot it 4 times, which I would gloat about, except she's the one who managed to shoot the damn thing straight through the eye, taking it down before it could, maul and devour us. The denizens of the gas station came out when they heard the shooting, loaded, as the old colloquialism goes, for bear. I don't think they expected to actually find one. Indy, the lady who runs the supply depot where we encountered the bear, said it was a grizzly. So hell, maybe we just killed the last grizzly in the world. I'd feel bad about that if it hadn't been an infected zombie bear that wanted to eat my delicious flesh. Damn, that was fun. From Adaptive Immunities, the blog of Shaun Mason, July 26, 2041. Unpublished. Please tell me you know where they're going, and you didn't just lose track of our only known living human with a full immunity to Kellis Amberley amplification. Please. I don't want to be the one who has to come out there and kick your ass. Seriously, Shannon, be careful. You're starting to get a little hard to follow, and that scares me. We both know who didn't build those bugs, but if you make yourself too big of a target, when the time comes, you're the one they're going to come for. Taken from an email sent by Dr. Joseph Shoji to Dr. Shannon Abbey, July 26, 2041. Chapter 12. Berkeley was asleep. We pulled off Highway 13 onto the surface streets, using my still mostly accurate mental map of the area to guide us to the intersections and off-ramps that hadn't been outfitted with blood test units. I was only wrong once, and that one time, the line for the testing station was long enough for me to get into the back and climb under a counter, where I would be safely out of view. Our van's occupancy beacon was broken, courtesy of Alric and a socket wrench, and they're not yet legally required for a vehicle to be considered road safe. Yet is the operative word. I expect tricks like the one we pulled to be illegal within the next 5 years. God bless yet. Bex pulled up to the manned booth, monitoring traffic as it moved from the highway onto surface streets. I heard the slap of her hand hitting the metal testing panel and the disinterested voice of the night shift security officer as he asked where she was heading. As a university town, Berkeley has never been in a position to crack down on traffic as much as, say, Orinda, where the city limits basically seal themselves as soon as the sun sets. In Berkeley, only the individual neighborhoods can go for that kind of expensive paranoia. Bex's answer was muffled by the seat and the sounds of traffic coming in through her open window. Whatever she said must have passed muster, because she put the van back into drive and went rolling on after only about a minute and a half. Don't even think about going up there until she says it's safe, said George. This would be a stupid way to die. I couldn't answer without the all clear, and so I just glared into the darkness at the back of the van, trusting her to get the point. She did, Her laughter filled my head, amusement tinged with a grim understanding of just how bleak our situation could easily become. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Bex called, "We should be out of range of the cameras. You can come out now." It's about time. I crawled out from under the counter and back into the front seat, not bothering with my seatbelt. I was starting to get a cramp back there. You would have gotten more than a cramp if one of those guards had seen you. I'm clean. Bex slanted a disbelieving look at me. Do you honestly think no one's going to be looking for you? After everything that's happened? No, I shook my head. I mean, we haven't committed any crimes. Well, technically we could probably be charged with breaking and entering at the Memphis CDC, since the doc was legally dead when she let us in. But I know there are people watching for us. Watching for you, said Bex almost gently. You're the only remaining blogger from the Ryman campaign. You've got a level of credibility with people who aren't blog readers that the rest of us can only dream about, and here you'll be recognized by just about anyone. Hometown boy makes good and then goes bad? You're the target, Shaun, not me, not Alric, and not even Mahir. You're a ray of sunshine, aren't you? Take the left on Derby. Forgive me if I'm not that excited about the idea of going to visit your parents. Adoptive parents, I said automatically. Bex wasn't listening. That was probably a good thing. I used to look up to them, you know? They were heroes. What your father did for his students, he should have received a medal for that. He agrees with you. I couldn't keep the sourness out of my voice. I wasn't trying very hard. Bex grew up with the Masons as celebrity faces for the news, but I grew up with them exploiting me, exploiting George, for the sake of ratings, and a kind of public approval so damn fickle it was almost unreal. And now, here I was, creeping back to them under the cover of darkness, ready to beg for their help. Home, sweet, self-destructive, emotionally abusive home. I didn't find out what they were like until I started working for Georgia. She talked about them more than you do, which is sort of funny since you talk about almost everything else so much more than she ever did. She loved them, I said defensively. I didn't know why I felt the need to defend George's love of the Masons, but I did. Maybe it was because I stopped loving them so long ago. Maybe it was because, awful as they were, she could never quite bring herself to do the same. She didn't want them to be the people that they were. And you did? What? No. I let the sentence drift off, watching Berkeley slide by outside the van window. I'd made this trip in the passenger seat so damn many times, any time we had to go out on location when the weather conditions made it unsafe for George to take the bike, or when parking was going to be at a premium. She insisted on driving after the sun was down, saying her retinal Ka gave her an advantage over my puny, uninfected eyes. So I would sit in the passenger seat and watch Berkeley going by, tired, cranky, and utterly content with the world. Maybe it was nostalgia speaking, but I couldn't remember a single night trip home where I hadn't been happy to be where I was, riding in the van with Georgia, and both of us alive, and both of us together. Finally, slowly, I said, George knew who the Masons were, what the Masons were, as well as I did. But she wished they were different. I think she thought that if she could just bring home a big enough story, find a big enough truth, that maybe they'd get past Philip, their son, the one who died, and finally start loving us. And you didn't think that? They were never going to start loving us. That's why we had to love each other as much as we did. Oh. Bex was quiet after that, and I was glad. I wanted to make this last little part of the trip in silence. The GPS didn't take us down the streets I would have chosen. It was going by distance, not by a local's knowledge of road conditions and traffic lights, but that was good, too, in its way. I needed this trip to be a little different. I spent too much time living in the past, and I didn't need to encourage the part of me that would be happy to stay there forever. The businesses clustered around Shattuck and Ashby gave way to the outlying buildings of the UC Berkeley campus, and finally to the low, tight-packed shapes of the residential neighborhoods. Bex pulled up in front of a familiar house, The windows shuttered, the porch light dark. "Now what?" she asked. "This." I dug a hand into my pocket, pulling out the sensor disc I'd been carrying since we left Dr. Abbey's lab. It wasn't mine, ironically. My identity key to the Masons' house was lost when Oakland burned. This one had been Georgia's, and had been part of her little black box, the only thing I'd taken the time to save before the bombs came down. I slipped the chain on over my neck, pressing the disc to my skin and flipping it into the on position. It beeped twice, acknowledging that it had managed to locate a matching signal in the immediate vicinity. A light above the Masons' garage door flashed on, blinking twice in response to the disc's location pulse. Without any further fanfare, the door began spooling smoothly upward. "Go on in," I said, in response to Bex's surprised expression. "The house was programmed years ago to let this van inside with multiple passengers. It was an expensive enough upgrade that there's no way they've taken the time to have it pulled out of the security programming. Unless they were really, really angry with you when you refused to give them my files," said George. "They could have done it out of spite." "Could doesn't mean would," I said. Bex shot another glance my way, frowning, and started the engine again. "Please try not to talk to dead people while we're here. I don't want you getting shot because you look like you're getting the amplification crazies. Amplification doesn't make you talk to yourself. And you don't get better once you're infected. There's a first time for everything." "Fair enough." The garage door slid closed again once we were inside. I unfastened my belt. "Come on, we'll need to pass security if we want to get into the house." I figured. I hadn't expected the Masons to make any updates to the security system, and I hadn't been wrong. The 2 testing stations were still in place, each of them equipped with the standard wall plate for blood sampling and the more expensive display screens for verbal confirmation. Bex and I stepped into position. A red light clicked on above the door leading into the house. "Please identify yourself," said the bland, computerized voice of the house system. "Shaun Philip Mason and guest," I said. "Rebecca Atherton, guest," said Bex. Her words were almost precisely overlaid by Georgia's as she said, "Georgia Carolyn Mason." The light above the door blinked several times as the house checked my voice against its records. I was allowed to bring guests home, had been since I was 16, but I hadn't done it very often. Part of me was even ludicrously afraid the house would somehow pick up on George's phantom voice and refuse to let us in until it had figured out how to test her for viral amplification. The light blinked just long enough for me to get nervous before the house said, "Voice print and guest authorization confirmed. Please read the phrase on your display screen." Words appeared on my screen. "Ride a cock-horse to Banbury Cross to see a fine lady upon a white horse," I read. The words blinked out. On the other side of the door, Bex recited, "Jack be nimble, Jack be quick, Jack jump over the candlestick." The light above the door began blinking again. She cast me a nervous glance, which I answered with an equally nervous smile. The feel of George's phantom fingers wrapping around my own didn't help as much as I might have hoped. Every time she touched me, it was just a reminder of how little time I had left before I wound up going utterly insane. The light over the door changed from red to yellow. "Please place your right hands on the testing pads," requested the house. I did as I was told, slapping my palm flat against the cool metal. It chilled half a second later, and something bit into my index finger. A brief sting followed almost instantly by the cool hiss of soothing foam. The light above the door began to flash, alternating red and yellow. "Isn't this fun?" I asked with forced levity. Bex glared. She was still glaring when the light stopped flashing. The door hissed open. "Welcome home, Shaun," said the house. "We hope you'll have a pleasant visit, Rebecca." Thanks," said Bex, looking to me for what she should do next. I shrugged, smiled, and stepped through the open door. The kitchen hadn't changed since Georgia and I lived with the Masons. The floor was still covered in the same off-brown linoleum, and the walls were still papered in the same cheerful yellow floral print. Papers and clippings from the UC Berkeley student newspaper, printed on actual paper, although it was hemp, not wood pulp, covered the refrigerator. The urge to open it, grab a snack, and go up to my room was as strong as it was unexpected. Walking into that kitchen was like walking backward through time, into a part of my life where the biggest thing I had to worry about was whether the new t-shirt designs in my shop would sell well enough to justify their printing cost. A part of my life where Georgia was alive, and not just a voice in my head and a ghostly hand on my arm. "Shaun?" said Bex, voice barely louder than a whisper. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." I shook off the past, shoving it away from me as hard as I could. "Come on." I gestured for her to follow as I stepped out of the kitchen and into the front hallway, intending to wait in the living room until the Masons woke up and came downstairs for breakfast. It was a good plan. It was a plan intended to leave them off balance and catch them during the one time of day when they were as close to unarmed as possible. It was a plan that died as soon as we turned the hall corner and found ourselves facing my adoptive mother, Stacy Mason. She was wearing a robe over sensible cotton pajamas and holding a revolver. It was aimed straight at my chest. I stopped. Bex stopped. None of us said a word. Correction. None of us said a word that anyone but me could hear. "Hi, Mom," said George, her voice falling into the silence like a stone. I managed somehow not to flinch. Finally, Mom lowered her pistol, saying calmly, "You must be hungry. Why don't you kids go back into the kitchen, and I'll see if I can't whip us up some pancakes or something." "That's okay, Mom," I said. "We didn't come here for breakfast." "I know," she said, voice utterly calm, the voice that used to greet me when I came home late from school or got another detention for fighting with the kids who picked on George because of her eyes. "I raised you better than that. At the same time, whatever you did come for can wait until we've all had a chance to sit down and eat like civilized people, all right?" I know when I'm beat. "Okay, Mom." I hesitated before adding, "You know you can't upload any footage of us being here, right?" "I invented the rules to this game, Shaun," said Mom. "Now go wash your hands." "Yes, Mom," I said. Georgia echoed the words inaudibly, her voice half a beat out of sync with mine. "Come on, Bex." Looking uncertain, Bex turned to follow me back to the kitchen. We had barely crossed the threshold when Mom called, "Oh, and Shaun?" I tensed, not turning. "Yeah?" "Welcome home." Somehow that didn't reduce the tension. "Thanks, Mom," I said and kept walking. Now that we were back in the kitchen, I could really look at it, rather than letting the overwhelming impression of coming home wash over me. Everything was old-fashioned to the point of parody, with frilled gingham curtains hiding the security mesh worked into the windows, and fixtures originally installed sometime in the 1940s. It was all part of the homey atmosphere the Masons worked so hard to project, the homey atmosphere that had required, once upon a time, that they go shopping for adorable orphans to complement the rest of their decor. The worst part was the way I could see Bex buying into it, the tightness slipping from her shoulders and the lines around her mouth relaxing. Stacy and Michael Mason were heroes of the Rising. They were two of the best-loved faces of the media movements that came after it. Between them, they defined what it was to be an Irwin, what it was to be a newsie, what it was to be a blogger. Maybe it's insane that a news movement that started as the chosen medium of politicos and techno-nerds and geeks of all stripes wound up with a college professor and a former dental hygienist as its primary poster children. But that's the thing about reality. It doesn't need to make sense. They were in the right places at the right times. They had the right level of heroic dedication and personal tragedy. And maybe most important, when their backs were against the wall, when their son was dead and the world was changed forever, and the things they'd been doing during the Rising to keep themselves from thinking about those two unchangeable facts weren't an option anymore, They decided to become stars in the highest-rated reality show anyone had ever seen. The news. I dried my hands on the blue towel next to the kitchen sink before stepping aside to let Bex at the faucet. "Remember why we're here," I said, voice a little sharper than it needed to be. "This isn't a social call." "I'm sorry, it's just—" Bex stuck her hands under the running water, using that small domestic activity to buy herself a few seconds. Finally she said, "I thought she'd be taller. It's a cliché, I know, but I really did. I should know better. I've seen pictures of her next to you, but somehow I still thought she'd be—" She stopped and then finished, lamely, "Taller." I get that a lot, along with requests for autographs and occasional offers of money if I could somehow get my hands on naked pictures. My college journalism courses were hell. George had it a little better. I guess Irwins feel more entitled to demand the gory details, while newsies just look for something they can hang you with. "I wanted to be your mother when I grew up." Beck said it like it was somehow shameful, the sort of admission that could only be dragged out of her by a kitchen with yellow wallpaper and stupid curtains. Mom would have been proud of her environmental design. Hell, for all I knew, she already was. For all I knew, she was watching us from upstairs. They'd had this place bugged since before I could walk. She was so brave and strong, and she always knew what she was doing. Not like me. I was just sleepwalking through the things my parents wanted me to do until the day I finally got up the nerve to run. "We never did that," said George. Her voice echoed oddly, coming half from right beside me, half from the inside of my head. It was the house. I'd spent too much of my life in this house with her. She was haunting it as much as she was haunting me. God, was that what it was like for the Masons after Philip died? Did they see him every time they turned around, a bright-eyed little ghost that never refused to take a nap, never drew on the walls with his crayons, never screamed because he couldn't have another cookie? No wonder they adopted us. We weren't just another way of bringing in the ratings. We were a living attempt at exorcism. "We never ran," I said softly. Bex shot me a startled look that softened into understanding. "We were raised by journalists. We grew up to be journalists. That wasn't the whole story, but it was enough to make a nice headline. We were raised by people who hurt everyone around them in their single-minded pursuit of the story. No one could look at the number of bodies in our wake and not believe that Georgia and I were two apples that didn't fall far from the transplanted tree." "Shaun?" The voice was jovial and dry at the same time, the voice of every college professor who ever told a slightly off-color joke and laughed with his undergrads, proving he was part of the gang, without giving up an inch of his authority. It was the voice of my childhood, the man I watched George beat herself to death trying to become. Sometimes you can go home again. That's what hurts most of all. "Hi, Dad," I said, turning to face him. Dad smiled as he studied my face, his calculating expression making him look so much like George that it hurt, even though the two of them weren't biologically related. "The prodigal son comes rolling home. And who is this charming young lady?" His smile turned more sincere as he aimed it at Bex, the consummate showman finding an audience he could charm. "Please tell me our son didn't bring you here thinking you were going someplace pleasant." "Hi," said Bex, smiling glossily. I resisted the urge to groan. "I'm Rebecca Atherton. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I'm a real fan of your work." "Rebecca Atherton? From After the End Times?" Dad glanced my way for a split second, like he was making sure I saw how intimately he knew our site. "The pleasure is mine. Your report on the events of Eakley, Oklahoma during the Ryman campaign was positively chilling. You have an eye for the news, Miss Atherton." "Okay, you're laying it on a little thick," I said, unable to contain myself any longer. "Can you stop trying to spin Bex for 30 seconds and let us tell you why we're here? Now, Shaun, your mother was looking forward to having a nice family breakfast, just the four of us." Dad's smile faded. "I'm sure you wouldn't want to disappoint her." I gave up on trying not to disappoint her a long time ago. I glared at him. He glared back. Something about that expression made him look as out of date as the kitchen, and somehow, between 1 second and the next, I started to see him. Not just the man I remembered from my childhood. He was wearing pajama pants and a belted gray cotton robe, preserving the illusion of collegial dignity, but his already thinning red Irish hair was almost gone, leaving an expanse of gleaming forehead in its wake. His eyes were tired behind the lenses of his glasses. I'd never really thought of him as tired before. Be that as it may, I'm assuming you wouldn't have come out of whatever hidey hole you've been tucked away in without something you considered a very good reason, and that means you need us. Dad kept glaring as he spoke, choosing each word with exquisite care. That was something else he had in common with George. Both of them knew how to use words to wound. If you want us to cooperate with whatever mad scheme has brought you back here, you will sit down, and you will eat breakfast with your parents like a civilized human being. Right. I shook my head. And if you get some ratings out of the deal, well, that won't suck for you, will it? Perhaps not, he allowed. Oh, good, we're all together. Mom appeared behind him, hair brushed, and a light layer of foundation on her cheeks. Not enough to show on camera. Oh, no, never that, but enough to take 15 years off her age. Her hair was the same silvery ash blonde it had always been. How many times have you had to dye your hair in the last year? I wondered, and felt immediately bad about even harboring the thought. I didn't like the Masons. I didn't trust them. But at the end of the day, they were the only family I had left, and I needed them. Hands are clean, I said, holding them up for inspection. Bex mirrored the motion, letting me take the lead. I was so grateful I could have kissed her. Good. Now go set the table. Mom kissed Dad on the cheek, a glancing peck she normally reserved for public photo ops, and pushed past us into the kitchen. Eggs and soy ham will be ready in 10 minutes. Thanks, Mom, I said. I opened the nearest cabinet and took down 4 plates, passing them to Bex. Getting the glasses and silverware out of their respective places only took a few seconds more. Come on, Bex. Coming, she said, and followed me out of the kitchen. Unsurprisingly, Dad tagged along behind her, looking studiously casual, but almost certainly making sure we didn't make a break for it before he'd had a chance to grill us on what exactly we had come for. The lights were on in the empty dining room. I stopped in the doorway, a lump forming in my throat. The dining room table was clear. The dining room table was never clear, not even when someone was coming to interview one or more of us. It was a constant bone of contention between the 2 generations in the household, with Mom and Dad insisting the dining room was meant for eating, and George and I insisting it was a crime to let a perfectly good table go to waste for 20 hours of any given day. We fought over it at least once a month. But that was the past. I shook it off, blinking away the tears that threatened to blur my vision, and felt Georgia's hand on my shoulder, steadying me. The house is haunted, she said softly. But so are you, and your haunting is stronger than theirs. You can do this. Shaun? Asked Bex. Are you okay? Yeah, I said, answering them both with a single word. I stepped into the dining room and started putting glasses down on the table. Sorry, just memories. We have a lot of memories invested in this house, in this family, said Dad, moving around the table to keep us in view. It's good to see you, son. Can we not? This time the tears were too close to blink away. I swiped my arm across my eyes in a quick, jerky motion. Don't bullshit me, okay? Please. The last time we saw each other, you were threatening to take me to court over George's will, and I'm pretty sure I told you to go fuck yourselves. So can we not play happy families for Bex's benefit? She knows better. Dad's smile faded slowly. Finally, he said, Maybe it's not only for her benefit. Did you consider that? Maybe we missed you. "And maybe you're trying to get the best footage you can before I run out of here again," I said. Suddenly weary, I pulled out one of the dining room chairs and collapsed into it. "You missed me. Fine. I missed you too. That doesn't change who we are." No, I suppose it doesn't. Dad turned to Bex, a seemingly genuine expression of apology on his face. "Would you like to wait in the kitchen while we have this conversation? I'm sure it's not very comfortable for you." "I've come this far with your son. I think I'll stick with him a little longer." Bex took the seat next to mine, folding her hands in her lap as she directed a calm, level stare at my adoptive father. He blinked, glancing between the two of us before clearly coming to the wrong conclusion. A smile crept back onto his face. "Ah, I see." "No, you don't," I wanted to scream. I didn't. Instead, I said, "We're here because we need your help. We didn't have any place else to go." "That's the sort of thing a mother always loves to hear from her only living child," said Mom, stepping into the dining room. She was carrying a tray loaded down with quiche, slices of streaming artificial ham, and even a pile of waffles. It would have been more impressive if I hadn't known she'd pulled every bit of it out of the freezer. But it was food, and it was hot, and it smelled like my childhood, the parts of it that happened before I knew just what the score in our happy little family really was. At least I'm honest. I leaned over as soon as she put the tray on the table, driving my fork into the top waffle on the stack. She smiled indulgently, picking up the serving spoon and using it to deposit a slice of quiche on my plate. "Isn't that a virtue around here?" "Sometimes. Rebecca, what can I get you?" "It all looks fantastic, Ms. Mason. I'd like some of everything, if that isn't too much trouble." "Nonsense. Why would I have cooked it if I didn't want you to eat?" Mom made a flapping gesture with her free hand indicating one of the empty seats. "Michael, sit down. Shaun's big pronouncement can wait until you have something in you." "Yes, dear," he said, and sat. He winked at me, clearly trying to look conspiratorial, like we were the same because Mom was making us both eat. I ignored it, spearing a slice of ham with my fork rather than trying to come up with a less violent response. Anything I said would have ended with my screaming at someone, or maybe just screaming. The room, the hour, the false domesticity, it was rubbing at my nerves even more than I'd been afraid it would. I may be a haunted house, but that doesn't mean I was emotionally equipped to sit in someone else's haunting, eating breakfast and pretending everything was normal. It took about 10 minutes to eat our breakfasts. While we ate, silence reigned, broken only by the clank of silverware against ceramic and the occasional sound of someone chewing a bit too loud. I kept catching glimpses of George. She was sitting in one of the otherwise empty seats, no plate in front of her, watching mournfully as the rest of us ate. She disappeared if I looked at her directly, and I was glad. If I'd been forced to sit in this house with these people, looking at her ghost, I think I would have finally gone all the way insane. At last, Dad pushed his plate away, patting his lips with his napkin, and turned a calm gaze on me. Bex was all but ignored. She'd had her opportunity to be a part of this little drama, to either side with the Masons or establish herself as a third party, and she'd chosen to stick with me. That meant she was basically a non-entity as far as he was concerned. "Well, Shaun," he asked, "to what do we owe the pleasure?" "We need your help," I said again, not sure where else to start. "With what, dear?" asked Mom, tilting her head inquisitively to the side. Light glinted off her diamond earring. My mother never slept in diamond earrings. That was a miniaturized camera. It had to be. She was recording us. That wasn't unexpected. "Bex and I need to get to Florida without being stopped by the border patrols," I said, not bothering to sugarcoat the words. "I know you know people who can get you past the hazard lines. I need to know them, too." "Why don't you go looking for your own contacts?" asked Dad. "You've never asked us to do your research for you before." "Because there isn't time, and because any contacts I could find that easily wouldn't be as good as the ones you've been working on for years." I shrugged. "I'm smart enough to know a plan is only as good as the tools you use to carry it out." How are you planning to deal with the mosquitoes? Asked Mom. Florida's a death sentence right now. Bug spray, said Bex. Mosquito netting, the things they've been using to stay alive in regions with malaria problems for generations. Kellis Amberley is a bit nastier than malaria, young lady, said Dad. Guess that Miss Atherton routine couldn't last, huh? I took another slice of fake ham. We have a plan for handling the bugs. What we don't have is a way to get to Florida without getting arrested. What you're asking for, Shaun, this isn't some little trinket. This is the name of a trusted ally, one who might never work with us again after we sell you his or her identity. Mom's eyes narrowed, that familiar calculating gleam lighting them from within. What are you prepared to give us in exchange? Georgia's files. A momentary silence fell over the room. The Masons staring at me in startled surprise, Beck sitting by my side, and all of us waiting to see what would happen next. Then, finally, Dad began to smile. For the first time since we'd arrived, it actually looked sincere. Well, why didn't you say so? Let's go upstairs. You kids are going to need a map. Dr. Abby is edgy, which is making everyone in the lab edgy, which is making me edgy. I never realized how much space my coworkers occupied until they were gone. I keep expecting to find Mahir at one of the terminals, or have Maggie chase me out of the bathroom, or run into Shaun arguing with the air like he doesn't give a fuck who sees him being batshit crazy. It doesn't help that Dr. Abby lost almost a third of her people in the security failure, and it doesn't make sense that the security failed. It's like the protocols all reset at the same time, and that sort of thing doesn't happen by mistake. If someone here is letting the dead things out to play, then someone is feeding information back to whoever's driving this crazy train to hell. If someone here is against us, then the people responsible for all this know exactly where we are and what we're doing. God, I'm scared. From The Kwong Way of Things, the blog of Alric Kwong, July 27th, 2041. Unpublished.
Michael's gone to pick up Philip from his school. My office has been shut down for the day, and I managed to go to the Andronicos before they close the doors. We should have enough canned food to see us through the next week. Maybe more than that, if it's necessary. We have a high fence. We have good doors. We're going to be fine. Paul, Susan, Debbie, if any of you see this, please leave me a comment. Let me know that you're okay. I have my minivan, and I can come get you if I have to, but I need to know exactly where you are. Come on, guys. Just keep me posted. It's not like this is the end of the world. Right? Smiley face. From Daily Thoughts, the blog of Stacey Mason, July 18th, 2014. Taken from the archives of The Wall. Chapter 13. The sound of alarms screaming in the hall outside my room slammed me from a sound sleep straight into adrenaline-laced consciousness. I was on my feet, with my hands over my ears before I was aware I was awake, every muscle tight with the need to move. I didn't know whether I wanted to run away from the danger or toward it. In a more lucid moment, I would have embraced that confusion, because it was what my journalistic training told me I should be feeling, the need to get the story warring with the need not to die in the process. Funny thing about dying, coming back from the dead and finding out you're not actually the woman you think you are. Anything that goes the way it's supposed to becomes reassuring as hell. The alarms were still going, making it hard to hold any single thought for more than a second. Curiosity and years of working the front-page newsbeat won out over the shreds of my common sense. I ran to the one-way mirror, uncovering my ears and cupping my hands around my eyes as I tried to squint through the opaque glass. All I could see were blurry outlines of people rushing past, none holding still long enough for me to get an idea of who they were. None of them were turning toward my door, and the alarm was still going. "Hey!" I shouted, stepping back from the mirror. "Monitor people! What's going on?" There was no response. A thin worm of fear began working its way through my guts, twisting and biting as it gnawed toward my center. I was alone in here. I had a little gun, but that wasn't going to be enough if things were going really wrong. If they didn't let me out... "Hey!" A group ran by in the hall, making so much noise that I could actually hear them through the window and over the alarm, even if I couldn't quite make sense of what they were doing. Were they screaming? Singing? Laughing? Or, worst of all, and looking increasingly possible as the seconds slipped by with the alarm still screaming, were they moaning? I shrank back from the mirror, putting another useless foot between me and the glass. If we were in an outbreak situation, a few feet weren't going to make a difference one way or another. Either the infected would realize I was there, or they wouldn't. Either the people outside the building would decide it needed to be sterilized, or they wouldn't. Where I was standing wasn't going to do a damn thing to change the outcome. I wonder if the clone lab is zombie-proof, I thought, almost nonsensically. A titter of laughter escaped from my lips, the sound bright and ice-pick sharp under the shriek of the alarm. Somehow, that little sound was what I needed to snap me out of my nascent panic and back into the problem at hand. There was something going on outside the room. Whatever it was, it wasn't a good thing. I wasn't unarmed, but I might as well have been, for all the good my little gun would do me if this was an outbreak. I was, however, observing Michael Mason's first rule of dealing with the living dead. I had enough bullets that they wouldn't take me alive. Feeling suddenly calmer, I looked up toward the speaker and said, "This is Georgia Mason. I don't know what's going on outside my room, but I am uninfected. I repeat, I am uninfected. Please advise if there's anything I should be doing. In the meanwhile, I'm going to assume none of you people have time for me, and I'm going to go sit down." I walked back to the bed, keeping my shoulders squared and my chin up. It would have been a lot easier without the alarm wailing in my ears. I was going to have one hell of a headache later, assuming we lived that long. Putting my hands back over my ears, I waited. All sense of time dropped away, blurred into nothingness by the steady blare of the alarm. Occasional sounds drifted through the mirror. Once there was a burst of machine gun fire that lasted long enough to make the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Shortly after that, there was a piercing scream that rose, buzz-saw sharp, before tapering off and vanishing back into the din. But for the most part, it was just me and the alarm. Not the best company I'd ever kept. The sudden cessation of the noise was almost shocking. I jerked upright, suddenly aware that I had managed to sink so deep into semi-meditation that I was almost dozing. Wide-eyed, I unfolded my legs and slid into a standing position, keeping my eyes fixed on the door. It didn't open. I took a cautious step forward. It didn't open. Well, isn't that just fantastic? I muttered. The sound of the intercom clicking on sent a wave of relief washing through me, so powerful that my knees felt weak for a few seconds. "Hello, Georgia," said Dr. Thomas in his customary mild tone. "How are you feeling?" I stared at the wall for a long moment, mouth falling open. Finally, slowly, I said, "Did you just ask me how I was feeling? Seriously? What's going on? Is there an outbreak? Are we alone in the building? A new thought struck me, horrifying in its reasonableness. Am I alone in the building? He could be using an outside connection to reach the intercom, giving me the opportunity to say goodbye before the sterilization of the facility began. Dr. Thomas actually laughed. In that moment, any good feeling I might have held toward him died. "Oh, no, Georgia. I'm sorry you were reacting so calmly. I thought you'd realized." "You thought I'd realized? Realized what?" I balled my hands into fists, glaring at the intercom. It belatedly occurred to me that this could come off as inappropriately aggressive, by CDC standards anyway. Shaun would have said I was displaying just the right amount of aggression, and I shoved my still balled hands behind my back, trying to conceal them. "This was a test. We wanted to see how you would respond to an extreme stress situation, especially one that was a close mirror to things you would have experienced." Dr. Thomas paused for just a little too long before finishing the sentence. "Before." I kept staring at the intercom. I didn't say anything. "Georgia." I didn't say anything. More sharply this time. "Georgia." I didn't say anything. Annoyed now, but with a thin ribbon of anxiety running under the words, like my silence was a sign that some unknowable bearing strain had finally been reached. "Georgia, please. Don't be childish." "Don't be childish?" I echoed, my eyes growing even wider for half a heartbeat before narrowing, reducing my vision to a thin line. "Did you seriously just tell me not to be childish?" "Now, Georgia, you faked an outbreak to see how I would respond to stress, and now you're basically saying, 'Gotcha,' like that makes it all better? I died in an outbreak, you bastard. The fact that I'm not crying in a corner should be all it takes to prove that I'm not being childish. If anyone's being childish, it's you. You're the one playing asshole pranks and getting offended when your target doesn't find them funny." The silence lasted several seconds before Dr. Thomas said, "I think you're being unreasonable." "And I think you're being a dick. In fact, 4 out of 5 cloned journalists agree that you're behaving badly." I crossed my arms. "So did I pass?" "What?" "Did I pass?" I repeated, enunciating each word until it was almost a sentence all by itself. "You said this was a test of how I would react under stress. Well, did I pass? Am I a fully functional individual?" Again, silence. Finally, sounding almost subdued, Dr. Thomas said, "We'll go over your test results tomorrow. One of the orderlies will be along shortly with your dinner and to take you to use the facilities. Thank you for your cooperation." "What cooperation? You blasted my ears out with your damn special effects and watched me like a bunch of sick voyeurs." I realized I was yelling and took a deep breath, forcing myself to ramp it back. It wasn't easy. Very little seemed to be, these days. There was no response. The intercom was already off. I walked back to my bed, feeling the headache the alarm had summoned starting to construct itself, bit by bit, in the space between my ears. Dropping to the mattress, I let gravity pull me into a slump, catching my forehead on my hands before it could hit my knees. I stayed like that for I don't know how long enough for my wrists to start going numb before I heard the door slide open. I lifted my head. One of the familiar rotating guards was standing there with an orderly. George, from Dr. Shaw's team. I blinked. "We're here to take you to the restroom," he said, giving no sign that we'd met before. "Your dinner will be waiting when we bring you back. along with painkillers for your head. I frowned a little. Do you have medical sensors in my mattress? He risked a smile. No. We just have cameras that show us the way you're clutching your temples. If you would come with us? Whatever game he was playing, he was probably playing it on Dr. Shaw's behalf, and while I still wasn't sure I trusted her, I trusted Gregory, and he trusted her. My relationships with the people around me were becoming increasingly conditional. Trust George because Dr. Shaw trusted him. Trust Dr. Shaw because Gregory trusted her. Trust Gregory because he was the one who stood the best chance of getting me out of here without getting me killed. Again. Sure, I said and stood. There was another guard outside. He fell into step behind me, while the first guard took point, and George stayed to my right. We walked to the bathroom, stopping outside the door. How's your head? Asked George. It hurts, I replied. How long was I in there? About 6 hours. That explained the way reality had seemed to stretch and blur into nothing but alarm bells and waiting. I scowled. I'd better be getting a lot of painkillers, I said, even though there was no way I'd be taking them. The people who prepared my food could drug me at any time, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. That didn't mean I needed to make it easy. You'll be getting a medically safe dosage, said George, in what sounded like it was supposed to be a reassuring tone. Now please, you have about 12 minutes before your dinner is ready. You don't need to rush, but you wouldn't want your soup getting cold. The last time Gregory had come to remove me from my quarters, he'd done it at midnight. I nodded slightly, indicating that the message had been received. Assuming it was a message at all, and it wasn't just me fumbling for meaning where there wasn't any. I'll be quick. We appreciate it. The guards didn't accompany me into the bathroom. I still moved like they were there, watching me. It was the only way I knew to keep from getting annoyed by the knowledge that I was being watched by 6 hidden cameras. If Buffy had been here, she could have spotted them all by measuring minute inaccuracies in the grout, and disabled them with soapsuds and mock clumsiness. If one of us was going to come back from the dead, it should have been her. She could have treated it like just another story. She would have handled it better. Then again, maybe not. The truth is allowed to be stranger than fiction, and the parts of this that weren't making sense yet might have been enough to send her over the edge. The only reason they weren't making me crazy was the fact that I had something to hold on to. Shaun was alive. Shaun was out there somewhere, and wherever he was, he needed me. I undressed the way I always did, shoving my pants down my legs and peeling my socks off in the same gesture, concealing my little gun. It meant putting the same clothes back on when I was finished, carrying the clean pajamas they'd provided back to the room, and changing under the covers of my bed. But I'd been able to pass it off as a strange form of modesty. At least so far. I soaped up and rinsed down in record time, assisted by the fact that my bleach rinse only lasted for about 15 seconds, a perfunctory nod to regulations, while acknowledging that I hadn't been near anything infectious since I was Frankensteined to life. George and the guards were still waiting outside the bathroom when I emerged. All clean, I announced, wiping my damp bangs from my forehead. Now, about those painkillers. George nodded, motioning for the lead guard to take us back to my room. True to his word, my dinner tray was waiting when we arrived. Tomato soup the color of watered-down blood, and what looked like grilled cheese sandwiches. High-end hospital food. Tomato soup and cheese sandwiches seemed to surface at every other meal. I didn't mind as much as I might have. At least they were well prepared, which was more than I could say for many of the more ambitious things to come out of the kitchen. 4 small white pills were sitting on the tray, next to my glass of milk. Thanks, I said, stepping through the doorway, into the room. Have a nice night, Miss Mason, said George. The door closed, cutting him from view. I sat down at the table, palming the pills and dropping them into my lap as I mimed swallowing them. The room's white-on-white decorating scheme helped with that. Whoever was monitoring the security monitors currently airing The Georgia Mason Show would have to be paying extremely close attention to catch white pills being dropped onto the white legs of my pajamas, where I covered them with my white napkin. My soup was hot, and had obviously been put on the table seconds before we returned to the room. That didn't fit George's 12-minute estimate, so either he was wrong, or he really had been telling me to wait for midnight. That was fine. It wasn't like I had anything else to do. An orderly came and took my empty dishes after I finished eating. The pills I'd managed not to take were safely tucked into the seam of my pillowcase by then. I smiled. He flinched. I smiled wider. If these people couldn't handle the results of their crazy science, they shouldn't be bringing back the dead. The orderly all but scurried from the room, and I started to feel a little bad. It wasn't his fault. None of this was. The orders that controlled my life came from way above his pay grade. I paced around the room a few times, feigning my normal restlessness before climbing back into bed. I'd been sleeping more and more, and all sense of time was going rapidly out the window. If the alarms were going off for 6 hours, and they'd been off for about an hour and a half, that meant I'd been awake for less than 8 hours. It felt like forever. I was exhausted. Maybe they were putting something in my food after all. The throbbing in my head kept me from falling into anything deeper than a light doze. It shattered when the door opened. I sat up, squinting. Hello? We have 16 minutes, said Gregory. He didn't leave the doorway. Maybe there was too much risk of him getting stuck in the room when the 16-minute security window closed. I'm sorry. It was the best I could arrange on such short notice. Don't worry about it. I swung my feet around to the floor, wincing a little. Did you bring any painkillers I can actually trust? As a matter of fact, yes. Gregory dipped a hand into his pocket. I even brought water. Thanks, I said. The word seemed to stick in my throat. Shaun was always the one who brought me painkillers when the light got to be too much and one of my migraines decided to start making its presence known. I missed him so much. We don't have long. I paused in the process of getting up. Then I stood and walked toward him, holding out my hand for the pills. What do you mean? 16 minutes, right? We arranged the window when today's testing schedule went up on the intranet. Gregory sounded grimmer than I'd ever heard him. Someone's going to get caught over this one. It won't be me, but whoever it is, they're going to be lucky if all they lose is their job. A chill started in the pit of my stomach. What are you saying? They've started stress testing you. That isn't good. He dropped 2 pills into my hand, producing a bottle of water from his other pocket. 4 subjects have made it this far. None of them got through the alarm sequence without permanent psychological damage. Georgia, I'm sorry. We didn't realize they were going to speed things up like this. But with your brother... He stopped dead. The silence that stretched between us was the loudest I had ever heard. I opened the bottle of water and tossed the pills into my mouth, washing them down without really registering the motion. It was something that had to be done, and so I was doing it. That was all. The silence continued. Gregory waiting to see how I would respond, my mind racing through all the possible ways that sentence could have ended. None of them were good. With Shaun what? I asked. Gregory didn't answer. With Shaun what? I repeated. Off the grid, said Gregory. He took the empty bottle from my hand. He and the rest of your old news site dropped off the radar following Tropical Storm Fiona. He mentioned the storm like it was a big event. I frowned. Were they in the area? Are they missing? No. There have been a few sightings, all of them on the West Coast. The EIS has been planting sighting reports everywhere in the country, but it's hard, with as little data as we have. So what, they're thinking they can tell me to find him and I'll know where he's gone to ground? I scoffed. That's not going to happen. No. They're thinking they can finish running their tests on you, demonstrating to the investors just how stable a clone can be, and then they can decommission you in favor of a Georgia Mason who'll be willing to play the part they ask it to play. The chill continued to uncurl, spreading to cover my entire body. What part is that? Bait. I couldn't see Gregory's expression with the light shining so brightly behind him. I didn't need to. His voice told me everything I needed to know. They're going to put the new Georgia on the air, and they're going to use it to do the one thing they couldn't do on their own. They're going to use her to lure Shaun in. I finished in a whisper. They'll use her to do more than that, if they possibly can. I'll be honest, Georgia, because this isn't a time for being anything else. Shaun's psychological profiles since your death have been disturbing, to say the least. Disturbing how? Cutting up children and old ladies disturbing, or not showering anymore disturbing? Talking to himself, refusing to let go of the idea that you'll come back someday. That's part of what let the investors sell the idea that you would have multiple uses. But not me in specific. No, Gregory admitted. I took a deep breath. The painkillers hadn't had time to work, but the chill was muffling the pain nicely, making everything seem a little more distant, and hence a little easier to deal with. Well, all right. I guess that means it's time to get me the hell out of Dodge, doesn't it? Yes, it does, said Gregory. And now he sounded sad and deeply concerned. There's just one problem. I closed my eyes. You still don't know how you're going to do that, do you? No, we don't. Well, I opened my eyes, sighing once. This is going to be fun. Book 3. Foundations. Given a choice between life and death, choose life. Given a choice between right and wrong, choose what's right. And given a choice between a terrible truth and a beautiful lie, choose the truth every time. Georgia Mason.
Fuck it. Let's blow some shit up. Shaun Mason.
Every time I think my life can't get any weirder, it does. Today has included a missing newsie from the rising generation, who just happens to be running a rest stop on the smuggler's route to Canada, rednecks with guns listening to Shaun sing along with the radio, badly, and a zombie bear. Who knows what delights tomorrow will bring? And will tomorrow bring a shower with enough hot water to finish washing my hair? Stay tuned for our next exciting update that I can't post, because it might give our location away to some mysterious shadow conspiracy. Fuck. This sucks. From Charming, Not Sincere, the blog of Rebecca Atherton, July 26, 2041. Unpublished.
If you are reading this, do not leave your room. If you are already outside your room, find a secure location immediately. The following places on campus are currently secure: the library, the Life Sciences Building, the Student Store, Durant Hall, the Optometry Lab. The following places are confirmed compromised: the English and Literature Building, the Bear's Den, the Administrative Offices. This is not a hoax. This is not a prank. This is Professor Michael Mason. We are in a state of emergency. If you are reading this, do not leave your room. Stacy, darling, I'll be home as soon as I can. From Breathing Biology, the blog of Michael Mason, July 18th, 2014. Taken from the archives of The Wall. Chapter 14. Dad's map was just that, a large piece of paper with roads and landmarks drawn on it. He spread it out on the dining room table, smirking a bit when he saw the disbelieving expressions Bex and I were wearing. "What?" he asked. "You've never seen a map before?" "Not outside of a history book," I said. "Haven't you ever heard of GPS?" "What isn't on a computer can't be hacked, oh foolish son of mine," said Dad. He was comfortably in professor mode now, that old, "I'm imparting wisdom to the young" twinkle in his eye. George used to love it when he'd get like this, like it was some secret language the two of them could share, the language of knowledge and the truth. Naturally, that meant I'd always hated it when he'd get like this, because he was lying to her. He was letting her believe he cared. "Mom, make Dad stop acting like he knows everything," I said without any real rancor. "Michael, tell the kids what they need to know," said Mom, "and in exchange, Shaun will tell us what we need to know. Isn't that right, Shaun?" "Yeah, Mom, that's right. I'll tell you how to steal the last things in the world that belong to your adopted daughter, and you won't even think of yourselves as grave robbers." The acid in the thought was almost shocking, even to me. I realized I was digging my nails into my palms again. I rested my hands on the edge of the table, forcing my fingers to uncurl. "So, what are we looking at here?" "The trouble is the distance. There's no single safe route from here into the Florida quarantine zone. Maybe if you were aiming for something in the contaminated parts of Texas." Dad glanced up, a canny glint appearing behind the amiable twinkle in his eyes. "You didn't mention exactly what you were trying to accomplish on this little road trip, come to think of it." "True, and we're not going to mention it, so don't bother fishing," I said. The map covered the southwestern United States, stopping shortly after it crossed into Texas. "Are you saying this is as far as you can get us?" "I'm saying this is as far as we can get you before things become complicated," Dad replied. "You don't mind complicated, do you, Shaun?" "I like to think it's a specialty of mine." "Good." He beckoned me closer. I motioned for Bex to do the same. He began tapping highways and side roads, rattling off names, security levels, and known geographical quirks with a speed that was almost daunting. I was so busy trying not to lose track of what he was saying that I barely even noticed when Mom slipped out of the room. Dad pulled out another map, this one covering the space from Texas to Mississippi, and kept talking. "Shaun." "What?" I asked, without thinking about it. Dad glanced up, eyes narrowed. "What's that?" "I think I'm confused, too," said Beck smoothly. "What do you mean about fuel shortages in Louisiana?" Dad smiled at her and began talking again, saying something about fuel pipelines being compromised in the wake of Tropical Storm Fiona. I couldn't quite make out the details. George was talking too loudly for that. "You need to get Bex and get out of here. Abort the mission. Abort it. Now. There isn't time to argue." Maybe there wasn't time to argue, but there was time to scowl at the map, trying to wordlessly express my confusion to the voice inside my head. It must have worked at least a little, because George groaned and said, "They're hiding something from you. You told them you had the files. They should have tried to make you hand them over before they told you anything, and they didn't. That means they think they can have their cake and eat it too. You need to get out of here." I stiffened, hoping Dad was too focused on Bex to notice. George was right. We'd made this plan, which was, admittedly, a stupid, suicidal plan, expecting the Masons would be willing to make a trade. Normally, that would mean they wouldn't expect me to give them the files without proof of cooperation on their part. So where were those negotiations? Where was Dad insisting I give them a single file just to show that I was serious? Hell, where was Mom? She should have been in the room, keeping an eye on us, making sure Dad didn't get too excited by the process of showing us how clever he was and show us a little bit too much. That was the most damning piece of the admittedly sketchy evidence. Mom should never have left the room. "Who's paying you?" I asked conversationally, taking my hands away from the table. Bex cast a startled glance in my direction. I smiled reassuringly. "It's cool, Bex. They're just selling us up the river, and I was wondering who they were selling us to, that's all." Dad paled. "I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about. You've been on the run too long, son. It's starting to affect your thinking." "Well, yeah. I know that part. I mean, it's driven me crazy and everything, which I know you know, since you've been looking for an excuse to have me declared mentally unfit and take my stuff since George died. Great job mourning for her, by the way, really top-notch. But I don't think this is me being crazy. I think this is an unfortunate moment of me being sane, and when I'm sane, I have to admit that everyone in the world really is out to get us." I pulled George's .40 from my belt, bringing it up and aiming it at his head. "I'm only going to ask you one more time. Who's paying you?" "No one's paying us, darling." Mom's voice came from behind me, calm and even cheerful, with the faintly manic edge that accompanied every mother-son outing we'd ever taken. The click of a safety being disengaged was basically just overkill. "It's simply that we don't think you should be running around besmirching our family name. Not after everything we've done to build the brand." "Hi, Mom," I said, still aiming the .40 unwaveringly at Dad. He wasn't moving. I always knew he was a smart one. "Is this the part where you tell me to put my gun down?" "No, this is the part where I save your ass," said Bex. The statement was accompanied by the sound of her revolvers being cocked. "Please believe me when I say that I respect your work greatly, Mrs. Mason, and I will blow your fucking head off if you don't stop aiming that gun at my boss right now." Mom laughed. It was a joyful, tittering, purely artificial sound. "Oh, how cute! She's willing to step in and save you, darling. Such loyalty, and such a pretty girl, too. Is she sweet on you? So many of the pretty girls have been. Not that you ever paid them any attention. Not that your sainted sister, may she rest in peace, ever let you. Do you think things would have gone differently if she hadn't been so selfish?" "Don't talk about George," I said, gritting my teeth to keep my calm from slipping away. "She moves, shoot her, Bex." "With pleasure, boss." "It seems we have a standoff, son," said Dad, raising his hands. It felt almost unfair, letting him be the only one in the room without a gun. Good thing I've never been too hung up on playing fair. "So what now?" "Now you stay where you are." I took a deep breath before asking, "What did you do, Mom? Who did you call?" "No one a concerned citizen doesn't have the right to call," she replied in the same happy, artificial tone. "You shouldn't have come here, Shaun. I'm glad you did. It was nice to see you, but you shouldn't have come." For a moment I thought I heard genuine regret in her tone. As hard as I'd tried, I'd never quite been able to stop myself from loving the Masons. Maybe, difficult as it was to credit, they had the same problem. Maybe they hadn't quite been able to keep themselves from loving us. "The house logged our arrival, didn't it? And you let the information upload. You didn't have to. We're not residents and no one saw us come. You could have scrubbed it and no one would have ever known." That's what I'd been counting on when I suggested coming here. I knew what that security system could do. "Why didn't you?" "Be reasonable, Shaun," said Dad. He shook his head, looking almost contrite. "People are saying you may have had something to do with what's happening right now in the Gulf. We can't even get passes to go into the restricted zones. Other journalists with similar credentials have managed to at least get around the edges, but we're being shut out. Bringing you to justice would counter that. It would show we weren't working with you." "I'm sure the ratings wouldn't hurt either," said Bex sourly. I risked a sympathetic glance her way. I'd been disillusioned by the Masons years ago. She was getting her disillusionment in one lump sum, and like anything that shows your heroes in an unpleasant light, it had to be bitter. So very bitter. No, Mom admitted. It's been harder to keep the numbers up since we lost that family dynamic. We got a few spikes when things went bad in Oakland, and a few more when your name started coming up in conjunction with the tragedy, but nothing lasting. Nothing that would bring in the numbers remotely like an act of selfless heroism. So you're going to sacrifice us for ratings, I said. Now, son, it's not like that, Dad began. Isn't it? I lowered my gun, slowly turning to look at Mom. Feigning curiosity, I asked, so if you're willing to trade one son for a better market share, what really happened to Philip, Mom? Did he just happen to get in that dog's way like the official story says? Or were you afraid your 15 minutes of fame were already over and just searching for anything that could make them last a little longer? Her eyes widened. There was a moment when I wasn't sure whether she was going to shoot me. Then she was striding across the space between us, Beck's forgotten, gun dropping to her side. I could have ducked away from her hand. I didn't, and the sound of her palm hitting my cheek rang through the room like it was the loudest thing in the world. Beck stood frozen, staring. From the silence behind me, Dad was doing much the same. Mom's eyes were filling with furious tears. Don't you ever say something like that to me, she snarled. The anger in her voice may have been the most honest emotion I'd ever seen from her. You don't get to talk about him. Well, then, you don't get to talk about Georgia, I countered. How is this different, Mom? I'm your son. You didn't give birth to me, but you raised me. You're the only mother I've ever had. And now you're selling my life, because you want better ratings. How is this different from what happened to Philip? Give me one good answer. Please, just one. She stared at me, seemingly unable to decide whether she should get furiously angry or break down and start to cry. Bex was still holding her pistols aimed at Mom's head, standing in an easy hip-shot stance that I knew she could hold for hours if she needed to. I also knew she wasn't going to need to. Someone was going to break this standoff before much longer. I just hoped it would be someone in the room, rather than someone driving an official vehicle and commanding an urban cleanup squad. It was an accident, said Dad. I didn't turn. I didn't want to take my eyes off Mom. Marigold wasn't supposed to be in our yard. Philip was unlucky. This is different. Why? Because it's premeditated? Because you pulled me and George out of some state orphanage somewhere, and that gives you the right to decide how I'm going to die? Don't kid yourselves. If you keep us here, we're going to die. Someone's going to be careless. Someone else is going to say we moved for a weapon, and we're going to be so much sterilized ash by lunchtime. You don't know that, said Mom. She seemed to be getting herself back under control. That probably wasn't good. They may just take you in for questioning. The mosquitoes got loose while we were in the Memphis CDC, Ms. Mason. Beck's voice was as calm as it was unexpected. Mom's head whipped around to stare at her. If it hadn't been for the storm, if it hadn't been for bad timing, they would have been confined to Cuba. They would never have reached the coast without the wind to help them. So? Demanded Mom. Stacy. Dad's voice was soft, thoughtful, the same sort of tone that George used to get when something occurred to her in the middle of the night. She'd wake me up and whisper in my ear in that soft, contemplative voice, telling me stories I only half heard, but that would be posted on our site within the week. What? Mom turned back toward him, and consequentially toward me. The weather maps do show that the mosquitoes originated in Cuba. They're on record as a mutation, some sort of horrible trick of natural selection. You don't believe that, do you, Mr. Mason? Asked Bex. Doesn't it seem a little pat? 20 years of no insect vectors, and then one comes along at the right time to bury a news cycle no one wants to deal with? If it hadn't been for the storm, we'd be hearing a lot of different stories right now. The Cuban tragedy would be dominating the news for the next year, and no one would ever hear about a break-in at a CDC facility, or about the corruption leading to the death of Dr. Kelly Connolly, granddaughter of the man who broke the news about the rising. But Tropical Storm Fiona had other ideas, I said, taking up her argument. Whoever let those mosquitoes loose wasn't counting on a big old wind sweeping in and carrying their nasty little pets to American soil. So the cycle got buried, and so did a lot of innocent people. It was a mistake. It still did its job. You never heard about any of that, did you? No. Dad stepped up behind me and stepped around me, moving to stand beside Mom. Bex shifted her position, widening her stance as she adjusted to include him in her line of fire. We never heard any of those things. So either I've gone entirely out of my mind, which isn't out of the question, I guess, since I talk to myself and everything, but if I'm crazy, I've managed to take my team with me. Or someone is really out to get us, and whoever it is, they were willing to gamble with the Kellis-Amberley virus in order to keep us out of the headlines. I took a breath. Lots of kids died in Florida, Mom. Lots of little kids. And not because they ran into dogs that hadn't been chained up properly. Not because their parents did anything wrong. They got bit by mosquitoes, and it killed them, and it wasn't fair. Just like what happened to Philip wasn't fair. I told you not to talk about him, she said. This time the anger in her voice wasn't there, and the tears were beginning to overflow her lower lids, starting their slow tracks down her cheeks. She looked old and tired, and like the woman I'd only ever seen in pictures taken before I was even born. She looked like someone who could have loved me. Please, we're trying to get to Florida because the family of one of our team members was there when the storm hit. His parents died. His little sister's still alive. We promised him we'd get her out. Dad shook his head. That's not going to happen, son. What? Demanded George. What? I asked half a heartbeat later. They've had our house under surveillance for weeks. Even if we'd wanted to hide your presence, we couldn't have done it for long. They'll be here any minute now. He turned to his wife, my adopted mother, the first of the world's true Irwins. Stacy, it's up to you. She hesitated. Then, finally, she nodded. Turning back to me, she said, It's not like Philip at all, Shaun, because we couldn't save him. She turned her gun around, offering it to me butt first. Make it look realistic, and get the hell out of here. Mom, you have maybe 3 minutes, 4 if you're willing to leave the van and take mine instead, but you won't do that, will you? A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Michael, take Rebecca to the garage and get her set up with one of the portable jammers, will you? Yes, dear, he said. Then he paused, looking back at me and said, I'm proud of you, son. We didn't do right by you or by Georgia, but I'm proud of you all the same. I think I have the right to that much. Yeah, Dad, you do. Thank you. He motioned for Bex to follow him. Come along, young lady. Bex glanced at me, eyes wide. I nodded, hoping the gesture would be reassuring, and not sure what I'd do if it wasn't. It's okay, Bex, I said. I'll be right there. Shaun, just go. I promise I'll be right there. Still looking uncertain, she followed him out of the room. Their footsteps drifted back down the hall. Then the door connecting the kitchen to the garage slammed, and even that was gone. I returned my attention to my mother. You sure? I asked. No. She laughed a little, still holding her gun out to me. But hell, when have I been sure about anything? I think the last time I was absolutely sure of something was in July of 2014. I was sure that was going to be the summer when I finally learned how to swim. Mom, I stopped, realizing I had no idea what else I could say to this woman. We were family and we were strangers. She was my mother and my teacher, and the one person I had never been able to please, no matter how hard I tried or how much I played the clown. I took the gun from her hand. "What are you going to tell them?" "That you realized we'd called the authorities and ran." Her eyes were clear and calm. "Or maybe I won't tell them anything. The choice is yours." It took me a moment to realize that she was saying I could shoot her. She was unarmed, and I had her gun. They wouldn't be able to use the ballistics to trace me, or to conclusively prove I'd pulled the trigger while she was still alive. I shook my head. "Tell them whatever you have to in order to get them off your back, and then find a way to get to Florida. Alaric's sister is named Alyssa Kwong. She's in the Ferry Pass Refugee Center. Get her out." "Then what?" I stepped forward, leaning in to kiss her forehead the way she used to kiss mine when there was an appropriate photo opportunity. Until that moment, I hadn't really realized that I was taller than her now. "Do what you couldn't do for us, Mom," I said. "Love her. Until Alaric can come back for her. Just love her." She nodded. "I'll try," she said. "That's all that I can promise." "That's fine," I smiled at her. She smiled back. She was still smiling when I slammed the gun into her temple. I wasn't trying to knock her out. The human head is thicker than most movies want you to believe, and knocking someone out without killing them is a precise science. Just catch her off guard. I managed that. She staggered backward with a shout, the skin split and bleeding above her eye. That was going to be one hell of a shiner. She didn't grab for the gun. She didn't swear at me. She just clapped a hand over the wound and pointed to the door, saying, "Go. We'll take care of things from here." I went. As I ran through the kitchen, I threw Mom's gun into the sink. It was still half full of soapy dishwater. The gun sank into the bubbles. I broke into a run. Dad and Bex were in the garage with the door standing open. The sky was starting to lighten, hints of sunrise creeping up around the edges. "Come on," I said, gesturing for Bex to follow me. "Dad, the scanner says they're 8 blocks out. Miss Atherton has the jammer. Now go." He adjusted his glasses with one hand. His shoulder was bleeding copiously. There was no telling what Bex had used to make the wound. Mom's toolbox provided a wealth of possibilities. He saw me looking and smiled. I smiled back and kept going, heading for the van. Bex ran behind me, a boxy object cradled under one arm that I recognized as one of Mom's highly prized, highly illegal jammers. If we were caught with it, we'd be looking at a nice, long stay in prison, assuming we lived long enough to get there, which seemed less than likely. But Bex was laughing when we reached the van, adrenaline and exhaustion bubbling over, and I joined in, and we threw ourselves inside just as soon as we could get the locks to disengage. I didn't even bother to fasten my seatbelt before I started the engine and slammed my foot down on the gas. Bex put the jammer on the dashboard, connecting it to the stereo's USB power outlet before turning it on. A soft, white noise whine filled the cab, more psychological than anything else. It was there so we would know the equipment was working. The sound of sirens was just beginning to split the Berkeley air when we turned the corner, gathering speed all the while. And we were gone. You really can't go home again. Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes, when you try, you find out that home isn't there anymore, but that it wasn't only in your head before. Home actually existed. Home wasn't just a dream. Sometimes that's the best thing of all. From Adaptive Immunities, the blog of Shaun Mason, July 28, 2041. Unpublished. Seattle is gray, damp, and far too proud of being surrounded on all sides by trees which never lose their leaves and hence never stop providing cover for whatever might be lurking behind them. The natives are as friendly as any Americans and tend to become extremely helpful when I produce my passport. I'm an Indian citizen, carries a lot of weight here. I'm worried about Maggie. We have yet to bribe our way in to see the monkey, and she's not doing well with all the secrecy and illicit trafficking. I would have said Alric was the weak link in our particular chain, with his sister as a possible hostage to his good behavior, but I'm beginning to fear our dear Magdalene might be just as easily swayed with the promise of a return to her real life. From Fish and Clips, the blog of Mihir Gowda, July 28, 2041. Unpublished.
Chapter 15. I was left mostly to my own devices after the alarm. That was a good thing. My headache got steadily worse once Gregory's painkillers wore off. I wasn't willing to ask the orderlies for anything else, and I couldn't exactly ring for my buddy, the EIS mole. So I spent most of what felt like a day in bed, huddled under the covers and trying to shove my head far enough beneath the pillow to block out the room's ambient light. Eventually, I managed to go back to sleep. When I woke, my headache was gone. The isolation was another matter. Dr. Thomas didn't appear, and the orderlies who brought my meals were even more perfunctory than usual, like they were performing an unpleasant chore. I considered trying to talk to them, and dismissed it in favor of playing the good little clone, tractable, meek, and willing to be told where to sit, what to eat, and when to go to the bathroom. None of them appeared more than once, and I could see the guards waiting in the hall when the door slid open to allow the orderlies in or out. That was enough to worry me. Were the guards there because they thought I might be smart enough to get wind of what was coming? Had some other clone of Georgia Mason seen the writing on the wall when her decommissioning approached and tried to make a break for it? Or had Gregory slipped somehow? Was our window not as secure as he thought it was? Did he say the wrong thing? Did he get caught? Were the guards there because the plan to bust me out, sketchy as it was, had been blown? I realized the fear was irrational almost as soon as I finished figuring out what it was. I still had my gun. If Gregory had been caught, someone would have come to take my gun. As long as I was armed, I had to make myself assume that things were going as planned, whatever that plan turned out to actually be. The next day inched by at a glacial pace. By the time dinner came, I was virtually climbing the walls. I forced myself to sit on the bed, holding as still as I could, and tried to focus on what I knew about the layout of the facility. I'd seen plenty of labs, but I didn't have a good idea of where they were relative to one another. The identical halls and rapid walkthroughs had seen to that. If I managed to get out of here, I'd be flying blind, unless I had someone to escort me. All of which brought me back to Gregory, and the increasingly pressing question of where he was. Another unfamiliar orderly brought my lunch, a truly uninspiring combination of cheese slices, soy spread, and sliced bread. "The catering has definitely gone downhill around here," I called after his retreating back. My stomach rumbled, making it clear that no matter how lousy the food looked, I was damn well going to eat it. I needed to keep my strength up. The cheese was as bland as I'd expected. After the second bite, I started to doubt that it was even cheese, since it tasted more like a blend of soy and artificial flavorings. I wrinkled my nose and kept eating. Cheese meant protein, even if it didn't necessarily mean dairy, and protein was a good thing. That thought was almost enough to motivate me through the rest of the plate, before I lost all interest, picked up the bread, and retreated with it to the bed. Who cared if I got a few crumbs on the sheets? It wasn't like there was anyone here to complain about them. For some reason, that made me wonder if any of the Georgia Masons who came before me tried to seduce an orderly when they hit the last days of their captivity. The image was enough to make me snort with involuntary laughter. It wasn't just that I had no idea how to go about seducing somebody. Seduction was never exactly required given my particular set of circumstances. It was the idea of any of those stiff, buttoned-down orderlies trying to explain that dinner didn't come with a side order of clone sex. Hell, Maybe one of the other Georges even made a play for Dr. Thomas. That would certainly explain why he was so careful to avoid physical contact, even now that we were well past the point of needing to worry about spontaneous amplification. Maybe he was afraid I'd rip my pajama top open and start trying to buy my freedom. I was still snickering when the door slid open and a slim blonde woman in a lab coat stepped into my room. "Did I come at a bad time, Georgia?" asked Dr. Shaw. "I can come back later, if you would prefer." I jumped to my feet, dropping my bread. "Dr. Shaw," I said, "I wasn't expecting you today. Or here. Or ever." "There are times one must enjoy the privileges of surprise," she said. "Have you finished your lunch? I do apologize for the blandness of the ingredients, but I was unable to come and brief you before your afternoon meal was delivered, and it was important that preparations begin immediately." My shoulders tensed. I forced them to unlock. Dr. Shaw is a friend, I reminded myself. She gave me the gun. She's not going to do anything to hurt me. Not unless she had to, anyway. "Preparations?" I asked. "Yes," she said and smiled. She was gorgeous when she smiled. Not beautiful. Gorgeous. Like the cam girl porn bloggers who make a living on looks and panty shots. Maybe that was the reason she didn't smile much. Save them up and use them like weapons when she needed them. "I finally got approval for my deep state sleep study. They would probably have dragged their feet on me longer, but Dr. Thomas has proposed a series of tests that will occupy all your time as of next week, and that gave me the leverage I needed to convince our superiors to let me have you until then." She paused, clearly expecting something from me. Yay?" "Yes," she said, with an enthusiastic nod. "Very yay. This is going to tell us so much about your mental state, Georgia. There are things to be discovered by examining your subconscious that, well, I won't bore you with the details, but suffice it to say that I expect us both to be very pleased with my results. Now, I am afraid you may be slightly inconvenienced by what has to be done." She let the sentence trail off again, waiting for my reply. This time I was faster on my cue. "Inconvenienced how, exactly?" "You'll be sleeping in my lab for the duration. I realize it's an invasion of your privacy, but it can't be avoided if we want to get good results." I managed not to laugh at the notion of my possessing anything remotely resembling privacy in the room I'd been sleeping in. "I think I can handle it." "Thank you," said Dr. Shaw. Her smile faded, replaced by her more familiar, chilly professionalism. "Is there anything you'd like to bring with you?" I blinked. I hadn't realized she meant we'd be leaving the room now. "No," I said with complete honesty. My gun was tucked into the top of my left sock, and I'd long since finished reading the few books I'd been able to cajole Dr. Thomas into giving me. Nothing else here was mine. They could decant the next girl and put her in this room, and she'd never know I existed, just like I woke up not knowing there had been others here before me. The thought was sobering. One way or another, I was never going to come back here. Either I'd get out, or I'd just be gone, and no one would miss me, or mourn for me, except for maybe Gregory. Maybe not even him. Assuming his cover hadn't been blown, he'd probably be busy trying to find out whether the new Georgia Mason was the one he could finally save. "Good," said Dr. Shaw, breaking me out of the dark spiral of my own thoughts. "If there's nothing here you'd like to bring, then we're ready to begin." "I didn't have anything else on my calendar for today," I said. Dr. Shaw started for the door. I followed, resisting the urge to look back at the room that was never mine. Not really. It was a stopping point, and yet somehow, walking through the door with her felt very, Very final. 2 of the technicians from our first round of tests were waiting for us in the hall, along with 2 guards I didn't recognize. I was getting used to that. I focused my attention on the technicians, smiling as earnestly as I could. Kathleen, George, it's good to see you again. See? Crowed Kathleen, bouncing in place. The guards looked at her with visible discomfort, but didn't move from their positions. I told you the sleep studies would get approved. I should never have doubted you, I said. You're looking, well, said George. I've had lots of rest, I said. Which is excellent for our purposes, said Dr. Shaw. Now that we're all acquainted again, come along. We have much to do and little time in which to do it. This said, she turned and strode down the hall, her heels punctuating each step with a gunshot-crisp crack. Kathleen and George fell into step behind her, and I trailed after them, with the guards following after me. Their presence kept me from getting too relaxed. This might be a step toward freedom, but I wasn't in the clear yet. Dr. Shaw led us down the hall toward the lab where her first round of tests on me had been conducted, stopping at an unmarked door. You are no longer required, she informed the guards, holding up her ID badge. I assure you, the automated systems will make sure nothing untoward happens between here and our final destination. Our apologies, Dr. Shaw, but we have our orders, said the elder of the 2 guards, a tall Hispanic man with a thin mustache covering his upper lip. He looked less nervous than his companion. Maybe that's why he got the unenviable job of telling Dr. Shaw he wasn't going to do what she wanted him to do. We are to escort this subject to your lab and ensure that she's secured before we leave our posts. Bureaucracy will be the death of us all, muttered Dr. Shaw, with what looked like sincere annoyance. Very well, then, if you must. But if either of you so much as breathes on something you shouldn't, the cost of decontamination will be coming out of your paychecks. And I will be speaking to your supervisors. Do I make myself clear? Kathleen and George stepped up to flank us, presenting a united line. I was the only one not wearing a lab coat. For some reason, that struck me as funny. The guards looked more uncomfortable than ever, but they stood their ground. I almost had to respect that. Perfectly, ma'am, said the older guard. We are just doing our jobs. Yes, well, I believe you've established that. She swiped her badge down the front of a magnetic scanner in the wall. The scanner beeped once. The door in front of us didn't budge. Instead, a door on the other side of the hall swung open. The guards turned. Dr. Shaw looked smug. Gentlemen, if you're so intent on managing my patient's welfare, you can lead the way. I frowned at the expression on her face. Then I looked through the open door, and my frown struggled to become a smile. The door opened in what appeared to be the side of a hall. A sign was posted on the wall, visible through the opening. Caution. Active biohazard labs beyond this point. Contamination risk is set at biosafety level 3. Do not proceed without appropriate clearance. Beneath that, some joker had taped a printout reading, So come on in and kiss your ass goodbye. Ma'am? Asked the older guard. I realize you've been working primarily in level 1 and 2 areas, but my primary lab is maintained in the level 3 wing. Dr. Shaw glanced to me as she spoke, giving me a brief but meaningful look that chased away any doubts I may have had about my fate. If I were still Dr. Thomas's pet subject, he would never have let me enter a level 3 biohazard lab. He approved this. He was done with me. All CDC properties start at level 1, including the bathrooms and reception areas. No special training or equipment is needed to enter one. Level 1 biohazard facilities work with agents that don't harm healthy adult humans. Level 2 biohazard facilities work with things that can harm healthy adult humans, and will usually have some precautions in place to deal with contamination. It's only once you hit Level 3 that you start needing major protective gear. With the door standing open, I could hear the faint hiss of air being drawn into the hall, caught by the negative pressure filters. Airborne dangers could get in, but they would never make it out. The guards stared at the sign. Dr. Shaw cleared her throat. "Gentlemen?" The younger guard actually jumped. "Ma'am?" he asked. "I realize you're simply trying to do your jobs, but I assure you, no amount of staring at the wall will get us to my lab. Can we proceed?"
"Just a moment."
The older guard murmured something to his companion before raising a hand and tapping the skin behind his ear.
"I'll be right back with you."
"Subdermal communications implant," I muttered. Slick. Buffy would have loved to get her hands on one of those. With the way I went through the ear cuffs I used to contact my team, something subdermal would have. I touched the top edge of my left ear, where my ear cuff should have been. I hadn't even thought about it since waking up, and now that I remembered it, I felt naked without it. Somehow I found that reassuring. It was one more piece of evidence that I was still me, even if I was someone else at the same time. For the first time, I felt myself feeling sorry for the Georgia Masons who had been cloned, studied, and killed before me. How many of them ever knew they weren't the woman they thought they were? How many of them touched their ears, feeling naked, and wondering whether they'd get the chance to be properly clothed ever again? I hoped none of them. If they hadn't been able to escape, and clearly they hadn't, because I wouldn't have been here if they had, then there was no reason they should ever have needed to feel like this. The guard finished his muffled conversation with whoever was on the other side of his connection, and turned to face Dr. Shaw, tapping the skin behind his ear one more time as he did.
"I apologize for any delays we have caused you," he said, stiffening to ramrod straight attention. "My superior informs me that you have security of your own beyond this point, and that our services will not be required."
"Thank you for confirming that," said Dr. Shaw, with a smile that could have been used to chill water. "Now, if you gentlemen would please let us pass, I have a series of tests to begin."
"Of course."
The older guard stayed where he was. The younger stepped out of Dr. Shaw's way as she advanced toward the door. He mumbled something that could have been, "Ma'am," or could have been a short prayer of thanks. I didn't hear it clearly, and I didn't care. We were getting away from the guards. That was what really mattered here. Kathleen entered first, followed by George, Dr. Shaw, and finally, me. The door slid shut behind us as soon as my heel cleared the doorway. Dr. Shaw reached out and pulled the piece of paper off the bottom of the sign, folding it neatly and tucking it into the pocket of her lab coat. "Never underestimate the power of a man's fear, Georgia," she said, sounding almost distracted, like part of her was no longer paying attention. "Level 3 labs are no more dangerous to the well-prepared than eating at an Indian takeout. Yet somehow just the name is enough to strike fear into the hearts of man, even though each and every one of us is a walking Level 4 biosafety lab in this brave new world we've created." "Words have power," I said. "True." She shook her head. "Well, this way, please." She began to walk briskly down the hall, heels cracking hard against the tile. Kathleen and George exchanged a look. "Excuse me, Doctor?" called Kathleen. "Yes, what is it?" "Do you want us to come with you, or do you want us to initiate cleanup procedures in Lab Bay 2? You're going to need it later tonight?" Dr. Shaw paused, head tilted at what was clearly a contemplative angle, even when viewed from behind. Finally, she nodded. "Yes, that sounds like the correct course of action. Georgia, come with me. We really do need to get started." She started walking again, not looking back. I hurried after her. We passed through 3 more doors, each of which Dr. Shaw opened with a swipe of her keycard. The second door also required a fingerprint check. The third was equipped with a retinal scanner. This was starting to look less like a Level 3 biosafety facility and more like some sort of maximum security prison for the infected. The distant, steady hiss of the negative pressure filters just made that thought more difficult to shake off. I was getting distinctly uneasy by the time we reached the 4th door. This one was flanked by blood test units that looked disarmingly like the ones we had in the garage back in the house in Berkeley. "You'll need to provide a sample for analysis," said Dr. Shaw. "It's just a technicality at this point in the facility, but it came with the security system, and we couldn't disarm it without deactivating several other functions." "What functions?" I asked, moving toward the testing unit on the left. "All will be made clear shortly." She slapped her palm flat against the right-hand testing unit, cleared her throat, and said, "Identification, Danica Michelle Kimberly. Authorization Beta Alpha Zeta 94923. Designation, Investigative Physician. Affiliation, Epidemic Intelligence Service." Her accent was suddenly British, softer than Mahir's, with a rolling edge that I'd heard only from bloggers who lived and broadcast near the Welsh border. I stared at her. "What?" "You are accompanied," said a bland, pleasant male voice from a speaker set somewhere above the door. "Please identify your associate." "This is Georgia Carolyn Mason, version 7C. Designation, Electronic Journalist. Human clone. Presently listed as deceased in the main network. Affiliation, Epidemic Intelligence Service." Dr. Kimberly, sounded calm and slightly bored, like she was reciting a shopping list. "Georgia, put your hand on the panel if you would. I'd rather not be standing here when the security system decides we're a threat and floods the hall with formalin." No. That would be bad." I pressed my hand against the flat testing panel, feeling the brief sting as the needles bit into my palm. A cool blast of antiseptic foam was released through the slit in the metal, cooling the small wounds the needles had left behind, and the light above the door began to flash, red to yellow to green, and back again. The light stabilized quickly on green, and the door unlocked with a click. "Ah, good," said Dr. Kimberly. "Come along, Georgia." She pulled her hand away from the test panel and pushed the door open, revealing yet another standard-issue CDC lab. Well, standard issue except for the 3 technicians who were standing just inside with guns in their hands, aiming them at the door. I recognized the one in the middle as James, from Dr. Kimberly's other lab. The others were new to me. Dr. Kimberly sighed. "Oh, yay," she said, deadpan. "This is quite my favorite part. Is it Tuesday?" "It's Tuesday, isn't it?" "Yes, Dr. Kimberly," confirmed the technician on the left, a curvy, medium-height girl with a riot of carroty red curls barely confined by her headband. "Brilliant. In that case," Dr. Kimberly pointed to the girl. "Matriculate." She turned and pointed to James. "Alabaster." She turned again, pointing to the tall, dark-skinned man on the end. "Polyhedral." All 3 technicians lowered their guns. "Glad to have you back, Dr. Kimberly," said James. "Did you encounter any trouble?" "None that couldn't be handled." Dr. Kimberly turned to me, offering a small, almost apologetic smile. "I was able to depart with what we needed, and that's what matters. In the meanwhile, Georgia, I do apologize." "What?" I blinked at her. Maybe it was everything I'd been through in the past few days. But I was suddenly afraid I'd trusted the wrong people. "What are you talking about?" And then the syringe bit into the back of my arm, and the world, such as it was, fell away, leaving me in darkness. Acquisition of the subject has been successful. We will begin analysis immediately. If Gregory is correct, and she is truly close enough to the original to be viable for our purposes, well, I can only hope she'll find it in her heart to forgive us for what we must do. Expect further communication as soon as possible. Taken from a message sent by Dr. Danica Kimberly, July 31st, 2041. Recipient unknown. Miss Hyland is gone. All the chaperones are gone. It's just us kids now, and I don't know how much longer the food will last. Us kids, and the soldiers outside. They don't let us out of the building, even during the day, even if we promise to wear lots and lots of bug spray. There isn't any hot water. Some of the soldiers are going away. I don't know what's going on. I just know that I'm scared. Hurry, Alric. Please, hurry. I don't know how much longer this can last, but I don't think it's going to be long enough if you don't hurry. My batteries are dying. I may not be able to write for much longer. Hurry. Taken from an email sent by Alyssa Kwong to Alric Kwong, July 31st, 2041.
Chapter 16. The drive from Berkeley to Seattle takes 14 hours if you use major roads and avoid serious traffic. It takes 23 hours if you stick to back routes and frontage roads. We split the difference, risking our cover several times in order to eke out a few hundred miles on I-5 before returning to the shadows, and made it from city to city in just under 19 hours. We didn't stop in Shady Cove. Tempting as it was, there was too good a chance that we were being followed, and too good a chance that if we stopped there, we'd never leave again. Dr. Abbey tried to send us to the Florida hazard zone, and we failed. Fine. Barring another way to do the same thing, she'd probably insist we stay and start looking for a way to evacuate us all to some place that was guaranteed to stay mosquito-free. I hear Alaska's nice this time of year, I muttered. What's that? George looked up, blinking still unfamiliar brown eyes at me in honest confusion. Just wondering where we could run when this is over. The mosquitoes are going to be pretty damn hard to kill. Maybe, she shrugged, returning to her study of the jamming unit. A lock of her hair, it was starting to need a trim, flopped forward, falling in front of one eye. I resisted the urge to lean over and brush it aside. Unless I was having a really crazy day, she'd just vanish if I tried to touch her, and I needed the company too much to have her leave again. Bex had been asleep in the back since we crossed the border into Washington. Without my hallucinatory sister, I would be totally alone, and I wasn't sure how much longer my own wakefulness would last. What do you mean, maybe? I asked. Like Dr. Abbey said, an insect vector for Kellis Amberley didn't just happen. They're probably the product of some lab like hers, full of scientists who think, I wanted to see what would happen, is a perfectly valid justification for doing anything they want. Yeah, and? George looked up again, brushing the hair out of her eyes with a quick, economical wave of one hand. This time she looked almost annoyed. Shaun, you know this. There's nothing I can tell you that you don't already know. Why are you pretending you need me to say it? Because I'm not pretending. I shrugged, trying to keep my attention focused on the road. I didn't want to get so wrapped up in arguing with her that I needed to pull over. Not only would that potentially attract attention, but it would annoy the hell out of Bex if she woke up before we started moving again. Maybe you can't tell me things I don't know, but I need you to be the one who says them. That lets me believe in them. You are a strange, sick little man, Shaun Mason, George sighed. The mosquitoes were made. Man's creation, just like Kellis Amberley. If you were going to build killer bugs to spread the zombie plague, wouldn't you put in a little planned obsolescence? Despite the fact that George could only use words I knew the meaning of, I had to pause while I tried to remember what obsolescence meant. Sometimes it's annoying having hallucinations that make me feel dumb. You mean they'd be built to break down? Now you're thinking. I have to wonder whether the mosquitoes are fertile. If someone built them as a biological weapon, why would they have given them the capacity to breed? All that's going to do is increase the chances of them hurting the people you're trying to protect. So how did they wind up in Cuba? Weapons test. Cuba did too well during the Rising. It was almost insulting to certain people. I'm sure they would have loved the opportunity to run a little fear-inducing trial on soil close enough to ours that they could look horrified and appalled when someone implied we might have had something to do with it. George, I'm not being nihilistic, Shaun. I'm being right, and you know it. Yeah. I glanced out the window at the high concrete fence dividing the tiny back road we were on from the safe concrete river of I-5. I just wish I'd stop reminding myself. George was gone when I looked back. I shook my head, trying to clear the malaise brought on by her last statement, and turned the radio on, scanning channels until I found something with a catchy beat and simplistic lyrics. Then I switched to NPR. National Public Radio is a dinosaur in the modern age of podcasts and internet radio stations, but that's part of what makes it useful, because when you turn on NPR, you're getting the thoughts and opinions of the part of the population that has not yet moved into a purely virtual format. Things still move a little slower there. Not pre-digitally slow. I've read the history books. I know how long a single story used to dominate the cycle. But slow enough that you can learn a thing or two, if you're willing to listen. Two experts were arguing about ways to save the Everglades. One wanted to send in CDC teams in full-on moon suits to rescue as many non-infected animals as possible, and then dump enough DDT into the water table to sterilize the ecosystem for 100 years. We can breed them in preserves and exhibits until we confirm that the Everglades are safe, and then return them to their original environment, was the gist of his argument. Wedded to a firm belief that instinct would override generations of zoo-bound living and lead to an immediate, complete return to the wild as soon as the money ran out and somebody in accounting decided it was time to let the animals go. The other expert claimed this would result not only in the permanent loss of a major piece of America's biological diversity, but render most of Florida uninhabitable, whether we got rid of the mosquitoes or not, since pesticide would inevitably get into the human water supply. He was in favor of releasing thousands of insectivores into the impacted areas and letting them take care of things the natural way. And by insectivores, he meant bats. He wanted to gather as many bats as possible and dump them on the Everglades, where they could do their batty thing and eat all the mosquitoes. Because the people of Florida would, of course, be totally cool with this. At no point did either of them mention the idea that the mosquitoes had been made, rather than being a natural worst-case scenario. All their solutions started from the premise that the mosquitoes just happened, much like the storm that brought them to our shores. Somehow, that only made me more certain that George was right. Somebody made these mosquitoes, and somebody was going to have a way to deal with them. They were just waiting for the time to be right, just like they waited for the time to be right before letting the bugs out of the box in the first place. Bex climbed back into her seat right about the time the speakers got really involved in yelling at each other. Yawning and rumpling her hair with one hand, she squinted at the radio. "Do I want to know?" "I can't get a good wireless signal out here," I said, "so we're listening to the radio." "Listening to the radio talk about what?" "Bats." Bex frowned, still clearly half asleep. "Bats?" "Yeah, you know, flap, flap, squeak, squeak, works for Dracula. Bats. Because we need a vampire problem to go with our zombie problem." I opened the cooler we had wedged between the seats, pulling out a can of Coke. "Here, you look like you could use the caffeine." "Oh, thank God. I thought I was going to have to deal with this without chemical assistance." Bex popped the tab before downing half the soda in one long slug. She didn't seem to realize what she was drinking until she lowered the can and blinked at the label. "Shaun, this is a Coke." "I know." "You gave me one of your Cokes." "I know." "Why did you—" "Because you needed it." I glanced her way, smiling just a little, just enough to show her I meant it. If the Masons can let us go and agree to get Alyssa out of Florida, I can be selfless enough to give you a can of Coke. Bex's expression sobered. "Do you really think they'll go after her?" "I do, yeah." The experts on NPR were still arguing. I leaned forward and turned the radio down. "I don't think they've changed completely. I mean, knowing Mom, she's probably already convinced herself I cheated by bringing up Philip, and that she and Dad let us go out of the goodness of their hearts, not because it was the right thing to do. But rescuing a little girl from a refugee camp in an interdicted hazard zone? That's the kind of ratings you can't buy. It's just gravy that they have that whole martial law thing going on over there, which gives Dad an excuse to trot out a bunch of old chatter about personal responsibility and freedom of the press." "So they're going to do it for the ratings." Bex's mouth twisted into a disapproving line. She took another large gulp of Coke, presumably to stop herself from saying anything she'd regret later. It didn't matter. There was nothing she could say that I hadn't heard before. Some of it I had heard from George. Some of it I had said myself. There are worse reasons, and the fact that they're always in the public eye means that if they get her back to Berkeley, they can't mistreat her. They can be themselves, which is bad enough. But Alyssa's older than George and I were when they took us in. She'll be fine until Alric can get there and take her away from them." "You're willing to count on that?" "I don't think we have much of a choice. We can't head for Florida. We'd never make it past the barricades. We need to get to the rest of the team and regroup." "How long before we reach Seattle?" "We're about 20 miles out. I figure I'll try calling Mahir right before we hit the city limits. If he picks up, we can go straight to where he is and not need to keep the connection open." "And if he doesn't?" Bex asked, taking a smaller sip of her soda. "I have no idea. I'm sort of making all this up as I go along, you know." "You're doing an excellent job." "Thank you," I said automatically and winced. Bex politely ignored my slip. "I know you are. I don't envy you the lead on this story." "Hey, it's worked so far." "What are you going to do when we meet the monkey? You could be anyone. What's your new identity going to be?" "I think I'll be an internet journalist," she smiled. "I understand they don't need much in the way of training. Or brains. How about you?" "I'm going to ask for anything that lets me disappear." I kept my eyes on the road. "This is going to end soon, Bex. It's gone too far to last much longer. Too many people have died. So if I get through this story alive, I just want to be left alone." "You want to be alone with George," said Bex. "Maybe. I don't... Shaun, Bex paused, taking a breath. "You know I love you, right? As a friend. I may have loved you as something more once, but that's over now. You know that." "I do." "So it's as a friend and as a colleague that I ask, are you sure? You're not holding on that tightly as it is. Going off to be alone with the voices in your head. It's not just voices anymore. I see her sometimes." That stopped her. I continued. "She was sitting in that seat not long before you woke up. We were talking. If I get deep enough into the conversation, if I forget long enough, sometimes I can even feel her. I'm going to wind up alone with the voices in my head. The only question is whether or not I get the rest of you hurt in the process. Mahir was Georgia's second. You're mine. You know how badly I could fuck everything up if I refused to let go. So let me plan to let go. It might help me hold on a little longer." Bex sighed. "You're asking me to help you turn into a crazy hermit living in the mountains somewhere." "Yeah, I am. As long as you realize it." She slumped in her seat, giving the jamming device a light smack with the heel of her hand. "How does this damn thing work anyway?" You want the technical answer or the honest answer? I paused. Actually, those are the same answer. Shoot. I have no fucking clue. Buffy was always real impressed with it, I know that. She wanted to build one for us, but other stuff kept getting in the way, and then we were working for a presidential hopeful, so it didn't seem like a good political move. And then she was dead, and she wasn't going to be building anything for anybody. Things would have gone so differently if she'd lived. She would have seen what was happening and turned on the conspiracy that had turned her against us, and all this might already be over. George might still be alive, and I might not be looking forward to going all the way insane. It was nice of the Masons to give it to us. Yeah, it was. I figured we'll kill it with a hammer as soon as it served its purpose. Bex shot me a scandalized look. I shook my head. You really think they don't have some sort of tracking beacon in this thing? Buffy built alarms into the van security system that would have gone off if it were broadcasting. She had to reprogram them not to go off when Maggie got too close, since her parents have her rigged up with do not abduct heiress crap. So I figure they're just waiting until we stop moving long enough that they can assume we're not in the vehicle anymore, and then they're going to start pinging our position. Beck stared at me. If they're planning to use the thing to track us, why did you let me take it? Because it was the only thing that would get us out of Berkeley. Even if the Masons just called the local cops on us, they'd be turning on every tracking chip they could think of as soon as we ran. And I somehow doubt they just called the local cops, or called them at all. Why? It took too long for them to get there. There's a police station less than 8 blocks away. My parents were turning us in for the ratings, remember? They called the CDC. It's the only thing that makes sense. It explained both the delay in their arrival and why the Masons listened when I said they were making a mistake. The CDC is still the government, and after what happened during the Ryman campaign, trusting them might not have come as easy as it once did. Right. Beck sighed and slumped in her seat. Then she leaned forward and turned the radio back up, signaling that she was done talking for the moment. I smiled a little, catching her meaning, and returned my focus to the road. Things are almost over, murmured George. I know, I said, and kept driving. The outskirts of Seattle loomed up with surprising speed. The relative obscurity of the roads we'd been taking meant that there was minimal traffic. I dug a burner ear cuff out of my pocket, snapping it on. A tap triggered the connection. This is Shaun Mason, activating security profile party. Something's wrong with Brenda, we're out of Mr. Pibb, and hunting season's here. Now let's go to Hollywood. Your taste in passwords is crap, commented Bex. I made a shushing motion. Mahir picked up after 2 rings, asking, Oh, thank God. Shaun, is that you? If it weren't, somebody would have just gotten really, really lucky trying to turn this thing on. Where are you guys? Mahir's voice turned instantly suspicious. Why? Because we've just reached Seattle and we'd like to come join you, especially if wherever you are has a bathroom. Is there a bathroom? Please tell me there's a bathroom. We've been driving for like 20 hours and I need to piss like you wouldn't believe. TMI, Shaun, said Bex. How did you get out of Berkeley? Wait, what? Now it was my turn to get suspicious. What are you talking about? Several local Berkeley bloggers posted yesterday morning about a surprise CDC hazard team drill being run in a residential neighborhood, and their target was your family home. The Masons have even posted about it. They said they were glad to cooperate with anything that might improve safety procedures and response times. He paused before adding grimly, We thought they might have turned you in. I sighed. They kind of did. They just changed their minds before things could go all the way horribly wrong. How did they look? Your mum had a black eye. Yeah, I gave her that. And a broken arm. Your dad just had some taped-up fingers. What? I demanded. I didn't do that. Neither did Bex. The black eye was so it would be believable when they said we got away. Apparently, it wasn't believable enough for the CDC. Snap your transmitter to the GPS. I'll send you the address for our hotel. Wipe it as soon as you get here. Done. See you soon, Mahir. One hopes, he said. I removed the cuff from my ear and handed it to Bex. Here, connect this to the GPS. Mahir's going to send us directions on how to get to the hotel he and Maggie are staying at. Keep the jammer going. The Masons made the news. What? Bex glanced at me in confusion as she connected the ear cuff to the GPS. The GPS unit beeped and began to display its loading screen. Mom has a broken arm. Dad has some broken fingers. Think they tripped and fell after we left the house? I gripped the wheel harder than necessary, resisting the urge to slam my foot down on the gas and race my anger away. The fucking CDC, Bex. My parents called the fucking CDC and said we'd be waiting for them, gift-wrapped and unsuspecting, and when we weren't there, the fucking CDC showed their disappointment. You can't be sure it was the CDC. That's what the blogs are saying. They're calling it a training exercise, as in, the CDC decided to train their employees on beating the crap out of my parents. My fingers clenched even tighter. Those fuckers, they had no right. Ahead, turn left, said the GPS. Do it, said George. I turned left. This is insane, said Bex. What the hell is going on here? What did we do? Honestly, I don't know anymore. Something in my face must have told her to let it be. Bex shook her head, settling in her seat. After a moment's hesitation, she drew one of her pistols, resting it against her thigh below the window's sightline. If someone decided to use us for a training exercise, they weren't going to find us as off guard as they might have liked. The GPS led us through a maze of side streets to what looked like a relatively major road, one that led us away from downtown and toward the less densely populated residential areas. The buildings took on a dilapidated look as we crossed from one zone into the next, and then, abruptly, began to improve, until we were passing well-maintained mini-mansions, surrounded by high fences instead of tenement apartment buildings. Some of them even had their own private gatehouses. The convenience stores and their kin were replaced by upscale grocery stores, fancy salons, and dry cleaners whose signs boasted zero-contact, door-to-door service. There were no blood tests on the corners. Instead, men on motorized scooters patrolled the sidewalks, running checks on anyone who wanted to get out of a vehicle. More tellingly, as we drove deeper into the clearly wealthy part of town, people began appearing on the sidewalks. Some of them were walking small dogs, like Maggie's teacup bulldogs, or the more traditional pugs and Pomeranians. Others had cats on leashes. We even passed a couple with one of those bizarre tame Siberian foxes trotting at their heels, its bushy tail low and its triangular ears pricked forward as it scanned its surroundings for danger. This can't be right, said Bex, watching the fox slide out of view. Check the directions. These are the directions Mahir gave me. Maybe they're hiding in someone's attic, I don't know. Wherever they are, they're going to be trying to stay unobtrusive. In 200 yards you've reached your destination, announced the GPS. I looked forward. Oh, fuck. You have got to be kidding, said Bex. In front of us loomed the elegant, fenced-in shape of a luxury resort. It looked like it was large enough to host the entire Republican National Convention, assuming anything as gauche as politics were ever allowed to pass its pristine white gates. The guardhouse in front was staffed by 4 men, their concierge uniforms somehow managing to go perfectly with their assault rifles. 2 of them moved out to the street, motioning for me to stop the van. There's no way we can reverse fast enough, said Bex. They have to have cars. Or they just shoot the windows out. I set the brake. It was nice knowing you. Same here. The men took positions on either side of the van, one next to my window, one next to Bex's window. The one next to mine raised a white-gloved hand and knocked deferentially. Forcing a smile, I lowered the window. Hi, I said. What seems to be the problem? No problem, Mr. Mason. We've been expecting you. The man produced a handheld blood testing unit while I was still gaping at him. If you would please allow me to verify your current medical state, I would be delighted to explain." On the other side of the van, his companion was making a virtually identical speech to Beck's. I stared at him for a moment before focusing on the most disturbing part of that statement. "You've been expecting us?" "Oh, yes. Miss Garcia contacted the front desk after you called." The man kept smiling. It was starting to make me nervous. "We're thrilled to have you joining us." Huh. I took the testing unit, pressing my thumb down on the pressure plate. "Did she threaten your lives by any chance? Tell you you'd never work in this town again? Cry?" The man actually laughed. "Oh, no, nothing like that. She simply asked us to meet you at the gates, and to assure you that the Agora Resort is a completely confidential retreat for those who may be in need of more confidence in their security." "Wait, did you say the Agora?" Bex leaned into my field of vision, her right hand still outstretched as she pressed her thumb to her own blood test unit. "This is the Agora?" "Yes, Miss Atherton." The man frowned, although his overall air of polite readiness to serve remained. "You've heard of us?" "My mother stayed here once when she was younger. She was a Feldman before she got married." "Ah," said the man, suddenly all smiles again. "Of the New Hampshire Feldmans?" "Yes." "It's a pleasure to have another member of the family with us. I hope we can live up to whatever fond memories she may have shared with you." He deftly plucked the test unit from my hand, holding it up to show the green light that had come on at the top. "You are, as expected, clean. Welcome to the Agora, Mr. Mason. I, and the rest of the concierge staff, am pleased to serve." Thanks?" I looked from Bex, who was being shown her own clean test unit, to the concierge, not bothering to conceal my confusion. "What happens now?" "Now you enter. A valet will take your van." He paused as my hands tightened on the wheel. "Or not, as you prefer. Your party is waiting for you in the lobby." He stepped back. His partner did the same, and the gates in front of us swung slowly open. Bex put a hand over mine. "It's okay," she said. "I've heard of this place." "So?" "So I wouldn't have if my mother hadn't stayed here. You need so many zeros in your bank account to get in that there are presidents who never stayed here." Bex pulled her hand away. "They believe in discretion above pretty much all else. Now let's go." "You're the boss." I started the engine. Bex smirked. "I like the sound of that." "Yeah, thought you might." Getting past the valet without ceding the keys was easier than I'd expected. Every place I'd ever seen that was even remotely like this had been staffed by people who were so desperate for tips that they'd do anything to guarantee them, as long as anything didn't involve coming close enough to actually touch another human being. There's a commonly held belief that people who work in the hospitality industry are less paranoid about strangers than the rest of us. I'd almost been able to buy it, until I stayed in a few hotels and saw how careful the staff was to avoid touching the guests. It was almost funny, except for the part where it was so damn sad. George theorized once that the people who worked in hospitality were even more afraid of other human beings than the average man on the street. "This way they never get attached to anyone," she'd said. "People come and go. They don't stay long enough to become anything but names on a ledger. There's no sense of loss when there's nothing to lose." The Agora was disturbingly different. The valet's smile when I said I'd rather park myself seemed sincere, and the garage maintained for self-park vehicles was large, spacious, and well lit, with emergency doors located every 15 feet along the walls. The bellhop who opened the hotel's main door for us was also smiling, and kept smiling even when it became apparent that our days on the road didn't leave us exactly minty fresh. And neither of them held out a hand for a tip. "This is weird," I muttered to Bex, once I was sure we were far enough past the guy for my comment to go unheard. "This is wealth," she replied, and slapped her palm flat on the test sensor that would open the airlock separating the outer ring of the hotel from the main lobby. I did the same. The doors swished open a second later, allowing us both to step through. "Welcome, Mr. Mason. Welcome, Miss Atherton," said a polite female voice. "The Agora recommends that you make use of our lavish guest facilities. A hot bath has already been drawn in your rooms. We're glad that you're here." The door on the other side of the airlock slid open, and the main lobby was revealed for the first time. "Now that's just overkill," commented George. "You took the words right out of my mouth," I said, and followed Bex out of the airlock. The Agora lobby was decorated in shades of white and blue. It looked like the interior of the world's most expensive glacier. A piano was tucked away into one corner, half blocked from view by tall plants with broad green leaves and trumpet-shaped blue flowers. The sound of the unseen pianist's playing echoed through the room, soft enough not to be distracting, yet somehow unpredictable enough to make it clear that there was a live person at the keys. The front desk was set just to the side of a curved flight of stairs leading to the second floor. Maggie and Mahir were standing near the center of the lobby, talking quietly. They looked around when the airlock doors slid shut behind us. "Shaun! Bex!" exclaimed Maggie, the volume of her voice seeming inappropriate in this overly rarefied atmosphere. "You made it!" She started toward us at a trot, Mahir following behind somewhat more slowly. Yeah, we did," I said, transferring my staring to Maggie. "You look like the heir to Garcia Pharmaceuticals," she said, and smiled. "You like?" Maggie was wearing a tailored blazer over a white lace shirt, no bra, and pants that could have been applied with a spray can. Maybe they were. They've been doing some incredible things with memory polymers in the last few years, and I know canned clothing was one of the things being worked on. Her normally curly, normally braided brown hair was both loose and straight, falling down her back like it had developed its own private gravity. Again, maybe it had. The ways of the obscenely rich are alien to me. Her makeup was elaborate enough that I was certain she hadn't done it herself. At least she was still wearing sensible shoes, rather than teetering on a pair of impractically high heels. I've heard them called fuck-me pumps in some of the pre-rising media. These days we call them get-you-killed heels. I think it's a little more appropriate. "It's Shaun, Maggie, and you're a girl," said Bex, coming to my rescue. "He has no idea what the safe answer is, and so he's going to vapor lock until you change the subject. Hi, it's good to see you. You look wonderful." She stepped forward, sweeping the head of the After the End Times fictionals into a hug, which Maggie gladly returned. Mahir caught my eye and smirked. "Hello, Mason." "Hey, Mahir." I shook my head. "Looks like we've both been having an interesting time. I'll see your luxury hotel and raise you one zombie bear." "I can see that this is going to be a deeply enlightening evening." He put a hand on my arm. "I've been following the feeds about the Masons. 2 of our juniors are covering it, due to the connection to our site's founders. How are you holding up?" It took me a second to realize that by our site's founders, he was referring to me and George. "Oh, okay, I guess. Totally out of my mind, but that's normal. Should we be hanging around down here?" Maggie disengaged from Bex, glancing my way. "Our rooms are on the 3rd floor. Did the Agora tell you about the baths?" "That depends. When you ask, did the Agora tell us, do you mean the hotel?" "That's what I was afraid you were going to say. Yeah, it told us." "Good." Maggie looped one arm through Bex's and one arm through mine, tugging us across the lobby toward the elevators. "Let's get you cleaned up and into something that doesn't smell like road funk, and then we can sit down for dinner and to plan our plan of attack for tomorrow." "Road funk?" I asked. "Plan of attack?" Bex asked. "Tomorrow?" George asked. "Your timing is impeccable as always," said Mahir, moving to walk alongside the 3 of us. "Tomorrow morning we will finally be accomplishing our goal here in the city of Seattle." "What do you mean?" asked Bex. Maggie freed an arm long enough to push the elevator call button and leaned even closer, whispering conspiratorially. "We're here to meet the monkey, remember? The elevator arrived with a loud ding, and Maggie stepped inside, waving for the rest of us to follow. After exchanging a look with Bex, I did. "I think I preferred the zombie bears," I muttered. "That's just you, Mason," she said, and started laughing. Maggie and Mahir joined in. There was an edge of hysteria to the sound, like they were laughing to hold back the dark. I stood there, feeling the elevator gaining speed beneath us, and held my silence as we rose higher and closer to the future.
I was never a poor little rich girl. I had a lot of money, sure, but I also had parents who loved me and who balanced the urge to give me everything I wanted with instilling me with a strong sense of personal responsibility. I never thought of my money as a burden. The only burden was the way it made people look at me. That was what I couldn't stand, and that's the reason I chose to go into the field I went into. I was good at being a fictional. I was never that good at being a spoiled brat. There are things money can't buy. People who love you, a job you're good at, a sense of personal respect. Those are on the list. From Dandelion Mine, the blog of Magdalene Grace Garcia, July 31st, 2041. Unpublished. Buffy was complaining today about how we need a new transmitter for the van, and we can't afford it right now. She wants us to ask the Masons for a loan. She doesn't seem to understand that having parents who are in the media business doesn't mean we can turn to them for every little thing we need. Sure, they'd probably give it to us, but we'd be giving up something a lot more valuable. We'd be giving up our independence. All it's going to take is one loan, and they'll have the leverage they need to start worming their way into our business. They want it. I know they want it. And I'm not going to let them have it. From Postcards from the Wall, the unpublished files of Georgia Mason, originally posted on July 31st, 2041. Chapter 17. Georgia? The word was distorted enough to seem unimportant. I didn't bother trying to respond. I was lying on something soft. It was pleasantly dark, and if people wanted to talk to me, they could knock themselves out. Nothing said I had to answer. She's unresponsive. I expected she might be. Let's assume she's awake and put her back under for now. Are you sure? The strain to her system... We need to finish this. A needle slid into my arm. The sensation was sharp enough to break the haze, replacing soft darkness with sudden concern. I opened my eyes, peering into a blur of light. There were figures there, wearing medical scrubs, with clear plastic masks over their faces. That just made me more concerned. What were they doing that might splash them with my bodily fluids? "Doctor!" The speaker sounded alarmed. Whatever I was supposed to do, opening my eyes apparently wasn't on the list. "I see her. Increase the midazolam drip. I want her out until we're done." The taller of the two figures bent toward me. "Georgia? Can you hear me?" I made a sound. It was faint, somewhere between a gasp and a groan. It was apparently enough. "Increase that dose now, Kathleen," snapped Dr. Kimberly, her features becoming visible through the plastic as she leaned closer. She raised one glue-gloved hand, brushing my hair away from my face. "Don't try to move, Georgia. This will all be over soon." That's what I was afraid of. The room was getting dark around the edges, hard lines turning into soft blurs as whatever they were pumping into me started taking effect. I tried to yell at her, to demand to know what she thought she was doing, but all that emerged was a faint squeak, like a hinge that needed to be oiled. Dr. Kimberly smiled. "There you are, my dear. Just rest. It will all be over soon." Then she pulled her hand back, and once again, the world went away. There was no sense of time in the darkness, but Shaun was there, somehow, and he held my hand, and we sat together in the black, and everything was fine, forever and ever and ever. Or until his hand slipped out of mine, and the blackness began to fade, and I realized my temporary peace had been just another drug-induced lie. Fury flooded through me. How dare they keep playing with me this way? It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. It wasn't... Georgia. Again, the word was blurred and warped by what felt like an immense distance. This time, I forced myself to strain toward it, struggling to open my eyes. Nothing happened. Frustrated, I tried to respond, and again managed to make only the faintest squeak. That seemed to be enough. "She's awake, Doctor. Not fully responsive, but recovering." "Good." I heard the squeak of wheels rolling across a tiled floor, followed by the soft compression of a body settling into a chair. "Georgia, this is Dr. Kimberly. I know you're confused and you may not have an easy time moving, but if you can, please squeeze my hand." Squeeze her hand? I wasn't even touching her hand. Furious, I managed to squeak again. "Kathleen is getting something to make you feel better, but I need you to work with us. Please."